usual, started the stream. Not many people are here right now, but that's fine. And then let's start making the roadmap, because that is what's next. Turn this thing off. Okay. All right. Oh yeah. Got to add a quote. There. All right, so roadmap from last week. We'd said do about 4 buffs per week. I'm actually going to remove this from the list. What else do we have here? Database server, Node.js running was something to restart it. Yep, PM2. SSL certificate we did not get done. Before buying a new server, test this on my VirtualBox. Yeah, I didn't technically finish the task, so I don't think I did that necessarily either. Make game server aware of the database server. Yeah, and Docker I had written here too. I think I'm going to leave Docker on the list. So let's add. I think getting bot bays done is possible. I don't know about the UI for them. And by possible, I mean possible this week. Of course, it's got to be possible in the next month. Also, I'm going to write short week. I don't know when exactly, but I'm almost definitely taking a day off this week. I really should have just picked a day, but my wife isn't home yet, and I wanted to talk to her about it. All right, so let's get rid of this stuff. So I think there's going to be transition to Azure is going to be part of this. And then yeah, let's say basic UI for bot bays. It would take place on an account screen or something. That's what I'm going to aim for here. So now let's go down to the roadmap from last week. This section is roadmap to do, right? Yeah. Okay. So roadmap from last week. Let's close off the things that are done. All right. Hey, Sky Blue. Sky Blue says wood, as in W-O-U-L-D. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Write a test framework with the REST APIs. So this is still something I have to do. Let's take all of this. So we'll mark all this as done for now. Can I mark this as done? And then just export the whole thing? Yeah, there we go. Hey, Red Kazan, hey the Dutch on. Would you say JavaScript is the best language to start with? No, I think Python is the best language to start with. I think JavaScript is decent in that where you'll probably run it is also a debugging environment, which is really nice. But I don't know if it's the best thing to start with. But then again, I really think you can start with practically any language and end up being fine. All right. So the very first thing we have to do is switch from DigitalOcean to Azure. And actually, we got to do this very soon because I don't want to get charged money on DigitalOcean. So let me connect to a couple of these things. We're going to connect to DigitalOcean. So I got to do this off screen. Otherwise, my IP address shows. We don't want that. It's not that big a deal. Okay, so this is the DigitalOcean VM. And now we got to start up an Azure VM. Well, not start up, but start our connection to it via SSH. Oh, this has a title of DigitalOcean. Okay, we need to change that. Okay, let me load this over here. How do you change the title? Ah, there we go. First Azure VM. Then I have to go to session, save, and open. Nisimico says it is very irresponsible of you to not stream so a long time. You mean over the weekend? Okay, clear scroll back. So I basically got to take everything from the DigitalOcean side of things over to well, let's see. Okay, do I have git over here? I don't. So let's do, what's going on here? Okay, there we go. Sudo apt get install git. So this, actually, hang on. I didn't mean to, well, anyway, I'll show you. This VM is much better than my DigitalOcean VM. Screen-rd. There's no screen attached. Okay, so let's do this then. All right. Now we want to create a new thing and call it htop. And then we'll run htop here. This will just be bash. So you can already see right off the bat, I have 3.5 gigs of RAM. That is very different from this one, which has 500 megabytes of RAM. Oh, and I can turn this back on too. So yes, very different. Now what we need to do here is copy this structure. Yeah, okay, botland builds. So let's make the same sort of thing in here. Make dir botland builds. Now in this, there's like git status or something, git info. I don't know. Well, I need to connect to, so let me go get my Bitbucket repo location. Okay. So botland builds, I'm going to clone this. And actually, I don't think we want the directory for this, right? I should just be able to do this. Oh, I need a password. Okay. Is that correct? I don't actually know my password. And it doesn't seem to be doing anything. So either Bitbucket is down. Let's take a look. Bitbucket status. All systems operational. So then this thing not doing anything is, oh, there it goes. Nope, well, okay. That's done. So next up, I need to go into here and I need to install everything. So npm install package, no. This is what I gotta do, -- production. And before I do this, let's make, yeah, okay. So let's call this, whoops. There we go, bash 2. And this, we should be able to, great, okay. So then we're gonna install things here. Oh, npm not found, that's right. So we've gotta get nvm, and then, all right, let me look this up. How did I do this on the last one? Node. I think it's best to get this with nvm. Zabita Mimaru says, where are you from? You look like Italians and Turks. I haven't been answering where I'm from, so that will have to remain a mystery. Hey, Judge Bacon. All right. So I can do this. Well, let me see if I can do this. I have Git. I think the problem is that so far my installation has been, and I guess I should keep track of this. It's been install Git, and this is the whole thing Docker is going to be good for, and we should hopefully test this at some point this week. So install Git. Get my botland builds repo, then install nvm, which install node at 0.12.5. Yeah, okay, so let's try this out. I go into this, not this, that's DigitalOcean. I go into this and I do create nvm. Where did I make this over here then? Git clone. Oh, this puts it in the correct directory for me. So I can just do this. And now I have everything. Then open bash rc. So do I have vim? I do. Okay. So then open bash rc and put at the bottom of this source nvm.sh. Then source the bash rc file, and now I should have nvm. So nvm install 0.12.5. Cool. Hey Wouter. So install nvm, install node. Next up, I need to install all dependencies. So in root npm install production, in client, and in server. Alright, so where do we stand with that installation? Good. Alright, so we install this here. And out of curiosity, what does this thing go to for CPU usage when I do this? Okay, so this is... Oh, no, never mind. It still got capped at 100%. Alright, fine. Oh, thank you, Wouter. And good morning, Sloan. So Wouter has linked the 14th recap video, and I shall upvote it. There. Oops, I didn't mean to stop that. I just meant to go back into here. Yeah, so this is going to get everything that I need and rebuild things, and I guess while that's working, since I'm not really constrained with memory anymore, we can go over to the client and do the same thing, because this has its own set of stuff that it needs. nvm use 0.12.5. Wait, what? Oh, this is started with... Oh, I think I need to do this. nvm use 0.12.5. Yeah, there we go. And now I want to install everything in the client. And then one more. So let's create another one and call this... Oh man, I keep doing that. Bash 3. So this is in the server. Oh man. we will eventually get there with this. And then I don't know if I need something from shared as well. Uh-oh. Error. I must have run into this already. Also, whoa. Also this. OMG says, hey, I just installed Sublime Text only to use the simple task package. It's so cool. Yeah, and by the way, for anyone wondering, it's called Plain Tasks, unless that's a different one. Hey, Voice of Grog, welcome back. And didn't we have a birthday today? Let me check. I know there's some birthdays coming up. No, tomorrow we have a birthday for someone who has not been here in a while, and then Wednesday we have a birthday. So we're going to write that down too. Birthdays. Let's see. Tuesday is Tiburon. Wednesday is Wouter. And then Friday is the Grantifer. Okay, and hey everyone. Ah, nice. Alright, thanks Wouter. Yeah, and yeah, okay. So one of the things I was checking here is, do I have any node packages in the shared directory? I don't. That's actually really good to know. Today's my granddad's birthday. Well, if your granddad starts watching the stream, I'll write that part down. Otherwise, ain't gonna do nothing. So everything works except for this one. Let's just try this again. It's probably gonna give us the same error. Yeah, it did. All right, so let's figure out how to do this. Oh, see you, Walter. I bet birthdays around this time are tough. I wonder if you want to ever get more presents or less presents than you would if the days were. I think you probably get less. So, how did I end up fixing this last time? Or did I just not use this? npm install in client. Huh. I guess I could install this. All right, let's see. Debian node git. I don't recall if I'd installed this though, and that's the thing I wonder about. Node git. He once did. He was like, "Who's that?" A friend of mine. He does coding. Oh, that looks complicated. Aw, Walter considers me a friend of his. All right, see ya. Have a good dinner. What? It says empty. I wonder if this installed globally. Do I have this on my machine? Oh, I do. Okay. And it's at version 0.12.2. So then here, I guess I don't have it? Yeah, I don't have it. Okay, fine. Yeah, I'll have to do that every one. I just wasn't sure. I don't have that written down anywhere, but I'll write this down then. So install node git. All right. There. Okay, so then we've got to get the rest of this exactly the same as this one is. Now, some things I don't really care about, but that I kind of sort of do, are like my vimrc. I just want to see what I'd modified in here. Yeah, this was really basic stuff, and that means that I'd gotten Monica and everything. Hey, Folk. Did you have a good birthday? Okay. So everything finished installing. Now I should be able to run things. Let's rename this to client, and let's start this up. So node, no, let's go into the client folder. Node bin www. Is that even correct? Shouldn't this run from dist? What did I run it from over here? Oh wait, I can see the command to do that I used to start this here. I don't even see it. This is sorted in the wrong order, that's why I don't see it. Sort by % memory. There we go. No, I just ran it normally with Node. Huh, okay. And yeah, today is still me working on bot bays. It's pretty much been that way for like the last week. I guess what I should make is like bang roadmap or something. Okay, so the client should be running. I don't... Okay, well, let's test this out. So I need to go to the Azure portal and figure out what the IP address of this machine is. No, wait, no I don't. I have that in PuTTY. So let's just figure it out from PuTTY. In fact, do I even care about you guys knowing the IP address of this? Probably not. Well, so here you go. You can see everything that's going on. It didn't say that this started or anything. That's another strange thing. And yeah, BizSpark. This VM that I'm running is like a $50 a month VM, I'm pretty sure. And it's all free for me for now. So, well, yeah, I'll wait to talk about that for a sec. So let's see what's happening. First, what's strange is that I'm not getting any output for this. So it's possible that something failed. It's also possible that everything just works totally fine. Let's rerun this over here and see, is there supposed to be any output? Apparently not. I think the startup of this, so I need to say like debug equals, what did I call it? What did I call it? Botland dash client. Botland client star, and now we should have output. Okay, now this thing's making a fool out of me. So fine, let's take a look at bin www. Botland dash client colon server. Do we ever call debug? Yes, we do. Listening on. So why then did this not print anything? Maybe we have to export it. Oh, there we go. Okay, got it. $50 VM won't start. No. Hey Snake, awesome. We should all play Quake. Hey Weedly. Going to leave my HS memes out for today's chat? Oh, okay. Alright, let's do this. Export debug equals botland client star and start node. Oh, it says it's listening on 3000. So what, is this some weird Azure thing where I'm going to have to like forward ports or something? They would probably do something like that. Because this is the right IP address, right? 104.45.227.107, 3000. Yeah, weird. Huh. Okay, well, I don't know how much of this stuff I can show over here on screen. So I'm going to take a look at it right now, off screen. Network interfaces. I can manage this. What? I don't know what's going on over here. All right, I guess I should show this in a second. Let's see, there's properties, there's IP addresses, and there's DNS servers. Do I mean Azure Drake? You said you leave them out. They block everything by default, okay, on Azure. So they probably do the same thing over here. And the biggest indication that they probably do the same thing is that this is all I had to do on DigitalOcean, and it's something that I can't do now on Azure. Okay, well, let's put this over here, and when I start to regret it, I will take it off of this screen. Yeah, so let's see. I've got my... All right, let's see. Azure forward ports. Backwarded ports were used during medieval times. Hey, Commander Keen. Full name in corner if I care. I don't really care about that, but thank you. I think my full name's on my own Twitch page. I think. Let me take a look. No one's really ever commented on it, so if it is there, then I don't know. Let's find out. No. I thought I put it somewhere. Maybe it used to be on the old About page. Yeah, I don't know. Oh well, but thank you. Are you sure it's not the IP tables in the VM? It could be. I don't actually know. And this is me just finally figuring out how to do this. How to open ports. It might not be. VM will only have a port 22 open by default. I see. Okay. So that explains why that was done. Apparently this setting is by design for security reasons. If you'd like to open up additional ones, you can do so as needed via Windows Azure Management Console. To open ports, go to Windows Azure Management Console, click on VMs, choose your VM, click on endpoints, click add an endpoint. Okay. Click on Azure Management Console. I don't see that. Let's search for endpoint. No results. This is so helpful. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Windows Azure Management Console. Oh wait, oh, console in this case just means the site I was already on, I'm guessing. But then there's supposed to be an add endpoint. Why is this image not showing? That's strange. Oh, that's this full size of the image apparently. Isn't it port forwarding? It's their firewall, yeah. I don't know if you're asking Red Kazan or me. I don't know the answer. I'm trying to figure this out right now. So how do I even get back to, yeah, this? Okay, I don't know. This whole add an endpoint thing, I'll search for port, I guess. New support request. Alright. Keeps talking about endpoints even here. And that was a year ago. That's probably recent. And I probably need to do this. Oh, whoa, wow. What is all of this? Load balancers, network interfaces. Whew. Alright, let's search for, oh, CDN endpoints. That's not what I want. What am I using Azure for? This is the new DigitalOcean for me. So I have a certain amount of credit every month of Azure now, thanks to the BizSpark program. Oh, the full name's on the blog. Okay, yeah, that's where we go. Got it. Yeah, so I have Azure credit now, and that's what's giving me at the very least right now. Check this out. The DigitalOcean server I was using had 500 megabytes of RAM. Granted, everything else was good about it. So it had 1 core of CPU apparently, which the Azure VMs at the bottom tier have like 0.25 cores, which is pretty low. But the DigitalOcean VM also had a solid state drive and seemingly infinite bandwidth. I looked through a lot of their support articles and it said things like, well, we want to keep track of it, but we don't do that yet. So yeah, you pretty much have however much you need. Voice of Grog says, I told someone at work that the office printer was voice activated. If you leave a sign on it, you'll be telling everyone about it. It'll be great. Okay, so scroll down to the bottom. Everyone says, oh, by the way, everyone, I believe you're the one who linked that article. Let me find it. Well, I don't really need to find it, I guess, unless people want to know about it. But it was REST API best practices. So I read through it all and I took some notes on it. And actually, if you guys are curious about that, let me figure out where I put this. Yeah, check it out. I got all my notes. HTTP verbs, naming conventions, API conventions, SSL, documentation, examples. So this took a decent amount of time last night. But yeah, I feel like I know this stuff at least a little bit better. Okay. So what is this even a tutorial for? Alright, so they make a VM, good. They connect to it. This open up an RDP session. Oh, this is on a, oh, weird. So this is on a Windows machine inside that I would have to do this. So it sounds like I could do the same thing on Linux. I wonder, let me just look up Azure help. Because I don't have a Windows VM. And this sounds like it's Windows specific. Look at the port part, it's add endpoint. Why do they make these images so small? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, you're not telling me about the client side of this, you're telling me about the Azure side of this. Once the VM's created, you need to open up a port. I'm going to stick with the default port and create a new endpoint here. I promise I don't know where to create an endpoint in this UI. Add a group. All settings. Whoops. Like, I don't have that bottom bar that they're talking about. Actually, I probably shouldn't click that settings gear while I'm on screen. Well, you can change the portal theme. Oh my god. All right, let's go with a dark theme. I'm not really sure how to do this. Huh. So many terms I don't know, Playing Risky says. Okay, so this is... I'll just look this up on their site. I'll just look at... They must have some help here. Even more in depth. Hopefully this is a more recent thing, because every UI that I saw so far had just a button at the bottom of this. All VMs can automatically communicate using a private network channel with other VMs in the same cloud service or virtual network. However, computers on the internet require endpoints to direct the inbound network traffic to a virtual machine. When you create a virtual machine, endpoints for remote desktop, PowerShell, SSH are automatically created. You can configure other ones. Okay, great. This sounds like exactly the article I want. And I wonder, would this have been something that this said set up endpoints on a virtual machine. I don't see that article in the search here. I would have probably gone to this one. Would this have eventually linked there? No, so I probably would not have found this in any reasonable amount of time. Please note, network security groups control access to the virtual machine, but they don't provide port forwarding. To do port forwarding, see the following article. Alright, each endpoint has a public port and a private port. Public is used by this to listen to incoming traffic. Private is a virtual machine. Yep, great. Okay, default values for the IP and TCP. Okay. So great. If you've already done so, sign into Azure Classic Portal. Well, maybe that's the issue here. What is the Azure Classic Portal? Why is there a Classic and a Modern Portal? And how do you do this on the Modern Portal? What is going on? This is portal.azure.com and the last one is manage.azure.com. I don't really care if my email address is showing. No. The new Azure portal. Okay. I find this very funny. I apparently can find my VM in here somewhere. Active Directory 1. Is it this that I can't click? Manage your VMs in the new Azure portal. Oh boy. Okay, so I guess it's trying to direct me here, and then I don't know what to do. Maybe I can just make a new endpoint. Hey, Pettermaster. We're struggling with Azure right now. Networking. I don't think this is even what I'm... Yeah, this is not what I want. Okay, yeah, let's try to look this up on here. I don't know, but open ports. They have something on here that's talking about the new portal. When was this even written? That article. When was this written? I don't know when they switched from the classic one to the new one. This is updated on August? Wait, this should be... This is good, guys, if you're using the old one, but I'm trying to do this with a new one and I'm completely lost. Yes, thank you, Luke, from a month ago. Could you provide this tutorial for the new deployment model since that's the recommended one? So apparently no one knows how to do this. The only real differences are locating the resource which you want to add an endpoint, which means also realizing that network security groups are the main new concept and that they are the thing to which you add an inbound rule. Oh. Well, that's not obvious. At least I don't think that's obvious. So there's a network security group I should have. This thing? No. Man. Okay, so I should have one inbound rule already with SSH. Yeah, oh man, this is stupid. Fine. You need more DevOps? Yeah. Okay, well, here it is. So I guess I need to just make a new one of these. That was not obvious at all. I'm going to write this down. Whatever. Okay, so port forwarding. Go to all resources and then find your network security group. Click inbound security rules and then click add. Okay, so I click the add button here. Now this should be pretty straightforward. But man, let's talk about stupid. All right, so bot land client priority. You can't have spaces. Only contain letters, numbers, underscores, periods, or hyphens. Okay, then let's name this botland 222223333. All right, no, I'll stop being angry. Botland client. Now the priority of this. Rules are processed in priority order. The lower the number, the higher the priority. Okay, great. Sounds good. So source protocol. Protocol I think should only be TCP. Source port range should be 3000 and destination should be 3000 for now. I could make it, you know what, I could make 80 go to this. Let's just do that. Okay. Alright, so it's updating. It's still updating. It's up, up. Oh, done. Okay, so now if we just go to this, we should be playing botland. Connecting. Is this doing anything? It just says listening. We should see this spew a bunch of messages at us. At least chat's having fun. Yeah, weird. Okay, so let's see. Close all this stuff. So I'm going to change a couple of things about this. We're going to make this any, and we're going to make this 3000 for now, just to make absolutely sure that I'm doing at least some of this stuff right. Let's try this. Okay, so that should be done. Now we can go to 3000 here. And again, we should see this. This thing should be spewing a bunch of information at us. Have you tried the classic panel? Oh boy. Okay, yeah, I don't know what this is doing. Oh, still nothing. Source any, destination any, action allow. This is for 3000 and it's going to 3000. Oh, maybe I need to restart this? Is that even a thing that makes sense? No. Oh, why is this not working? Maybe, is there anything else I'm forgetting about this? I mean, maybe who this is given to. Okay, so this might be, yeah, what are the properties of this? And at what point am I going to be inbound network interfaces? Wait, public IP address, that's not, no, that is what I'm using. 104.45.227.107. Well, let's look at users maybe. Is there like a world setting here? Because maybe this is configured to only work with, I don't know, some special user account, subscription admin, access inherited. All right, I don't know what's going on. Is there any reason this would take time to work? I don't think so. Whenever I do this on my router, it doesn't take time. See, I am not a networking engineer. Okay, yeah, I don't think this is gonna do anything. If your Debian IP tables has a -a input -j reject line, you'll need to add an except for. Okay, so that's a reasonable next place to start. Let's go to bash 3. Actually, let's check out. This should be called the server page, and then this should be called just bash. All right, so I've never dealt with IP tables, right? Do I have anything about this in here? No, I don't. Packet filtering, network address translation, and other packet mingling. Okie dokie. See what rules are already configured. Sounds good. Looks like accept UDP anywhere, destination anywhere. Okay, but I guess I need the same thing for TCP? Interesting. Weedly. Allows HTTP and HTTP connect. So okay, how do I do this? It says tighten that up a bit. Oh, let's just tighten up the graphics on stage 3. We're creating a test IP tables file. Star filter allows all loopback. Okay, here we go. Allow -p. So -a, I guess, is whether it's input or output. -p is the protocol. The port is the destination port. So can I just... All right, let's take a look again. IP tables -t table -a-c-d. So tables are as follows. Filter. This is the default table. It contains a built-in change input. So the NAT, mangle, raw, and security. So I probably want the filter table. Yeah, I think I want the filter table. -a is append. Okay, so let's build our command here. So -t filter -a. So this appends a rule. Check. No, we don't want that. We don't want delete. We don't want insert. We don't want replace. We don't want list. Don't want flush, 0, new chain. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, so then parameters. -p protocol can be TCP. So -p TCP. Okay, then there's probably source port and destination port. So destination specification. See the description of the S flag. Okay, no, we don't want that stuff. Jump target, go to chain. Other options. Oh, -d and -s can be used with port, but aren't necessarily. See the description of -s. Oh, here we go. Address can either be a network name, a host name, or a plain IP address. Host names will be resolved once only. The mask. Well, I don't see anything about the word port in there, which I guess we could have just done this. How do you center things in... Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Red Kazan already wrote what you're looking for. Oh. -d port 3000J accept. It was 3 lines. Looked pretty unconfigured. So I want -d port 3000 SJ accept. Also, thank you. Points give Red Kazan 2. Points give everyone 1. Alright, let's try this out. Also, we probably need sudo on there. So, try iptables-h. Bad argument TCP. I probably just... Wait, what? How is that a bad argument? Oh, -a input. I forgot to put that there. Nope. No, what? Did that not copy what I wanted it to? What just happened? There we go. Bad argument 3000. Oh, it's -d port. Goodness. Aha, I did it. And thank you, Red Kazan. Alright, now what? Is there something we have to restart or do anything for? Now what if I do sudo iptables-l? Ah, there's my rule. Accept TCP, source anywhere, destination anywhere. Alright. Yeah, so, right, do I have to do anything after this? Once you're happy, save the new rules to make sure they're started on a reboot. Oh, on a reboot. Seriously? Okay, fine. Well, do I have shutdown? Reboot. Oh my god, okay. There's probably a way to restart this then over here. Let's click all resources. Oh, it'd be in sudo. Never mind. What am I talking about? Sudo reboot. Yeah. Take that. Take that, Azure. I just beat the end boss. Network security groups. Ha. Ha, I say. Okay, so add this here. No restarting needs to be done for this. However, to forward ports on Debian, you need to modify IP tables, which does seem to require a restart. Or maybe there's like a, I don't know, some service I can just restart. So this appends. Did I need the -t filter there, or is that automatic? Where? Yeah, so Red Kazan did not link it with that. That rule you added will be cleared after you reboot. Okay, so restarting was bad. Oh my god. So I need to do this through a file? Yeah, and Void Dreamer, I'll talk about BizSpark in a second. I did get in. Alright, let's restart this, which I think I need to do off screen. Yeah, I do. We'll eventually get to coding today. I don't think we've ever had this DevOps stuff work well. There's no screen to be oh, right, I rebooted. Alright, well then let's start screen and call this one the client and then do botland builds. Oh wait, first we should do what Red Kazan said, iptables-l. Yeah, it did get deleted. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. The way it generally works is you write all your custom firewall rules in a file, and then you have a startup script that restores your file. Okay. Going to start requiring RFCs for this mess if you keep this up. Alright, RFC 1. I got BizSpark. Alright, so let's do this, I guess. we can create a test thing they said here. Then you activate these rules. So once you're happy, save the new rules to the master IP tables file. Oh, this sounds official. Whoops. Whoops. Okay, so let's take a look. Sudo more / etc IP. Wait, what? IP tables.up.rules? Does this exist? Oh, this is probably. No, wait, what? Okay, I guess let's try this out. So I have the rule. I know this rule is good. We can't paste the whole thing in there like that. We need to just do it this way. So I guess what I need to do is make it look like this, which I should also just enter some basic rules. I just say star filter at the top. Apply everything to the filter table, right? Does it say what the filter is? Do they mention filter on here anywhere else? They don't. Okay, apply everything to the filter table. If I didn't put this, I think I would need -t filter in my individual rules. Okay, fine. Well, so then this rule, append to the what? What is this called? A chain? Chain input. Yes, append to the input chain. Protocol -p protocol is TCP. Destination port is 3000, and then -j is for what exactly again? It said join in the documentation, which doesn't really make sense to me. Man IP tables -j. Jump. Oh, it didn't say join. I'm just stupid. Specify the target of the rule. What to do if the packet matches it. All right. -j is for jump. What to do if packet matches this rule. So we accept it. All right. So let's test this out now. So we are supposed to, let's modify this, the test rules, the tunnel snake rules. So vim /etc/IP tables.test.rules. Set paste. Okay, so we have that. Can I even write to this directory? No, can't open file for writing. Oh, there's a way to do this without me having to do what I just did, but I don't know what that way is. Okay, that worked. Okay, so we have that. Then activate these rules. So I can do sudo IP tables -restore /etc/IP tables.test.rules. Commit expected at line 9. Oh, I need to write commit in this file. Maybe I'm afraid of commitment, Linux. Maybe that's exactly what I didn't want to do. Okay, that probably worked. All right, that did work. Now, once I'm happy, save the new rules to the master IP tables file. IP tables save /etc it tables.up.rules. Permission denied. Did you do the ACL permission for the endpoint that was on that article? No, I did not. That would be in here. So there's an access control list somewhere on here? Was I even... Well, it's not there. I don't know if this is even a thing anymore. Also, how would... Yeah, I don't know. All right, this thing I find a little bit strange that it says permission denied here. Is there something I can't do with sudo? Everyone get in here. Maybe I interpreted your message wrong, Weedly, to mean that you wouldn't be using Hearthstone means. But it sounds like you are, which I'm fine with. Once you're happy, save the rules. To make sure that they're started on reboot, we'll create a new file. And yeah, no, I appreciate the help. This part I find strange. But I also, this doesn't even exist. More etc. Well, actually, IP tables dot up dot rules. No, it doesn't exist. Huh. What does IP tables save do? Do I even have access to that? Okay. That is different from what I typed. So I'm supposed to pipe this to... So I apparently can't even do sudo touch / this. No, that works. So then what? This should work now? Permission denied. Why? Alright, this is not a great start to the week. Yeah, so copy pasting this doesn't work. I wonder if I should just put this in a different spot. To make sure they're started on reboot, we'll create a new file. So fine, let's try this. Add these lines to it. Restore up.rules. File needs to be executable. If you start the client and then do a wget to localhost on another screen, does that work? If so, it's not IP tables, it's endpoint related just off the top. Yeah, that's a good test. So if we were to start the client, first let's make a new bash window, which is... So this, we'll name this one, yeah, bash sounds good. So now we start the client. Okay. So the client is running. Actually, let me do this. Let me do export debug equals botland client : star and okay, so the client is definitely running. And now do we have wget? Localhost 3000. Index.html saved. Code mirror, yeah, this is correct. So then this is working. You don't need to save that anyway. That's mostly if you're combining a bunch of existing rules of yours in one file. You can just restore the file you already made. Oh, should I? Okay. So then, So to make sure they're started on reboot. So then we can take our test rules that we have here, this thing, and we can open this. etc network if pre-up IP tables. I should sudo that. And then add these lines to it. sbin IP tables restore. And then whatever I typed here, which is what? /etc it tables dot test dot rules. Yeah. Okay, well let's try this. Okay. Now what do I do? Maybe I just run that? Can I just run this? Sudo. Alright. I don't know if I need to reboot or not. I must have to. Well, wait, no, I can test it by doing this. iptables-l. Okay. Let me just reboot this anyway. So I'll write this. I'll take this over to here. I gotta write down a couple of notes over here. So what did I do here? Well, I guess I'll just write down notes at the end of all of this. Forward ports in all resources network security group. Modify IP tables to do write instructions. Okay, let's restart this. Okay, so this has been restarted. Now if we do iptables-l, oh good, it's there. Okay, so then if I switch to the client, node bin www, oh I can't do that. I need to do NVMe 0.12.5, node bin www, export. Oops. I used 1 ampersand. Oh no. Oops. Kill-9 732. No such process. Okay, that's probably fine. Alright, let's run this. Now let's try connecting. Drat. Well, that was worth a shot. So, excuse me. So what do I do at this point? Right, this was... Huh. No, that's not helpful. Subnets, this probably isn't helpful either. I'd expect there to... Okay, let me take a look at this off screen. Audit logs. This UI is very strange. Oh, never mind. I see what this is for. Alright, diagnostics. Turning off diagnostics will disable monitoring charts and alerts for your resources. I guess I find this a little bit weird that Azure didn't have up-to-date documentation on this. It sounds like you'd want to do this and any 3000 allow. And yet I can't connect. Okay, so alright, let's see. Do we have a screen up and running? No. Okay, good. So let's do this. So call this client. We will cd. No, we're already here. Let's just run that command we had before. This one. Okay, good. Now, where was I running? Yeah, this thing. So rm index. So one thing we know for sure. Oh man. One thing we know for sure is that this worked. We can definitely connect. The client is definitely running. So we just can't connect externally. What's your outbound rules look like? Nothing. But this shouldn't matter, right? What if I added one? Test destination port 3000. I don't know. Does it even make any sense? Did it work? There's no progress bar on this. It just says updating. Okay, good. Just need to make sure it didn't like totally freeze there. So see, I successfully created a new rule. I don't see it in this list. Let's go back to the dialog there. I still don't see it in that list. That seems a bit strange. Where did my test rule go? Oh, there it is. Whoa, that was strange. That was really weird. Alright, but that has nothing to do with this, right? Seemingly, no, it does not. Yeah, that get is from my wget that I did. Also took 500 milliseconds. Seems to be a bit much. Surely this is the first issue that every single Azure user runs into. You'd think there'd be dozens of tutorials and videos. There could be. I'm going to go search for those in a second. I think I'm going to delete this outbound rule for right now. Delete. So, Azure help videos. There are videos. I would have liked just a text document so I don't need to go get headphones or something. Documentation. So this is called, this is surfaced as what? Outbound security rules? I don't think any of these really fit into this. All right, let's search for outbound rules. Or no, inbound rules is actually what I want to check. Let's search for the word inbound. I don't know where else they'd be using inbound. Synchronization. Never stop amazing me, Azure. Maybe we do this? Oh, whoa, last updated was 13 days ago. Oh, okay, cool. All right, let's read through this then. All right, we're not in an app service environment, but this might still apply to us. Let's find out. Before locking down inbound network traffic with the network security group, it's important to know the set of required and optional network ports used by an app service environment. Okay, so they require a couple. Do not block port or traffic to this port. Great, fine. Don't care. So outbound connectivity and DNS requirements. For an app service environment to function properly, it requires outbound access to Azure storage worldwide. So I don't need that because, again, I'm not in an app service environment. Although this is important to know when I eventually do connect to, let's say, the REST server. Is your instance in a subnet? I just read something about how there's an additional security group for subnets. I don't think so. I think subnets return nothing. Yeah, no results. So I need to write this down somewhere. Write down somewhere. When I finally get the game server to talk to the REST server, I'll need to configure outbound security rules on Azure. Oh boy. Okay. So I shouldn't need any of these outbound things, but what about this? DNS configuration for virtual network must be capable of resolving all of the endpoints and domains mentioned earlier. Alright, I guess that makes sense. If you're trying to get something and you don't have DNS, you're going to need to search by IP address. If a custom DNS server exists on the other end, outbound network path cannot travel through internal corporate proxies. Okay, great. So inbound access to required ports must be allowed as described in this article. If this talks about the classic management console, I'm going to have a fit. No, it doesn't. Okay, wait, but isn't this the exact same article? Oh my god, look at this. Look at this recursion. Okay, so inbound network must be followed as described in this article. And this links to, look at the URL, and now watch, I'm going to click the new tab. The URL didn't change. Why did they even make this a link? Was that a mistake? Shouldn't they have just said in this article and then not linked it? Because it's literally this article? Remind me to do that in my documentation. I'm going to say something like, oh yeah, if you need to read the documentation, here's a link to it. Alright, it's also recommended that any custom DNS server... Alright, I don't think that's important. For full details on how network security groups work, so I should probably, if this links to the same article, that'd be hilarious. Okay, it doesn't. Alright, a network security group contains an access control list, rules that allow and deny network traffic to your... Oh, so then the inbound and outbound rules is that ACL, I guess? No, maybe that's not true. So a name, okay, good. Azure region where the NSG is hosted. All right, I don't think I had access to that. Resource group the NSG belongs to, and then rules that define what's allowed or denied. So then rules are protocol, source port, destination port, source. Yeah, that's all. Huh. Yeah, all this makes sense. Default tags. Tags are system provided identifiers to address a category of IP addresses. Does this actually have any functional association, or is this just for me? Default rules. Okay. You can associate these to VMs. So what, this must already be associated to a VM then, right? Network interfaces. You did this, Adam? You worked at Microsoft and did this? Okay, Verse VM, it is applying to that. So I guess this is... Okay, yeah, I don't care to delve into that any further. Alright, no, so NSGs I think I understand. I don't know why this page just keeps going for... Oh, half of this is comments. Look for the network security group associated with your instance and open 3000. So I've done all that. Source IP, source port. Oh, I could manage all this with PowerShell. Actually, that's pretty interesting. Because if I eventually need to do this with multiple different VMs, I'm going to need to know this. But the reason I think I've done that is because if you take a look at, what's this? This is my network security group. Yeah, so I have a network security group. It has an inbound rule set up to allow 3,000. And then in network interfaces, it is using this virtual machine. Like I've already associated it to this thing, right? Yeah, that's this. Hey, Extra Gaming. NSG is different than inbound ports though, apparently. I don't think it is. I think network security groups include the inbound rules. Based on what I read here, this, where does it say? Yeah, NSG rules. And then there's a direction inbound or outbound. So back in this UI that I have here, if I scroll to the left here, you can see this is a network security group and it has the rules here. And then it has an interface to which it applies. So I bet, okay, how about this? Let's try something out. If I make a new rule, let's do deny SSH. So I'm going to make a new rule with the highest priority possible, and we're going to say block all traffic on port 22. Wait, priority 1 is not possible? Must be between 100 and 4096. Okay, fine, 500. Okay, so we're going to say take TCP 22 and block it. There shouldn't need to be a destination since I'm denying this. But let's say 22 for that as well. Okay, fine. You don't want a network interface, that's it? It's using that instance as a NAT? Come on, Adam. Is that... I don't know. I need to learn more about networking, I think. Also, I don't know why I even just did this. Because, like, what am I testing by doing this? Just whether this is even applying to my thing. So now if I tried connecting again to this, it would say that it's denied. First Azure VM. No. Alright, I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. Wait. Yeah, no, I have allow and deny SSH because I really want to allow it, but I just, for the sake of testing, wanted to deny it. So I kept both rules so that when I delete the deny, the allow is what flows through. This doesn't actually seem to be blocking my traffic, though. So that part I don't understand. Oh, I see. You can... Oh, so tags can have a purpose. I just don't have it set to do that. Okay, let me try something. What happens if I did try connecting with this thing again? No, that worked. I connected. Okay, I don't understand this. Acer crashed. I added a quote from you. I don't know how to check it. I think this is how. Yeah. Okay, did this update? It says successfully deleted, but I still see this here. Have I watched Star Wars? No. I don't know if I'm going to anytime soon. I feel like it'll eventually happen. Okay, that thing's gone. Although it didn't do anything while it was there, right? Do I have any other... Okay, let's go to all resources. Do I have anything else here that might be here? Virtual network. Let's take a look at this. Network interface, subnet. Wait, there is a subnet here? No. /24. Address space, DNS servers. Wait, I really don't want a network interface to this? Won't that have implications later? Okay, I definitely need to read up more about this because I don't understand why you're suggesting the thing you're suggesting, even though it's probably correct. So just delete this. Detach it, I guess. Okay, I can't do that. This is grayed out. It doesn't work. I wonder why. Azure detached network interface. Huh. Well, so far documentation's been pretty poor about this stuff. Or just searching it is weird. Am I the failfish here, or is it Microsoft? I still don't. I've never used Azure before. Well, pretty much today. And what am I getting you for Christmas? I don't know. A better stream. I'll just replace myself with a celebrity. See how long it takes for people realize that it's Jeff Goldblum and not me. If you're still concerned about privacy, you might want to be aware. Yeah. Thank you, Void Dreamer. I am aware of that. I feel like it's a trade-off between doing all of this off. Like, I need to do this today. I need to do this today so I don't end up spending money for DigitalOcean, or I need to take Botland down. I guess I could just take Botland down and then not do this today. But then I need to figure this out at some point. So how about this? I'll put a time limit on this. If by 11 o'clock I haven't finished this, then I'll just take the DigitalOcean site down completely, and I'll figure out Azure later. So, alright, by making that deny rule, it seems like it had no effect whatsoever on my VM. So what if I just got rid of the allow rule? How about that? Something weird's happening here. So let's just change the allow rule to a deny rule. How about that? There. Now, once this is done updating, I shouldn't be able to SSH in anymore. And actually what I would expect is that this thing would just close. Like, it would get a timeout because there's no keep alive message making it through. Sloan says, for some reason I'm unusually tired. Well, then be thankful you're not streaming. Alright, so yeah, let's try connecting to this thing again. Okay, for this to work, something weird's going on here, right? There's no way this should work. If this connection allows me through, it does. Wow. Okay, so I did to say this makes no sense. What I don't expect here is like the port 22 traffic should not be making it through here, and yet somehow it is. Oh boy. Oh wait, I can dissociate the network interface, but I couldn't detect. Wait, what? Okay, let's just hit dissociate on this. Why did detaching the other one not work? What's going on? I don't understand. Okay, so yeah, that's gone. Am I serving SSH on port 22? Yeah, I should be. Because this thing is, yeah, it's trying to connect to port 22. Yeah, I am. Okay, so I have no network interface there. So I guess this applies to nothing. Here, Isa. Associated with no subnets and no network interfaces. So what? This thing still has a network interface? I guess because it needs one. Yeah, and there's no detaching this. Why Windows 10? I upgraded on my laptop, but I wasn't too happy with it. Now just associate that instance with your security group. I don't know how to do that. So everything is called first VM, but only one of them is actually a VM. And in order for, oh, I gotta close this part. There we go. Now I can see what it is. So type VM, this one, the one that looks like a monitor. So associating this properties, I don't know where this thing would be. No, it's not in there. Disks, network interfaces, availability set, extensions, size. Sir Crash, why is it a good idea not to serve on 22? Just because everyone's expecting that to be open for SSH? Because I don't have a username password set up there. I just have a public key, private key. Boy Dreamer, if I interpreted what you just said correctly, that was pretty funny. I don't know if I did. Alright, I think I just stopped looking at this right now. A lot more malware checking for known vulnerabilities on port 22. Okay, well. Yeah, I think I'm going to give up on this for now, and I'll add this to the list of things I've got to do offline pretty much. Wait, access. What does this do for me? Oh, this goes to the users page. Subscription admins. Yeah, and what, I can't do anything with this? I can't even click this. Can't even click the ... on here. Oh, now I can. Oh, it was just really slow. Okay, yeah, makes no sense. 36 minutes, we got it? No, but I'm not even researching stuff. See, that's the problem with being on stream. It's like if I'm gonna go look up how to do this, I'm probably gonna mire myself in documentation. Twitch plays Azure. So wait, SSH shouldn't even be open. I'm gonna write this down on my long-term to-do list. So SSH ideally shouldn't even be open. Shouldn't even be turned on when I release. If it has to be open, then it shouldn't be on port 22. What are these things? Storage account. Excuse me, how much space do I have on here? And why do I have like 9 notifications? Oh, because everything's asynchronous. Did I get it working? No, I didn't. Nothing's working. Everything hates me. Like I couldn't even. Wait, what? Botland? What? I did get it working. Okay. Well, I guess that's why Red Kazan should ask questions more frequently. What did this? How did this just start working? I don't understand. I understand even less than I did 5 minutes ago. Okay, so I guess it was deleting the network interface that did this. But then doesn't that mean all traffic is allowed through? So what happens if I started this on, let's see, port 3001? So let's do this. Export port equal 3001. Does this have anything to do with that? Okay, no. So now I'm allowing traffic on every single port now. To get 20 points minimum? I still don't understand what's going on. So it was a network address translation server, which is doing what exactly? No caps? Everyone, can you explain it to me like I'm 5 years old? but have a good grasp on the English language. I don't understand why that did anything. I also don't understand why the rules didn't seem to work. 70 places. Okay, so what do I take from this? 1 + 1 = 3. That's the explanation. All right, let me go find my Azure note so I can go cross this off. I'll just write this apparently isn't needed. How do you Control-Shift-N? Wow. Stupid. So cross this off because inputting this manually will get wiped when you reboot. Adam, your bot doesn't respond to whispers. I don't want to add spam just to check my points. It's fine. Okay, so yeah, XO Gaming. And yes, the net was using the instance as a NAT, which only allows the instance to be moving traffic through the subnet. Since you didn't have a subnet, it was useless. Okay. Apparently, so modifying the IP tables is not necessary. Delete the network interface from Azure. Kaffa says, hello, me again. Where can I start learning software language? Java, C++, etc. I think if you just go to Code Academy or Khan Academy, yeah, Void Dreamer just said this. I think if you go to Code Academy or Khan Academy, you'll find some really good resources. What does 13531 mean? There's just some numbers I like. So the reason why all ports are going to it is because your IP table is forwarding all TCP traffic to 3000. Is that really what I did? I thought, oh man, I screwed everything up. Let's put this back over here. Sudo IP tables -L. So source is anywhere, destination is anywhere. Okay, I guess let's get rid of that. NATs work, but you need more than one instance. You also need a subnet. Okay, I gotta undo what I did with the IP table stuff. So we don't want to save this. We don't want to make this executable. So let me do this. etc network if free up the IP table. So can I just remove this file? Okay, it's gone. Now let me reboot. Okay, so I'll need to just kill the instance and start again. It's the way of the cloud. I'll reboot. I'll make sure that this entry here that you see, accept TCP anywhere, I'll make sure that this is gone. So how was SSH traffic being allowed? Anyway, all right, let's restart this. Thankfully, this is at least super fast to come back online. All right. I never have a screen after reboot. That makes sense. Okay, so this is going to be the client, and then this is going to be just htop, I guess, and then this is going to be bash. So let's go back to this, run htop, and then node. All right, export port equals 3001, and export debug equals botland client :* and node bin www. Node command not found. Okay, so it's listening on port 3001. So if I refresh this page, this shouldn't work. No, it's still working. Oh, right, I gotta check my IP tables. Well, nothing makes sense. NSGs and IP tables work together. Do you need IP tables? Azure, why you no GUI? Well, okay, so this is still working on port 3001, but my IP tables are no longer forwarding everything. I think all I've done is just completely opened up every single port, just like on DigitalOcean. And that's probably why I should have had that network security group, because this probably shouldn't be working. Right, if I try some random port I've never tried before, and then I connect to, let's say, some different random port, that doesn't work, right? Yeah, that doesn't work. So then I try 7895, and that does work. I just set it to 3001. 3000 won't work now. Okay, well, I can see other people connecting to this too. Wait, no, what I'm trying to say is, okay, wait, here's what I'm trying to say. Also, you guys can stop connecting to this. You know, this same exact thing was already a play.bot.land 3000. So connecting to this new server doesn't mean anything. Anyway, you said this, everyone. The reason why all ports are going to it is because your IP tables are. Oh, wait a second. Oh. I could have connected. Oh, never mind. I see you're saying something different. All right. Today's stream is sponsored by Failfish. I agree. Yeah, so now all you need is a security group. Deny all, then allow the stuff you want. But the part I still don't understand here is, how do I associate a security group with a VM without doing it through a network interface? Like, I don't know if that part is possible. So here's my network security group, and I can choose network interfaces for it, but I have no network interfaces. Whoop. Okay, so I can choose to apply this to first VM. That's now on that network interface, but that's not going to do anything. Right, so, all right, let me take a look at something. Here is my network interface, and this is not being associated with anything, so I need to go to first VM and check that out. Yeah, network interfaces, here we go. Okay, so this is now associated with this, so then this should stop working, right? No. The fact that that website works in Chrome blows my mind. This website? I think Microsoft's been a lot better about web compatibility, both in their browser and with other browsers. I think they got a lot of backlash for not being compatible back in the IE6 times, and how people had to support IE6 forever. Okay, so what did I learn? If I go into this is the network interface. This has, apparently this is a one-way association attached to first VM. Yeah, I need to go back to my network security group. Also, I accidentally highlighted the entire page and can't unhighlight it. Oh, man. All right, what are our inbound security rules? I'm denying SSH, and I'm allowing port 3000. So yeah, why is this still letting me through? That's the part I don't get. Oh, man. Change security. Since when was that there? First VM. What? Wait, what? This is still loading, but what did this thing even do? Why did I never see this button before? And well, I didn't even click anything. Everything just disappeared. Can't you just set the select element in the console to none on the body? I could just refresh the page actually. Let me do that. It'd be funny if everything was still blue. It turns out I just changed my theme somehow by highlighting stuff. Also, wow, that went through like 8 redirects. Wait, everything is blue. What's going on? I changed my theme. Okay. Let's refresh this page. This should not work. Yeah, well. Very little makes sense right now. Very little. Let's restart this on port 7896. This is a totally different thing. This is probably still gonna work because, like I said, I don't have any clue what's going on anymore. Oh wait, no, it doesn't work now. So it working on 7895 is probably. No, I don't understand why. But okay, I think I finally applied this. What this should mean is that if I now go into it's called Azure for a reason. Oh man. Alright, so if I go into here and I finally reconfigure this inbound security rule, what now all of a sudden this is gonna be fine, right? Is that what I'm led to believe? So just for proof here, watch this. I refresh this page, nothing happens. I go to the server. You can see it's not requesting any files. Great. All right, now I'm going to modify the port to be 7895. No, 789. What was it? 7896. 7896. 7896, and destination port is 7896. We click OK. Now we just wait for this little blue banner to go away. The blue banner isn't even there. Why does OK not work? Okay, there. See this blue banner updating? This is going to go away. And then here's where I would expect things to work. So we got to wait for this. This part takes like 10, 15 seconds. That's fine. Okay, great. So updated security rule. Now when we refresh this page, we should see resources getting requested over here. It might take some time. But if it... What do you use for the UI in Botland? Oh, I use, React and Redux. Okay, this is actually still not working. I'm not making this stuff up. Very peculiar. So I wonder if this just takes more time than it says it does. So everything I thought I was testing, I wasn't really testing. And I've got to wait like 5 minutes for this thing to change. Maybe I just got to clear my cache. Let's do a hard refresh. No, that's not working. It works sometimes. That's good enough. Ship it. I mean, okay. So it doesn't sound like people watching have Azure experience specifically. But the way I went through this, at least from a user perspective, makes at least a little bit of sense, right? Like... Anyway, I gotta write this down though. Clicking network interfaces, and then okay, wait. Let's do this from the beginning. We go to our security group. We click network interfaces. We find our network interface. Well, we find the associations. So fine. Then when we click one of these, we still need to do change security on that. I guess it was set to none by default. That's the weird thing. I don't understand that. Okay, so alternatively, then you need to associate the security group with the VM. So let's write this down. We went to the security group. So go to the NSG, click network interfaces, make sure there's an association to your VM. Part of what okay, so fine, make sure there's an association to your VM. Then there should be a change security icon where you see settings and delete on the VMs page now. Click that and set it to your NSG. So can I refresh this page yet? Still not working. Do I restart this? Yeah, wow. I don't know what this is doing. If we go back into the network security group here, my inbound rules have it so that 7896 is allowed and goes to destination 7896. And this is any traffic. Made sure it's allowed. I did not do any IP tables wizardry. I can't load this URL. But if I dissociate the network interface, then everything works fine. Okay, well, I guess. It's not that it's, so everyone, what I did is I added back in the network interface because I still don't understand what's going on. I need to research this later. All right. I'm going to write this down. Go look up information on NATs and why I can't seem to configure an NSG on Azure. Change it in your security group. IP tables I think is always running. I just don't have it configured to do anything special. So everyone, I'm not sure. So I guess what I'm getting at here is like I have this association and I hit change security and it's already set to this, my network security group. So, okay, there, it's done. And that group has a port open on 7896. Like I recognize that by removing the association, this should work. But anyway, I don't understand enough about what's going on. So I think we just stop this for now. I think we just say botland is gonna run on here. Okay, let me do this. Let me go into my DNS and I'm gonna change play.bot.land to point to this. And I'm just gonna have it not running anymore. So on that first VM security group, add the rules. It's different than your inbound rules, you know? Or did you add it to both? First VM security group. That is how about I name these things much better than they are? First VM just got applied to like everything. How do we rename this? How do we rename this? Quick start, access, tags. Can I? Come on. I just want to rename it. Maybe it's in properties then. Resource, subscription, and subscription. Well, you can't rename this stuff once it's already settings? Okay, well, I guess I can't. Wait, what was that? What was that icon that just popped up right here? That. What is that? Click to copy. Oh, never mind. Okay, yeah, as far as I can tell, I can't rename a security group, which that seems weird. But anyway, then going back into what I wanted to show you, let's see. So this is my network security group. So if I go to the network interface, this one, so in here, I can change the security on this, and the only group I have access to here is First VM. And it wasn't in properties. There was something about subscriber ID in there, and like I didn't see a place where I could change this. And yeah, I don't think this was like a propagation thing, because this is still not working. Maybe I would reboot it or something. Is Azure any good? I don't know. I don't know. You can't rename an Azure resource group? Well, the unfortunate thing is that all these things have the same name. And they're only differentiated by their icon. So figuring out what it is I want to actually click over here. I realized though that this is a little bit easier than what I did. So this is choose your network interface, or you can get to it through your NSG by clicking network interfaces. Okay, so yeah, I don't network security group First VM. Yeah, and this has my inbound and outbound rules. Inbound is allow 79.6. Right? Nope, I don't understand. All right, well, let's set up my DNS. Where did that go? All right, here we are. So DNS. So I'm going to reroute play.bot.land. And it'll take some time for this to affect everyone. So let's see. Play.bot.land is currently pointed at DigitalOcean. Yeah. So delete that. Yes. All right, and now let's add in a new one for play.bot.land that goes to this. All right, there we go. Okay, so I have just broken botland intentionally. There is no way to play the game any longer. And at some point, ping play.bot.land will return the new IP address. Yeah, I guess this doesn't hurt to show. However, it's not going to work on there. And yeah, I think I need to write this down. This is my biggest question. Yeah, so question. Why? Wait, I already wrote this down, didn't I? Yeah. Why can't I use an NSG at all without stopping all traffic except SSH somehow? I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna write this down. All right, so sorry about that. All right, let's go on to the next step now, which is delete DigitalOcean entirely. Just take down their whole website. Do we have anything else on this machine that I need to save? Have I done anything that I need to know about here? Let's go to here. What do I have? Express test, Node.js, Let's Encrypt. Oh, the HA proxy information. That'd probably be pretty useful. I think I have that saved. Well, let's do this. What is it? Config. Wait, where's? Where was the HA proxy set up? Wow. I don't remember. Huh. Sudo command not found. What? Is this just a super old... Oh, man. Okay, I think this is just an old window. I need to... No, sudo still not found. Alright, what do I know? Wait, why is that the case? Sudo not found. Wasn't I using this just last week? And where's all the other stuff? Alright, HA proxy / etc. Yeah, it should have been here. ls etc ha proxy.cfg. But it's not there. Alright, let me stop the... I gotta do a few things. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm stupid. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to make it so that botland costs a lot of points because I screwed everything up. All right. So let's try this again. Switch user sudo. Do I have sudo now? I still don't have sudo. Did I never have sudo? Oh, I never configured HA proxy on this machine. Oh man, I'm an idiot. Okay, so no, this particular machine doesn't have anything of value on it, I'm pretty sure. All right. Also out of curiosity here, how much of this did I use? VDA1, 2 gigabytes? Does that mean I use 2 gigabytes? I wonder how much of that is EOS. Surcrash just, I don't know, my brain has shut down already. I just want to make sure there's nothing else on this machine that I might need. Also, I wonder if it's worth deleting everything on here. Does it even matter? Yeah, I think that's it. All right, so let's do rm-rf star and kill everything on this box. Well, everything in that directory at least, which was, yeah, good. Okay, so that's all gone. Now let's go deactivate DigitalOcean entirely. Which, I'm sorry, I've got to do right now. I got to make sure that I'm not getting charged for anything. Because if I don't do this, then I might have a bill for some, fraction of $1. Ideally, I don't get charged for anything. So how do I cancel this account? Destroy. This is irreversible. We will destroy your droplet and all associated backups. Destroy. Yes. Okay, so I have destroyed it. Looks like you don't have any droplets. So how do I'm not getting charged any money if I don't have any droplets, right? Where do I see my bill? Is there a way to see your bill on this site? Does anyone use DigitalOcean? Huh, weird. DigitalOcean, how to see bill. Bill stickers is innocent. Weird. How do I do this? I mean, I'm assuming I'm not going to get charged if I don't have anything I'm using. Let me just take a look really fast. I gotta check my email for this and just make sure. So DigitalOcean, because I got something the other day about a bill, and I could have sworn there was a website you could go to. Where did I even get this? Credit? I am not sure. I signed up when? On October 25th. So they gave me $10 of credit, and it's $5 a month. So if I canceled today, I shouldn't get charged anything. I just want to verify this. But I don't know where to find this out. No. They just sent me an email. It should be right here at the top. Maybe I signed up with a different account. Sorry guys, I know this is not happening on screen right now. In fact, let me go start up Botland so that there's at least something for you guys to look at. Yeah, weird. I don't see this anywhere. I wonder if I somehow deleted it. Recommend killing your Azure instances and restarting with this tutorial, by the way. When was this written? It was last updated 10 icons ago. How do I want to see when it was last updated. All right, we'll get clever about this. 11:20. Okay, that's pretty recent. All right, I'm going to read this after the stream then. Thank you. All right. And yeah, thank you for that. I still can't figure out where the billing information goes. I'm positive I got an email about this relatively recently. I know for sure I was looking at my bill. No, wait, no. Maybe... No, I think I know. I think I know where to find this. Here we go. Your credit, 30 cents. View usage details. I found it. All right. They give you a billing PDF here. So they said start 12:01. So that was the beginning of this month until 12:21 at... oh, I see how they charge credit. Credit remaining. Okay, good. So then I think we're done. All right. Okay, then I think we're finished. DigitalOcean is no longer, and Botland is unfortunately no longer as well. This site will only work if I go remove that network interface. So this is something I'll try to figure out tomorrow. In the meantime, yeah, Botland won't be playable, but then again, nothing's changed in the last couple of weeks, and people have hardly been playing anyway. So at some point, I'll bring this back online. Okay, well, there we go. There we have it. So we've canceled DigitalOcean completely, and we switched to Azure. This part is no longer true, so whatever, I guess. This I need to write down, or just keep in mind. Let's put it here for now. Okay, so we are finally ready to start for today. That was 2 hours of just figuring out Azure, and in the end, can we say that we figured it out? No, probably not. And that's what later is going to be for. So let me close out of some of these other browser windows I have open. We can close all of this stuff. And I think that's everything. Is there still something open? Yeah, this. Let's just combine that here. Okay, so pre-beta accounts, add a password field, re-get token automatically. So transition to Azure, I don't think is done, but I think this is what I've got to do. So let's get rid of this stuff. The Christmas lights program, we'll maybe think about that later. So let's put this here. Prepare for pre-beta accounts by adding a password field. Ideally, I would salt plus hash them as well. then re-get token automatically. Okay, so yeah, we got to finish up from what I was doing on Friday. I'm gonna close out of all of this stuff. In fact, I don't know. I'm gonna save this in my OneNote. Where did I put this? Azure. This is how I would get IP tables working. Yeah, so get rid of that now. Get rid of this. Don't need that. Okay, so welcome to day number 1 of this week. I will show you guys some things that I have in news here. This is done. BizSpark is now old news. So here's the recap video from last week. I recorded this, I believe, yesterday. Yeah, and that talks about the progress from the week before. I will also show you something that I only mentioned in that video, which is my Git repository log. If you take a look, last week started on the 14th. So I have only done, 22 revisions last week, whereas the week before, which was also not a particularly great week, was 29, and the week before that was probably much, much more. When did that last week start? My hard drive is spinning up for some reason. I don't know why it's needed to 11:30. So we went 22, 29, 53. So that's our revision. So 3 weeks ago was 53, 2 weeks ago was 29, and last week was 22. So these are number of commits to my Git repo. The reason for this is because starting 2 weeks ago, I believe, I wanted to start to get accounts working the proper way. So here's how accounts work right now. When someone wants to sign up for pre-beta, they whisper my bot the word game, and then that sends my computer, like this particular computer that I'm streaming from, that sends me a message saying that, hey, this person just purchased it. Then a whole bunch of communication happens to remove your points, give you access to the game, and tell the main server that you have access and send them your credentials. So there are 2 computers involved in that, but all the accounts are really being stored in it's kind of in 2 places. So that's going to need to change. Hey, Marvel. Gotta make sure to get sleep tonight. Okay, so where I left off, could not figure out why I couldn't drop the database or even run my connect raw function, so I haven't finished the setup script. I actually did figure that out. So that's done. Set up the test database. Okay, we gotta check this in. So clean up code from Friday, and then I believe we need to write the test. In fact, this stuff is done. Need a script to start it. Clean up. Yeah, okay. This is where I am on my to-do list right now, on this line right here. So let's close out of all of this stuff. I don't think we want that either. Close this, close that, close all of the things. What else? Like, I don't know what some of this stuff was for. I don't know if I'm gonna regret doing this. Well, it's done. So there, it's all closed. Hey, Olo. All right, now let's take a look at what we have in our commit. So we have the test main. How did we do things here? We did a decent job at commenting this stuff. Yeah, okay, so let's go back into rest test main and the promisify function here. C promisify start for comments, name or ID. What is this for? This isn't even used. No, it is. pm2.delete. Oh yeah, this is, I'll star, the pm2 ID of the process or the name of the process, and it returns a promise. Okay, so launch REST server. This will launch the REST server. I think that kind of goes without saying. When did you realize Russian language? I'm not sure who you're asking that to. And hey, Gliz. All right, I feel like, okay, so pretty much every time I've stepped into DevOps territory, I felt like DevOps does not want me here. And I felt like I was being shooed away. Whenever I get back into dev territory, I feel like this is fun. I like doing this. So I think I just need to get better at the DevOps stuff. And part of that is going to be researching. So any articles you guys have to send my way or books you want to talk about, it's not like I get to read them, even within a week of you sending them sometimes. But it's good to have that. I need those resources so that I can get better at this. And the last thing I read was that how to structure REST services. And that's that note I was showing you guys here. Like, these are the notes I took last night, and I'm glad. I mean, I didn't know. First of all, I even learned new things last night. I had never heard of HTTP patch, and now I realize how I need to structure some things. Granted, a lot of the content of this article that was listed was targeted at public APIs, and my API will not be public in the sense that I expect users to use it. I expect my servers to use it. So what we really should do here is clean up some of these console.logs, but we can clean that up later, I think. Yep. Okay. So, all right, to do this is kind of a fake test for now, so clean it up. Well, it's not really a fake test, but okay, there's that. The next thing is in Gulp about to start the main REST test file. So let's do this too. I'm going to close the client, and we're going to go into the central server and call Gulp server watch. And then, yeah, let's wait for that. And McLeod, Scaling PHP was a great book. The PHP part is useless, but he talks a lot about the stack and how stuff like HAProxy and MySQL has a place. Interesting. I'm surprised that person hasn't just made a scaling stuff book. Well, I'll write down your suggestion. So I have a to-do. Yeah, I can't show you guys this note, but I have a note that says what books people have told me to read for leisure, for education, what TV shows I should watch, what movies, what YouTube videos, which is now empty, what games, what music I should listen to, and then what sheet music I should learn how to play. So this is why I said I will probably not get to some of this stuff. So December 2015, everyone suggests this. There we go. Done. Okay, now in order for us to know this worked, and this is what's super annoying for right now, but where's Botland? Here we go. Central server. Let's delete the dist folder. I know, crazy. I'm shooting myself in the foot right now. And then when we save this, we should see files start to flow back in. Or we don't see files start to flow back in. See, you have to trick the computer into making it want to create files. I don't think that worked. Why did it not work? This is moderately alarming. What would I have screwed up? Maybe it's just taking a really long time. Well, all right, I'll wait until later. Add this one to my queue. What is this? I watched all those Jeff Goldblum videos last week. Okay. That's Rickroll. You got me. You get 2 Rickroll points. They're tracked only in my head. Alright, so actually, let me comment exactly what I did here. I added functions to start, the REST test framework now has code to be able to start the REST server itself. That way, only one process, the test process, needs to be launched by me when I want to test something. If you have some time, answer. If not, no problem. I realize that in JS it's possible to make an array which contains variables in different types. For instance, one, well, yes, that's correct. How do you do it in C++? Someone told me that it's impossible, but I don't know why. Is it because arrays in JS are treated as objects? So JavaScript has what's called dynamic typing. This means that you don't need to specify a type of a variable. So I can say something like a equals 5, a equals 5, a equals new array 5, 5. I can change this type on the fly. This is valid JavaScript code. C++ has what's called static typing. So at programming time, you come up with what you want your variable to be. Int x equals 5, you could say like string sx equals something, I don't know, hi, and maybe you have some object, person sx equals whatever. So if you want an array in C++ to contain a bunch of different things, you could make pointers to those things if you want, and then you'd have just, I guess, like void pointers. But I don't think typically you'd end up doing something like that. Anyway, it all depends on what you're trying to accomplish. So that's the reason why that's the reason why JavaScript works the way it does and why C++ works the way it does. It all has to do with typing. But if you want to know how to accomplish a certain thing, and yeah, there might be some libraries or something in the standard library too to help with that. The REST test framework now is code to be able to start the REST server itself. So this is good. There's still, and hopefully we have this written down here. Yeah, this. Okay, so that part's done. Now I think we can check that off. Enter a connection loop with a timeout. Test the timeout logic to make sure it works. We can't have tests running unless the server is started. Okay, so the connection loop. This is here in launch the, where am I looking? Launch REST server. So once it's launched, we're here, but we don't know for sure that the server is actually listening to us. So how could we accomplish this? We could just try using one of the APIs until it returns. We could add a ping API or something similar. I think just using one of the APIs is best. That way we're not modifying dev code for this. So what API makes the most sense? Let's load up this Postman. Postman takes a long time to load. Okay. Oh, by the way, did this ever finish? It did. Okay, so it was just taking a very, very long time. Our root always returns okay true, so we can test a connection. So my root returns nothing right now, I think. Localhost 8080. In fact, this is probably, yeah, web page is not available. So it says connection refused, which is, what is the code of connection refused? It's HTTP, what, 500? Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's because we're about to go change this. So let's make a root for just slash that says this dot ping, handled ping. I'm gonna just call it ping, yeah. So let's take this handle ping, and all this is gonna do is rest.send, say root 10 times fast. I think that'd be pretty easy. So I'm just gonna send something like A, B. Sure, great. Return next. So when I start this, let's start run without PM2. Okay, so now when I try going to this URL, we should see this print out. Let's wait for that to load up. Done. All right. Git is not allowed. Oh. Well, let's make it Git. Hey, Jacobus. Did you try out plain tasks? Okay, there we go. We got AB. Nice. What host do you use for Node.js? Merplix asks. So I was using DigitalOcean. I had credit on there. I got some $10 coupon, which let me use their cheapest VM for 2 months. Now I'm using Azure because I got access to BizSpark, which gives me a lot more credit every month for a total of 3 years. So I'm using Azure. I'm not like totally happy with it yet because I've done a lot of struggling with it. Okay, so yeah, this is good. I'm gonna write, this is only used so that I can know when the server is running, e.g. from test code or just hitting the URL in a browser. Don't need to return anything. All right, so what this means is that I can now finally test this. So we're going to enter a connection loop here. So let's think of how I want to do this. Let's say function ensure REST server is running, and I'll write timeout in MS. So how do I want to do this? We're going to make a promise that resolves when this thing works. So let's go up to here. I don't know if, here it is, okay. I don't know if this is the best way to do things. So I'm gonna just kind of plot this out and we'll see what happens. So we want to promise, we're gonna call, well, we need to call this. We need to create a client. Now, does this also require that we destroy this client? Restify. Might consider purchasing Linode. Do I recommend it? I've heard good things about Linode. The reason I went with DigitalOcean, I think Linode, I looked at the pricing of all these things. I wrote comparisons. I just wanted what's cheapest. Yeah, so Linode did not have a $5 tier. And I only needed the $5 tier of DigitalOcean. So if you go to DigitalOcean pricing, I thought this was really good. So it's a ½ gig of RAM, which is enough to host like one node process, maybe two. It depends on what you're doing. But for me, it worked out to like 1.5 pretty much. And then they gave you a core and a solid state drive, which I liked. This thing has that same thing too. Really, hard drive storage on a cheap OVM is probably not going to be an issue for anyone. All right, but Merplix, if you're going to use this, let me link you to something. So let me go to Reddit really quickly. So if I go to my user page, there's an article you should read. It's this. Merplix. There we go. So this article, the reason well, actually they put TLDR right here. But basically, if you're going to use something like this, you have 1 GB of RAM on this Linode server. And if you're using DigitalOcean, you have a ½ gig or you have 1 gig if you're going to get their cheapo options. Again, like if you get one of these things, then you don't have to read that article. But the short story is that Node is just going to keep consuming memory. It won't even run a full heap compaction garbage collection until you either tell it to or it determines that it should run it. And the only way it can determine that accurately is if it knows how much memory it has accessible to it. So just make sure that when you start your processes, if you don't have a lot of RAM on the machine, that you start your process like this. That way it doesn't use a whole lot. And you actually can't just set this to like the total number of RAM you have minus a certain amount, because you don't know how much the new space is using. There are options for that too. I think they talk about that in here. But anyway, just keep that in mind. So if you see your process just closing randomly, that's why. The bargain users are always the most support heavy? Huh. I never thought about that. Yeah, but couldn't they just sell support? Like, they give you a $5 tier and they say you can't actually ask us for help unless you pay money. That's actually what a lot of services do sometimes. They let you use like 2 support tickets and then you have to pay for more. Anyway, what was I looking at? Restify client. I wanted to see, do I have to close this thing down? So let's take a look at restify.com. So client API, do we have a close or a destroy? Let's take a look at their, oh wait, I was already there. Here. So let's take a look at their client. So let's just look for string client, because I think this, we're going to find it all in the same spot. Yeah, good. Restify clients lib. So I believe that all of this inherits from HTTP client. So let's just take a look at this. What do we have? HTTP client. Okay. Good. Then we have, oh, yep, close. There we go. Okay, so we'll just need to call close on these things. Would you pick a pay support provider over a free support provider? I would in the case that I needed, which was the cheapest possible way of hosting a site. So I would have picked DigitalOcean $5 tier over Linode's $10 tier if it meant that I didn't get support, because I would trust that the internet had enough resources to help me, and that is proving not totally true, or at least not easily accessible in the case of Azure right now. But yeah, I think it's just different users would want different things. I'm not trying to say like this is definitely what they should do. I'm just saying I'd never considered that before, and here's a possible way to get around that and still have a cheapo tier. Okay, so let's get this. We're gonna need something like this with a finally. So let's do this. Return new connects.promise. Connects.promise is just Bluebird promise. So let's go load up index.html. This one. All right, and then let's take a look what happens when we do this. If I say a equals new blue, wait, what? New. Are these promises Bluebird promises? Promise, defer, promise. Yeah, this is a Bluebird promise. So if I say just new promise, what do I have here? Oh, I don't want to do that. I want to do promise.resolve. Yeah. So return connects.promise.resolve. So dot then we're going to do all this stuff. But in the dot finally, we're going to say this. We got to close this client. So let's do let client equal this stuff. Good. And then in the finally we do client.close. Okay. Now something I never thought about here is no, we've got to close it if we've connect. Yeah, okay. We got to do it this way. Or we make one. Yeah, this is probably a better way. If we made one client for everyone to use. Yeah, I think that's better. So what happens if we try creating a client and there is no web server up? What happens? So let's close this down. Let's go into botland test. We'll run node here. We will include restify. Var restify equals require restify. Good. Now we try connecting. What happens? Client dot. Huh. So that works. It's not until we actually try doing something with it that it will stop working. Let's try this out. Client.get/. And then we need to pass any parameters. We don't have any though, so we say function error request res object. And we're just going to say if error throw error. Console.log no error. Whoop, I screwed up. This is gonna totally fail. Oh man, okay, fine. Let's try again. So function, we have if error, throw error, console log, no error, close the function, close, oh whoops, there was one extra parenthesis. So what do we get? It should time out at some point and then say our error. Or it knows that it's not connected. What happens if we start up the server now? That seems very strange. It says no error as soon as we start the server. So we need to figure out how timeouts work on this thing. You should look into Supertest, a lot simpler. What is Supertest? Via Super Agent, made by the same people. High-level abstraction for testing HTTP while still allowing you to drop down to lower-level API. So, example. You may pass an HTTP server or a function to request. If the server is not already listening, then it is bound to an ephemeral port for you, so there is no need to keep track of ports. Interesting. Since any HTTP error, let's call back at the first argument. Okay. And I want to see what the what super agent is as well. Ah, yes, makes sense. Request.post send.set.set. So really, this adds a very thin layer on top of this, it sounds like. What does this even do? Or maybe I'm not understanding it properly. So they pull from lib test. Test, server address, expect, and assert. Yeah, this is actually really simple. The only thing I haven't looked at here is agent, which is probably not that large of a file. Yeah, this is very small. All right. So yeah, this just adds some test functions on top of super agent. Super agent does sound like it's easier for me to use than what I'm doing right now. Do you think it's possible to make a real-time game using long polling? I think it's possible. I don't know if you'd want to do it. I mean, it kind of depends on what you mean by real-time. Is it like first-person shooter level real-time, or is it like what's less than that? I don't know. All right, does this also handle connecting for us? Should I just use this right off the bat? JSON API file. And I'm guessing then that this is the same MIT license as the other one. Yeah, it is. Okay, I could test this. I will save off what I've been working on so far. Although one of the things I do want to check really fast is just how long does this take? Minimum timeout is 1000, maximum timeout is infinity. Oh, well, that explains that. I guess when I did create JSON client, I should have passed in a timeout. So let's take a look at the HTTP max. Where's timeout defined? connect timeout, amount of time to wait for a socket. Oh, there we go. Finally said error. Okay, so we can say connect timeout is, let's say 5,000. So if I were to it's slowed by 4. Verplex said is PHP slower than Node, and Void Dreamer says it's slowed by 4. Okay, well, this is something that I think I'll try out Supertest. In fact, how about I can pass an HTTP server to it or a function to a request. The server's not already listening for connection. App.get user. The part I'm debating about right now is how I would set this up. So it says I can pass an HTTP server to it, which I'm already making with create JSON client, because this is calling into, wait, it's calling an HTTP client, which is probably going to need a server. Where do we use HTTP in here? No, come on. Aha, proto. Proto.request. So they don't make a server. This thing says, but this doesn't really make a server either, unless Express is doing that. Merplex, actually here, you know what? Someone told me about this a while ago, coding.io. Why don't you try this out? I just realized this could probably help you. It's not even loading for me, so maybe it's down. Okay, well anyway, what I think this site is, I haven't used it before, is it's a VM site just like DigitalOcean, but they have a free tier, and currently offline. Cloudflare's always online technology. Well, that's interesting, I guess. Sure is always offline. All right, wait, what was that? Yeah. All it does is take the function that you would bind to a port and then passes the request to it directly without having to bind to a port. It's live for me. Okay, well anyway, yeah, check out coding.io or maybe c9.io. I don't know. And then let's write a test for this. So I'm gonna make, let's go into this del test ms. I guess this is where I'm just throwing a bunch of stuff right now. So let's go into here. Let's do npm install save whatever this thing is called, Supertest. Also, I need to stand up. So there we go. So I install it, I get request. So this is the very simple example of this. Let's put this into app.js. So I'm just going to comment out all of this because I don't care. We're going to put this here, and we're going to get this res.send. So I don't have Express here. I wonder, let me install that too, I guess. So I played Undertale over the weekend. Now I have the music to that going through my head. It's a pretty interesting game. When the chat comes 5 seconds before the stream. Ooh. Doesn't sound very good. So we can get something like this, and we can make sure that it's got what it needs to have. Let's just say expect 200. And what's this for? In end. Express deprecated, res.send status body, use res.status status.send body. Oh, so they chain methods now. Res.status status. Send status body, use status status. Okay, so I do this status dot body undefined is not a function. Oh, dot send body. Whoops. Okay, so in end. So then this must have worked. Wait, does that even make sense? No, what is this doing? I'm being stupid. This is not what I want to do. I'm a total moron. I just realized what their example is trying to do here. So what they're trying to do is they start a server right here, and then they start requesting from it here to make sure that their user is what they think it should be. And they should get in here their response. So if I do stringify res, let's see what this, and it'll give me that deprecation error again, that's fine. Content length of 20 got 15. Okay, fine, 15 then. I just want to see what this returns. Is Toby in there? Name, oh yeah, it is. It's just spelled T-O-B-I. Shows how much I remember. Okay, so here's what we gotta do instead. So app is just gotta be our connection to our server. So that actually probably could be a Restify client. Not that we might want that. Should I install Linux on my Chromebook? I don't know, I've never actually used a Chromebook. I'm not sure what I would use it for. I would probably want more out of my computer than just Chrome, the browser. I guess it depends. If I was like a very heavy Facebook / YouTube user, maybe I'd want a Chromebook. Alright, so need to pass an HTTP .server or function to request. If the server is not already listening for connections, then it's bound to an ephemeral report. Eval data versus JSON.parse data. Those are two totally different things. I'm not sure if you're asking me to tell you what the two differences are. I can share that with you. What is your question? Okay. So we need to pass in an HTTP server. Let's go to node HTTP. And I know this documentation is way ahead of time for me, but that's fine. Let's connect. Close listen. Shouldn't I be able to do this? Deprecated, use HTTP request. Huh. No, I don't follow yet how I'm supposed to set this up. Let's find out. Passing the app or URL each time is not necessary. If you're testing the same host, you may simply reassign the request variable. Oh, so I could just do this then. Yeah, request equals request. like how they did this. I'm going to call this super test. That way I don't need to remake this. Then here we can say request equals super test. And this is not this. What did I set it to? 8080? Port. Oh, I can specify the port. Oh, that's actually a much better way of doing things then, huh? Well, for now we can just make it 8080. Okay, then let's start this server. No, this is wrong. Expert man. Oh. So yeah, Merplex, did you have a question there? So now when we get this, we don't need this here. We can just do this. And let's inspect what's actually happening when we get this. So I'm going to make a new API somehow. Maybe by just doing this. Save, add to collection. Yeah, so request name is going to be just ping. What? Alright, so let's put this at the top. All this does is return AB. Good, but I wanted to see its status is 200. So expect 200. Alright. Then, yeah, actually that should be it. Yeah, let's try that out. App is not defined. Well, I don't think we need that. We can just say request.get. Yeah. In end. Res is something, but who knows what. Perfect. Text AB. All right. Content type application JSON. So I can do this here. I can say var JSON equals JSON.parse res console.log JSON.a. You should put B on the command line. Unexpected token O. This means it's not actually valid JSON. And it's not. I bet Supertest has some way to deal with this. Let's take a look. What am I testing? I'm testing the REST server that I have. So the way I'd been testing this previously is with Postman, and I was just clicking these buttons and making sure they return something. Now I'm writing the automated tests for it. Let's see, did they mention anything about JSON in here? Expect content type JSON. Yeah, that's fine. But then how do you check the response of the JSON? ID. So what I can do this. Expect 200. I can say A, B here. Unexpected token. It's because that's a period, not a comma. Okay, and what if I put AC? Does it say that it's wrong? Yeah, it does. Interesting. So why do I put this inside of this expect? Can I do this anywhere else? What if I did? Yeah. What if I pass this an object? And we just got rid of this entirely. Maybe I should do it this way. Yeah, there. Okay, let's try that. Does this work? Okay, so far. Yeah, perfect. Okay, I like this way better because we're expecting one thing at a time. So I'm going to keep it this syntax. We're going to format these lines of code. So then what is left to be tested here? I think I should just read through this documentation really quickly, find out any other features that I'm missing. Oh, actually, yes, there is definitely one other thing I need to test here, which is the timeout functionality. So let's close the server and then try this again. What happens? It should cannot read property status of undefined. This is coming from 22. What? Apparently not my thing. Yeah, I think it can't get request, so it just fails. You don't need an end function when you get to Mocha. Make the test async and call done with the last expect. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. And I saw that in the documentation, but thank you. I need to specify a timeout for this. Because I'm sure, like, part of what my test, actually, I don't necessarily have to do this, but it would be nice to know that the server's just not running. Let's see. Also, I just remembered something that I need to write down. Christmas gift. I called a friend up this morning and talked for 42 seconds. I said, have you played Undertale? He said, no. I said, then I want you to do two things. One, don't look up anything about Undertale. And then two, send me your Steam ID. This is not what I wanted to look at. I wanted to look at what is the main function in here, and do we have any sort of timeout? No configurable timeout here, or at least it's not named timeout. Super Agent might have something like that. Where's Super Agent? Here we are. Is there a timeout here? I guess it would be in the document. Request timeouts. A timeout can be applied by invoking rec.timeout, after which an error will be triggered. Oh, wait, there's a .callback on this. Oh, .end, I mean. Function, and what does this take in? Probably an error in a message. Let's just do this. So stringify arguments.length. Let's do that. And then let's stringify the first argument. Okay, so this should fail, but hopefully we get something out of this. Undefined is not a function. Okay, so super test, this doesn't even load. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Node var super test equals require super test. No, this returns something. What, there's just no .end? Undefined. Wait, what? I thought... Oh, they do request.get. Is there a supertest.get? No. There's just supertest. Where's my Santa hat? Stream is incomplete. Timeout works. You can use all of the super agent stuff. But when I'm connecting for the first time, I need to use different... Okay, here's what this sounds like I need to do. It sounds like I need to do var request equals super test, and then request, like real request equals request.get. So the reason, I'll test this assertion out, but the reason I think I need to do this, and then I set a timeout of like 2000 dot end, and then this end function would be everything that I see here. Can I return here? Do I need to do something else? Let's just do this. Okay, let's try that. So undefined is not a function. It's because I meant to type supertest. No, wait, no I didn't. What am I doing? Oh man. Alright, let's take a look. What was I... Require super agent, then just start using it, right? Request.get. So I guess I didn't need to do this at all. I just need to say super test. Alright, I am a dummy. As back up a step. So here they required super test. Then they just started using this. Oh, they passed in an HTTP server, which I did not do. Oh, right. So all right, well, there are many other ways I can handle this. I don't think this is worth getting stuck on. What I could do is so in the case that this is working, let's see. Okay, there we go. It started. So in the case where this is working, I apparently can't have an end function no matter what. So let's just get rid of that. In the case where this works, I just get my, yeah, this is totally fine. This should be B, but I don't really, yeah, so everything works. We're good. So in the case where it's not working, we just get an exception anyway. So I guess let's just catch that exception. Yeah, cannot read property status of undefined. I just figured there'd have to be a better API way of doing this. And maybe there is, and I'm just not figuring it out. But I'll try this out. Now I'm trying to use this super test to test my REST API, yeah? Yeah, I am, Telroll. So what's nice about this, here's the code I had before. I would post to something, I get a whole bunch of stuff back, and then I would need to check out exactly what it is I needed. Actually, does this have anything about promises in here? I don't know. I might not want to. Everyone says, what are you trying to do? A timeout? Mocha handles that. No, so in my before, Mocha has a timeout that I need to increase so that it can set up the database and launch my server. The database setup, I think, only takes like a second, so I probably could just have this set to 10 seconds and everything will be fine. I'm not sure if I'd even want to use this API, though, to be honest. I definitely like certain things about this. This part's nice. I wonder if I wanted a promise out of this, what would I do? I guess I'd modify super test prototype and just add one in for the sake of test code. Okay. Yeah, okay. Then here's what I'll do. I'll go back into my code that I'd had here in the test, and I will do npm install save dev super test. So then in my test, I put const super test equals require super test. You can do tests without promise, you just have to include a callback. Right. But what I was thinking is, since I've been using promises for setting up all of the rest of this, that I might as well continue that. Oh, I'm not talking about the Mocha end of things necessarily. I guess what I'm talking about is I have like it test, yeah, function that I wanted. Let's say I wanted to do something, and this might not even be a case, where I want to say like request.get foo, I don't know, .expect something 200 dot then get something else. Like this would be create user, and then I want to test get user to make sure it properly added what I thought it should. In fact, I am going to need to do that. So I need to put all that into the end callback. Anyway, I think we'll just modify that. I'll get there in a sec. So here we have super test. We need to copy the things that we had in here. So we have a request. All right. So I guess I would say this. Man, my mouse just. Super test as promised. Someone modified this. Wow. Hey, SwiftBlue. Alright, yeah, everyone, this actually looks pretty helpful. Let me see what they did. They probably modified, what, one function? Like, I can't imagine this adds a lot. Yeah, so it's 76 lines of code. Make module. Oh, nice. I can actually take a look at how they promisified something. Huh. This is exactly how I would have done things, I think. We call this. Yeah. Interesting that they have a return here and not just an else with resolve. That's a little bit strange coding style, but it works. Out.agent, okay. Yep, I guess I'm using this. All right. And license for this, MIT license, nice. All right, so this is on top of supertest, right? Or does it rely on supertest and then I don't need to include supertest? Supertest. Dev dependency, supertest star. What does that mean? Does that mean, yeah, that I include supertest? Okay, good. So then I also need this library. So let's go get this library. How do I install this? All I'm wondering is what is the use? Yeah, there it is. Supertest -as -promise. Okay, that is now a dev dependency. So save dev. And then let's just take a quick look at what they've got there. So they require supertest as promised. Okay, cool. So then I say request equals supertest get this. But I can't do this here, actually. I need to say this instead. I need to say request equals null. And then in my launch REST server, I guess what I say is ensure that we connect to it. So I say request equals this. And then if this fails, then we have a problem. So what I could really do is something like this. Try, or maybe I do this here. So try request dot get. In fact, how did this work? When the server wasn't running and we tried connecting to this, what did it say failed? Node app.js. No. It was here. Node app. Cannot read property status of undefined. So I actually could test this here by just doing res.get/. Like this alone should fail. Console.log should not hit this. Should not hit this was hit. Okay. So this is asynchronous. But then this shouldn't work, right? Oh, is my server running and I just don't realize it? I don't think that's the case. Mason says, "Hey, how's it been? Sorry for not dropping by for a while." It's been going okay, I think. I don't know if I can say it's been going well. I'll show you the recap video from last week. Maybe you can determine how you think it's been going. I think progress has been a lot slower than it's been all the other weeks. But as long as OneNote gets more things added to it, then I am learning and it's not a waste. So I feel like, yeah, there is progress being made. Something else happened this weekend. I don't remember what it was. I think it was just the BizSpark stuff. Okay, so how can I actually make use of this, I guess? If error, throw error. No problem. Connection refused. All right, that's good. But yeah, that's actually fine. I think we just do this. Okay. So we do this. All right, nice. All right, so we make this. This should always succeed. Then we get rid of all of this stuff. And we put this here. If error, reject error. Else, resolve. Else just resolve. We don't even want to resolve it with anything. Request the root, since that's our ping URL. Okay. So if we can use this, this will ensure that the server is running. So here's what we'll try now. We'll do launch this, then ensure that it's running. .catch. Actually, no, we don't want a .catch here. Mocha will catch for us. So let's try this out. All right. I think we're finally good. So I want to run the REST test. All right. So here's what this is going to do. This is going to start everything for us. Everything. It's going to successfully connect. Then it's going to test an API. And then it's going to close the server for us as well. In order to accomplish all this, it's not that all of that takes a long time. That all takes about 2 or 3 seconds. It's transpiling that takes a long time. Connection refused. The REST server had started, so we're cleaning up PM2. That's not good. What's happening here is this console.log was not able to connect to localhost 8080. It's that's happening, but then the question is why? Am I having one of those days where I'm trying to work and it feels like my brain is all mush? I think here's one of the things that I've learned in the last couple of weeks. Learning on stream is not something that is easy to do. I'm not saying learning itself is hard. Learning obviously poses some challenge in that you need to exert effort in order to absorb new information. But on stream, I just have this totally different set of expectations, and it doesn't always work the way I want it to. And sometimes it's fine. And I mentioned to you guys the other day, like this stuff, I'm fine with this. The way I'm progressing through this, I think is fine, and I'll eventually get to the point where I am doing this and things are good. So it says was not able to connect to localhost 8080. I wonder what's going on. How about we test this? We put this in here, we say var, and then we install this library. So we go back into this npm install save dev. Let's try this out. Gladiator says, do I play chess? No, I don't. Personally having one of those days, I see. Solving problems on stream is helpful. So I think solving problems on stream is helpful, and I think some amount of learning on stream is to be expected. I think the problem is, let me think of a good example. Let's take today, for example. I'd never really used Azure before, and at first I didn't realize that I wouldn't be able to do what I was trying to do. Once I realized there was a problem, now it became solve the problem by learning how Azure works. It wasn't, I don't know. It's hard to do. It's not like it's not a thing that I'm going to really appreciate later because I might not even use Azure in the long run. And so learning it over the course of 3 or 4 hours, was it worth it in the end? Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, let's try this again. See what happens here. Cannot read property status of undefined. So I'm fine with that because the server wasn't running. But now that the server is running, it should be able to connect to it. Perfect. Okay. So what this is proven, if I start this server, actually no, I don't even need to start this server. Why is this failing then? It started the server. I guess it just didn't wait long enough. Super test. Quest.get/.end. If there was an error, so it's not able to connect to just slash. Huh. I have a feeling it's because it didn't wait long enough before doing this. But how do I test that theory? I guess I could just keep running this. Or I could put in some kind of delay. And the problem with continually running this is that my promises will just return immediately. I guess I return a promise that never resolves or rejects. Yeah, okay, that's what I can do. So we just don't do this. We instead put all of this into a set timeout. Okay, let's copy the code we have right now. Put this here, and now we get rid of this stuff. So if error, then let's just call ensure test server is running again. So this is else console.log. It worked. Actually, let's just stringify res in that case. And then here we'll say error. Okay, so what's going to happen here? We are going to try to get access to the REST server, then try to request just the root of it. If it doesn't work, we're going to just keep calling this function over and over and over. And if it does work, then we're going to say this. It'll never continue with the test, and after 10 seconds, it'll just fail anyway. It's slightly better than what I have right now. And this is just for diagnostic reasons. We're going to need to change this eventually anyway so that it doesn't need to go through this. So error connection refused. Oh, there. Okay, it took 3 times. So we just need to increase the timeout on this, really. How do I do that? Like rec.timeout. Yeah, okay. I think I know what I'm supposed to do here. I think all I need to do is this. Timeout, let's say 3000. So after 3 seconds, this is going to fail. So let's try that. No, undefined is not a function. All right, let's see what is a function in here. For var k in request console.log k. We have checkout, connect, copy, delete, get, headlock. Headlock. Trace, unlock. So where are they saying that I have this? This is applied to the request and all subsequent redirects, not per request. Okay. Also, there's a connect call that I just shouldn't be using, I guess. So I don't have timeout. Where am I supposed to have timeouts? If this connected, would I all of a sudden get it? Now this won't complain at me? No, I don't have timeout. I don't know what this documentation means then. Maybe they're using request differently. Huh. Node client may also provide absolute URLs. Yeah, I just don't know how to make this wait. That's the only problem. And let's see. They have, where is this? They have a way of making this that you can just say request and then say the URL you want. They don't really make use of that in this documentation, huh? Okay, well, let's take a look at timeout in this repository. See if there's anywhere we can make use of this. Client timeout. Request.prototype.timeout. Interesting. This apparently should exist. Do I have this code? Huh. Let's take a look at my copy. Do I have this? Super test. Yeah, super. Wait, is it super test? And this is supposed to come from super agent. Lib client. I do have this. So why do I not see this? How do I get a request? Is this what's exported from this module? Yes, it is. No, it's lowercase request that's exported. Aha! But this returns a new request, but does not have the same prototype as that request. What does this mean? Yeah, no, I'm not sure. So, okay, well, let's take a look again at the documentation that we had here. There's apparently a timeout function that I'm supposed to be able to call. They just say that, yeah, I can invoke it this way. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, they get it by, let's try this. Super agent equals requires super agent. No. Well, we have super test. I guess we can get that. Maybe that's where this is coming from, that the problem lies, I mean. So we get super test. We say var rec equals super test. Rec.timeout. Yeah, it doesn't exist. All right, well, let's just write our own. This is not worth the hassle, I think. So if we call this, I guess we could change our code to this. Oh, we can't. Return that. No, this won't. Yeah, I think we continually call it, then eventually we'll time out. So here's where we call resolve. Okay. This might work. And yeah, so here's what's going to happen. We're going to run through the test. It's going to start the server. It's going to connect, or at least it's going to try to connect. It'll probably try between 1 and 3 times before it finally connects. Now we know that it's going to connect because the test starts the server. So there's no way to start the test without it starting a server. We're going to need to modify it so that that doesn't work that way. So it says con refuse, and then finally we got access and everything's good. Now it's going to time out and say that there was an error because of how I made these promises work. So how do I do this? We need to say, I think we say resolve.then this. So we're going to resolve this no matter what? Can we do that? No, that's just a function. We've got to like chain it to the promise that we currently have. In fact, in order to figure this out, let's take a quick look at this. If I make a new promise with resolve and reject. This, oh, it's a function with resolve and reject. Let's do console.log, well, for var k in resolve, console.log k. Oh, I've got to do dot then. No, I don't know what I'm doing. So wait, that means, actually that would mean that resolve just doesn't have anything then. Because like if I did A5, I would see, yeah, I'd see A. So I can't chain things this way. I need to do it differently. I think I do this, set timeout. I don't know. Xpixel says, what are you trying to do? I'm just trying to make sure my server is running. I need to keep calling request.get in a loop, but I want a promise to be returned at the end of all of this. I'm gonna probably go get lunch and just come back and do this afterward. So let's say where I left off, we don't want this. Just need to get the timeout logic working. So where I left off is I did basically nothing. Yeah, I can't do something like this. I can't resolve this either, right? Yeah, let's put this off for a bit. So I think I should do the connections outside of a promise entirely, then just return a resolved promise if it worked. I don't know, that sounds stupid to me also. Alright, I'm going to take a lunch break. I'm going to be gone for a longer time than normal because my wife was gone the whole weekend, so we're getting lunch together. And when I get back, I'll be back for somewhere between like 3 and 4 hours. And it'll be more of the same of this stuff. Like I said, eventually we'll get back to game programming. We're not going to get there today. So yeah, I will go for lunch. And I'll see you guys after. So bye. Post socks? Okay. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back. Alright, so I think I should just do connections outside of a promise entirely, then just return a promise. I think that sounds good. Okay, yeah, let's do it. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to say set timeout $30 points, boys. Need a programming project idea for C++? Why not take... What I suggest to people usually is just an existing game. So take something like Tetris or Breakout or Pac-Man. It's a function in milliseconds. So we're going to say this. So set timeout. Try to... Oh, but this itself needs to return a promise. Oh, right. So... Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's look it up. Sperman was being facetious, I believe. I think if you've just learned the language, doing something on the console is probably best. So maybe something like Battleship, something like that. Set timeout. So promise.pending. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's deprecated. Alright, well, that's fine. I can just use my own for that. I just wanted to see how that worked though. But then just do deferred.resolve in here. Okay, so here's what we want to do. We want to say deferred equals new promise. And then this gets... Wait, well, how did I do this the other time I did this? Set timeout. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. So one way or another, this has to get resolved or rejected. But it would need to chain to other promises. I wonder how I would do that. And this is not something I've typically done. Well, let me think of what needs to happen here. We need to return a promise immediately, and this promise needs to get resolved eventually, one way or the other. And there needs to be retry logic on this promise. So, okay, I guess what I could do is this. I could say like, ensure loop. I could take in the resolve and the reject here. Or maybe even take in the promise. And I could say set timeout function, well, this, I guess. Make a request, then if that promise dot reject, otherwise promise dot resolve. It's not even that though. It's something like okay. We could actually make this get called once every 100 milliseconds. So there's got to be a number of, what do we do here? I guess we make a promise and then pass the whole promise. So promise equals that. There is no rejecting, I guess. I can just make a new promise. What did I eat? I had more just like vegetable stuff, okra and what was the other thing I had? Oh, cauliflower. What am I gonna do? New promise. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Promise dot. Function resolve reject, and this I guess wouldn't do anything, and then I return that promise after having put it into ensure loop promise. Does this even make sense? So timeout remaining. Then every time I get this function, I can do minus equals. So do this. This won't be an exact amount, but I could say something like this, I guess. So if timeout remaining is less than or equal to 0, then promise dot reject. Otherwise, just keep running it. So we can do this, console.log error timeout remaining. So I think this is a terrible API. Like, I think it's horrible. And I need to figure out how I would make this better. I don't know for right now, but I also don't know if this even works. I need to figure that out. So let's go back to this gulp rest test. All right, we can get rid of that. And then let me take a look at this. We make a promise that does nothing. So let's try this out. Let's make a promise that does nothing. Empty promise. Empty promise equals new promise function resolve reject that does nothing. So there's our empty promise. Now if we say empty promise dot then function console.log in then. Alright, so now it's pending. So now if we say empty promise dot resolve, that is not a function. So we need to, this won't work. Timeout remaining, not a number. Timeout remaining wasn't even passed in because this is not. Return, it's test over the course of 5,000 milliseconds, I guess. Okay, so what we need to do is pass it the resolve and reject functions. So this is essentially, we're just making a deferred, which is not a good idea. Like I said, this API is stupid. Let resolve, let reject. Well, resolve equals that, reject equals this. So then in here we pass in the resolve and reject functions. Okay, let's try that. Still terrible. Probably even worse than it was before. Well, let's try this then. If this is our empty promise, var promise equals that, connects is not defined, that's fine. So now we can say, We can chain that with this. So promise.then. And now when we say resolve, we should see this print in then. Good. Okay, good. Good. Now when we say reject, oh, we need to make a new promise. Oh, well, this tested it for us. Timeout remaining 4,900. No, it didn't do it again. No. All right, otherwise we need to do ensure loop, resolve, reject, timeout remaining. So let's try that, and then I'll take another look at this while I'm testing this out. So we make a new promise, we do the promise.then, and then we do reject. This should... what happened? Yeah, whatever. I think this will work. And now we wait. We wait and we see. Okay, good. Perfect. It worked. So we just we just had to deal with the fact that the API is really bad. How's the callback soup treating you? There's a fly in my callback soup. I wonder if I set this lower. Alright, so what have we done? What have we done? This is a very thin wrapper around ensure loop. Promise.race pattern. Sometimes it's useful to race two promises against each other. Consider the case of writing a timeout function. You could do something like this. There might as well just be a skull and crossbones here. Race, promise, delay, time. Oh, so much better. So much better. Alright, well, bonus points to Spurtman. I'm going to write this in my notes. I just started a note on promises last night. This is another thing I did. I told you about the note-taking I was doing last night. And this is why my weekends are not totally time off either. I've got to do all those research tasks that I have. So I think just linking to this is pretty good. Yeah. There is really good information here about patterns with promises. In particular, promise.race will let you write timeout-based code very easily. All right, so we still need the delay function, which returns a new promise. Can I do this? Let's test this out. Delay 500. Okay, and it'll get, so if I do .then function, actually I can just do this, I guess. Console.log hi. Perfect. This is I don't know. Sometimes this frustrates me when I do something like this because I think, okay, great, I figured this out. Well, I didn't really figure it out. It is figured out, but why couldn't I come to this conclusion myself much faster? And I know it's not good to beat myself up over it, because the point is that I'm here, and how can I learn from it for next time? So let's not beat myself up over it. Problem solved. All right, so we want this stuff. Let's take this. Oh no, not all of that. Sorry, just this. I want this. Delayed promise, and then we do promise.race. Okay, now we can close out of that and put this here. And all right, so timeout, promise, time. Yeah, okay. We can even put an error message, and then use that instead of this. So now ensure REST server is running. So we can take the code that we had and we can instead change it to this. Timeout, so we need a promise. The promise is, oh, whoops, we got rid of that promise. Well, it's got to be this then. So const promise equals new connects.promise function resolve reject. We put this code in here. If there's an error, then we reject it immediately with the error. And if it works, then we just resolve it. So here's our promise. Next up, we say timeout with our promise, our amount of time, which we passed in, timeout in milliseconds, and then our error message, which is could not ensure that the REST server started within timeout in MS. And we need to return that. Okay. This should be a much better API. Now we have only 2 wrapper lines of code here, the promise and the closing thing. All of this would need to be code no matter what. We need to do something on an error of this. We need to do something on the resolution of this. So let's test this out. And this is presumably like 10 times better than what we had, because we had this whopper of a function. Yeah, that's right, I said it. It's a whopper. Yeah, we'll be able to delete this. God, this is just ugly. Just so ugly. Now this is an API that I could be happy with. Of course, we got to comment it. Did super test as a promise not work out? No, it wasn't that wasn't working out. It was my timeout issue that I wanted to, delays not defined. I called it delayed promise, and I really should have called it make delayed promise. Where's delay? Where's delay? Is this even called time? Yes, it is. Goes to Burger King. Like, 1 Whopper, please. They just hand me the functions I wrote. Oh, we got this off your stream, Adam. Here you go. I say delicious. So no, everyone, it's not that super test didn't work out. It's that I wanted to make sure that my server was running, but I wanted to give it time to start up. And the problem is that the code I have to see if it's running, which is connect to localhost and then git / would just immediately fail. I needed to give it at least like 500 milliseconds, I think, or maybe 300. And so now I have the proper code to do this. So let's see. This should work. Come on, come on, come on. What happened? Oh, man. No, this promise is working. Okay. Let's take a look at that promise page again. See if there's some other pattern I should be using here. Resolve, reject, operation. See, I want to retry a promise until it succeeds. But with a timeout? Oh man, what do I do here? My old code actually, okay, let me get my old code, despite that I hate it. I hate its guts. Alright, let's do this. Let's save this off here. So this is going to get hit. If this gets hit, we need to try again. Not sure if it's possible in Node.js. Maybe better make delayed promise. Make a local function inside timeout because you won't use it. Oh, yeah, that would be possible. But the problem here is I don't have retry logic. Like, sure, this is timed out, but that actually wasn't the problem. There are 2 problems. There was timing it out and retrying when it fails. Or something along those lines. Could I do that? What would that even look like? So I want to race these promises against each other. I guess this promise is... This is what Spurtman is suggesting. What if I just did this? Yeah, I don't know. Let's find out what happens when we do that. So if we make a new promise, var resolve, var reject, and I say promise.catch, what happens when I call reject? This should cause an infinite loop, right? Can I just resolve all of your issues and suggest you don't bind it to a port and require the server and test it against the raw app? I parsed none of that. Let me reread this. That might work. Okay, wait, so everyone is saying don't bind to a port. So instead of specifying, whoops. So just take this out. What does this do? Everyone, I don't see how this would help. Like, I remember Supertest said something about this, but I didn't understand what Supertest was saying either. Supertest, let's see. What is this? If the server's not already listening for connections, then it is bound to an ephemeral port. Yeah, I don't see how that would even work. How would it know what port to connect to? Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is this, because I've been spending way too long on this. I think we're gonna go with the terrible code that I had before, and then just stop. Because otherwise, this I think is gonna just get out of control. So I made a promise here. I pass in the resolve and reject, and that's that. And now this should work 100% of the time, and it's terrible code that I'll never touch again, and maybe later I'll come up with something better. So let's try this out. You know, it was funny, as I was making the recap video last night, I thought, wait a second, I said I started MySQL last week. I just did not remember, and I apparently had. So I went through my VODs and I just thought, God, this is just such slow progress. So this should work. There we go. It failed. Could not ensure that the REST server started within 5,000 milliseconds. So PM2 started and it couldn't connect to it. Is it because... No, I have resolved there. Also, this seemingly only wants to work... Well... Wait, over the course of 5 seconds it didn't work? What does that even mean? Yeah, this is gonna time out. Cameras are in different dimensions? Yeah. Yeah, this camera is much better at white balancing. Why did this happen though? Timeout in milliseconds. I guess it's possible that this actually just did not work in 5,000 milliseconds. Everyone has paste bin this. Adam, please. Require the server file. Require super test. Server.get/. How does this know how to start on a particular port? Like I'm doing, wait, where is the port even used? Server.listen port. Oh, because I'm getting the server directly for, oh, I see what you're saying. Just pull in the Restify server directly. Oh, okay. Cole Clavstad says, how often do I stream? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, from 9 to 5. What's going on here? PM2 show. All right, I'll write this down for afterward. So Spurman suggests this, and everyone suggests this. Note, the benefit of this is that I don't need ports since I'm invoking the server directly. I also wouldn't need PM2. Also, I am totally fine with coupling at this point. The problem is I have lost the will to work on this. So I'm going to finish up what I was doing with bad code and then return to this after the stream at some point. However, even my old code isn't working anymore. Let me see what I screwed up here. So this is going to call into ensure loop. Timeout remaining. So it's going to be set to timeout in milliseconds, which is set to what, 5,000? Yeah, that part's fine. Timeout promise, timeout in MS. Yes, that's the problem. Okay, yeah, here was the problem. So this is part of this code up here. And then this is something I need to return the promise. Now this will succeed every time. Okay, and we don't run PM list, we run gulp, whatever, rest test. There we go. Okay, I think this will work. Like I said, I don't like the code, but I am done wrestling with this. Because we were at the point on Friday where, so the nice thing is the Restify client had a connect timeout inside of it already. So this test would pass because the timeout was set high enough where it would just wait. But then switching to super test, which I think has a better API, it wouldn't just work because I'd need to wait for the server to be started. This is still failing actually. Ensure test server rest server is running. We return the promise. What did I mess up here then? Ensure loop has a timeout. We resolve in this case. So let's see. Console.log resolving promise. This is timeout remaining. It's never actually going to hit that time. In fact, what we should do is like start time equals date dot now, timeout remaining, date dot now minus start time. Yeah. Right. So this is probably still going to fail too. In fact, I'm not really sure what's going wrong at this point. Or did I screw this up? Oh, right. No, that's what's happening. I got rid of the port here. Oops. So it wasn't connecting to anything that whole time. All right. This should be better. We got this. We got it. Then we're done. We finished Botland. Move on to the next game. My Little Pony's Adventures. With Bubblegum Horseface and Equine Emily. Playable characters, DLC, expansion packs. I'm gonna be a millionaire. Oh, here we go. Perfect. It worked. I don't know why I'm so blue about this then. So 49.89 went down to 49.78. I don't think those timeout values are right. In fact, something I want to try now. Hello Kitty Island of Adventure. I'll stream that tomorrow. We'll develop the game. We'll speedrun the game. So one thing I want to do here is, how about we just don't launch the REST server? So here's what's going to happen now. We're going to set up the database. That part's going to work just fine. Then we're going to check to see if the REST server is running. And it won't be because we're not going to start it. But this is this part of my to-do list. Test the timeout logic to make sure it works. We can't have the test running unless the server has started. So now this should test over the course of 5 seconds. Well, once it's started, it'll be over the course of 5 seconds. Then we just clean up the code and check in. Okay, here it goes. So it's going to finish this. Then we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now it should be done. If that's really going to count down to 0, well, that's more a problem with the countdown time not being correct. Counting by like 10 each time. How is that happening? Start time and then timeout remaining. So time elapsed is wrong. Date dot now minus start time. And then we call into the next one. I realized what I did. Okay, yeah, I got to do this here. That's how we do this. All right, then I think we're finally set. Yeah. Whew. Then we can call it quits on this API. Just start writing tests. There's a lot of stuff to verify too, so we'll start to make some much faster progress here. I don't have my phone charger in here. Here we go. Now this should count down. That's perfect. Okay, this is going to count down to 0. Promise rejected with no or falsy reason. Okay, good. We should just say reject. Can you reject it with a string? Or does it have to be a new error? Timeout. Timeout of timeout remaining. That's not even something I can do here. Ensure loop timeout hit. So now if we set that to an even smaller time, like 5 milliseconds for example, you should create timeout outside of ensure loop. Otherwise you're timeouting a single request instead of a whole thing. Yeah, I don't use the delayed promise. Yeah. Yeah, no, I have very much screwed up the code base by doing all of this, but I recognize that, and I'm going to try to fix this off stream sometime. All right, this should take 5 milliseconds and then fail, and it says it says throw an error, happy face. Okay. New error. All right, there we go. So that'll work. Promise.delay seems to be a thing in some libraries. Yeah, the thing is, I've got to. It's probably a thing even in Bluebird. Bluebird seems to add a lot of nice features. So if I look at the API reference, I'm sure it's. Oh, yeah, timers, delay, and timeout. So they have this built in. Yeah. I'll just write this down. Or I could use the built-in timeout and delay features of Bluebird. And again, I don't usually do this. I am just going to ignore all of this for now, though, and just check in this horrible code because it works and because I am sick of wrestling with it, like I said earlier. So we're going to set this timeout high enough. We're going to just try one more time here. It's going to hit the timeout again, but we'll actually, let's have it not hit the timeout, I guess. Let's just cancel out all that stuff. It doesn't matter. We can paste this into a new file. Get rid of the delay function, the timeout function, all of this stuff, I guess. So this is where, I have this all saved, so that's fine. Okay. And now we should finally be able to make use of this request. So should be able to create a user can turn into this. Let's go get our test code that we had. Yeah, so we can do something like this now. Request.get / expect A, B, end is. Oh yeah, we have, what should this be? This is super test as promised. Okay, so we need to take in the callback function, and we should do, let's actually create a user, I guess. So first we need a token. Now let's just write a real test. So first we need a token, so there's get. Let's try this out from start to finish. So we have a request. We have this. We're going to call into token. Is it token or tokens? What did I call this? I just called it token. I guess that's fine. It should probably be pluralized. Well, whatever. Okay, so let's start at the server. Server is running, so let's test this out manually. Retry is a function that returns a promise, leveraging the power of the retry module. So what, this depends on the retry module, I'm guessing? Dependency retry, yes. So while this might be 50 lines, retry is not 50 lines. Probably another 50 lines. Well, retry might be 50 lines. I'm saying that combination of all of this to get a generic solution was many, many more lines of code. But I'll write this down too. This is probably also a much neater API. Or I could use this. I do appreciate it. And I am going to look into this stuff, like I said. I might never return to it on stream. I might just say, oh yeah, by the way, that code was fixed. I might show it on stream, but I don't think I'm going to be coding it on stream. I think, yeah, okay. So let's test this out. We've got to use supertest to post to something. So here we do .get user. We need to do what is there post? Yeah, post .field .attach. guess I need to look at super agent for this. Okay, docs. Post. So they have .send in the post. So send must be the body. Let's try this out. So we're going to post to token, which that's what we're doing here, right? Yes, post, and we're posting user ID and password. So .send user ID 1, password Adam. Okay. And then we get a response. So expect 200. Let's just cut that out for now. What do we get back as a response to this thing? We get a token. Can I say .expect? No, I can't do that because I don't know what the token is. So we get a response and that's that. Let's try running this now. We're going to do node app. Yep, response. We have a token. So what is that in? Header. Yeah, and then we just have text. Rest.text. Nodes V8 is about 1.5 million lines of code. And so no. All I was getting at is that, so I was writing my own solution, and mine I thought was very ugly because it's a very specific solution, and it was like, let's say 20 or 30 lines of code. So when you advertise it, it was 50 lines of library code. I thought, okay, so there's a generic way of doing it in roughly twice the size, but it turns out that if you were to expand it all out, it's more like maybe 3 times or 4 times the size. I don't know. So that's all I was talking about, is as a metric of how much did I write as opposed to how much would I have needed to write to make a more polished solution there. Well, a more generic one. There are like plenty of ways I could have done this in a more polished way. What am I doing? Okay, so text. Text is an object that has token in it. That seems a bit weird. Text.token. In Node's world, it seems idiomatic to have a library for every little thing, so it's fine. Yeah, and I probably will eventually switch to something like that. Okay, I don't totally follow. What is this thing? Is this not an object? No, it's not. Oh, right. It's the... oh, man, I'm stupid. It's... okay, so here's what I'm getting back. I'm getting literally this text, which can be treated as JSON, but is not JSON unless I make it JSON. But then this won't work, I think. JSON.parse text. Maybe it will. It should, actually. JSON, we're going to say, is this. Then we're going to do JSON.token. Text is the string you do. No, I finally realized that. All right, text is not defined. What did I screw up here? I meant res.text. Okay, cool. So we got the token out of this thing. Great. Now, how did they do this? They said, what happened to my, we don't want that stuff. We don't want this. We don't want that. They did .body somewhere. But I didn't seem to have that, right? Stringify res.body. What happened there? That was strange. Oh, I do have that. Oh, so this is already... oh, okay, fine. So I can do .token in here. Oh, okay. So they put it into a usable form for me, and I know that that's a string. So we just need to make sure that that's defined. Well, and then we probably need to take it. So let's do this. Res.send. So let's take a look at supertest as promised. Hey, Finn. Request, post, send, expect. So that's how we had things now. Dot then function res. Yeah. Okay, let's try this out. So dot then function res. So we would have all of our code in here. And then we could do something else afterward. So this should work. Let's try it out. I forgot to put a closing parenthesis. That's why we're testing things here, because it's much faster. Yeah, we got everything exactly how we wanted to. All right, finally. I think we're at the point where we can write the test now. Okay. So we want this code over here. So we're going to post to token. Wait, we actually no. This is not the test I'm actually writing. We should create a user is different. Like I'll want this code eventually, but not for right now. What we really want for right now is just creating a user. So let's do this. We're going to post to create user. So let's do that. Create user. We're going to say user name is Adam. And dot then. So now as a response to create user, we get a user ID. Now we eventually need to change that. But I think I could have sworn they had just expect dot body, don't they? No, they don't. I could do dot expect user ID 1. Or maybe that has to be a string. I'm not sure. And then we can get the full thing here. We can just delete all this actually. And then we could call dot then done. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, let's try this out. So if I were to try starting this, I think it would say that it would fail. Let's make sure that the port is specified. How about that? That sounds much better. Can we specify the starting environment for this thing? I think we can. Finn says, good news, I'm learning JavaScript in Node. That's good. What are you trying to do in it? I like Node still. I still think there's some paradigms that don't mesh that well with me, and I need to keep like drilling them into my head. And I like that there are lots of libraries in Node. I think there's a lot of good stuff going on. So let's test this out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go into PM2 API. Oh wait, there was keymetrics.io. What was that page? This one. There's a way to pass in the environment. I just don't know how. So we need to take a look. Programmatic API. They mention what these options are somewhere. I don't remember where that was. Check out this article for more information. This is a blog post. What? Oh, they put everything into here? No, I don't want that. Here, I gotta sneeze. Okay. No, I know for sure this was here somewhere. I just... Strange. There were a whole bunch of options you could pass on startup. Where did they all go? Startup system support? No, it's not that. Oh, come on. Oh, here we go. Here it is. I found it. All right, good. Yeah, so we can say what the environment is. Environment node env development. Interesting. So yeah, this is what we want to pass in. Setting up a simple local file web server. Oh, cool. And how's Botland going? I think it's going well. Right now I'm writing tests for the, oh, and thank you, Wheelie. Right now I'm writing tests for the web server that I wrote. And I think that right now the tests are about to go much better than they were going before that. So let's do const port equals, let's come up with a port I've never used before, 7272. Then let me go into where I'm using 8080 and let's change this to port. Finally, when I start PM2, so PM2 start, this takes in options. The options I need, I've got to pass in env. So let's just take this same thing. Env, we're going to say is port of port. Okay, cool. So this should start on port 7272, which the reason I'm doing this is because there is a server running here. And let's just remember that the last output was 2. So this should start on port 7272. So it should not interfere with any existing REST server that I have. Okay. Let's see if this works. And getting this to start faster, I could do that too in the same way that I got it working for the central server, although it would be kind of a pain. All right, did it start? Expected user ID 1, response body got code resource not found, create user. Oh man, did I seriously type that? Okay, I know what I did wrong. I typed create user here. This was supposed to be, see, I was looking over at the left side here where this says create user and not at the actual API, which is users. So, but this should have started on port 7272. Let's see. Oh, it doesn't say what port it started on. Oh, it does. It's just not in that process. So if we do PM2 logs, we should see this thing start up. Yeah, okay. So now we wait. It's streaming real-time logs, so we will see it start. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, there it goes. Should say 7270. Perfect. It worked. Okay, so we can pass in an environment the way we want to. Excellent. And the test passed. Whew. All right. Abandon promises, use coroutines. Oh my God. I am not going to look into this. Not right now. Also, what is the syntax for this? Why is there a star in the middle? Let me look at this on this screen. What is this syntax? Is star just to give it a... Can you name a function star? I don't know. I do want to kind of test this. Yeah, what's the asterisk for? Huh. Basically, functions which may return multiple values and pause. Oh, is it just their notation for the sake of a wiki? Also, this test is working, and this is actually a decent way of testing things. I'll show you guys what the old test code looked like. The old test code was this purple text here. We had to make a client, which really wouldn't have been there. This would have been done once. We would have done, oh, I can't delete from this. So we would have done client.post. I'll show you the new code alongside it. So the green is current and the pink is old. So what we would have done is this would have been users, and what we would have passed to it is username, and then we would have checked, is there an error? Otherwise, we would have just verified some things in here. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know if supertest is like amazing or not amazing, but I'm using it now. Function star declaration. Oh, this is an ES6 thing. Oh, I know generators are part of ES6, right? Let's see. Generators, yeah. Oh, I didn't realize the asterisk was for that. Whew. Okay. Yeah. So I gotta finish writing the test. I think this will go much faster now. The problem is the APIs themselves I've learned some things about, so we need to change some of that around. So let me write this down. We did this and we did this. So next is, well, test all this on Debian. That doesn't really need to be done exactly. Next is write the test. So we're going to put this here. We're also going to say API adjustments. So one is rename token to tokens. The other is make sure we're returning the correct HTTP status codes. See to-do list below. All right, so we've got the connection loop with a timeout. Let's check this stuff in. I'm becoming happier and happier with this. Can I guess what this video is? No. I should just remember the DQW part as being Rickroll. Lance the Gunner says, what's he writing this in, C#? No, this is JavaScript. It's ECMAScript 6. Feel free to ask me any questions you have. So set up routes. Now I have a test route, and that's all that changed in the dev code. I'm incredibly happy with that. That part's fine. So added / as a test route, it just returns a really simple JSON object. So that's the first part. Next, we have this. So I need to comment a ton of this stuff. So we have this request. This is the request that supertest returns. It will be used in almost all tests. What's the type of this thing? I don't actually know. I think it's a request. See supertest for more information about the type. This is the port to run the test on. By the way, I liked this quote. I couldn't really get the context across any better than just putting, well, because I talked instead of typing for that. This is the port to run the test on. All right, cool. So set this so that this can access this too. Which is required from this script. All right, we pass in that. Then the ensure loop, we need to talk about what this is going to do. So this function will call itself until, whoops. This function will call itself. You know what? I think I might fix this after this commit. Oh, and Weedly, I clicked it from the chat. Sorry, this is the quote. If you were curious, Dark Sprite said, "Adam, where are you from and how old are you?" And I said, "I don't really answer that." And then I happened to say, "Oh, a friend is coming over in 10 minutes and I have to go soon." And Dark Sprite said, "How old is that friend and where does he live?" And then Sir Crash said, "What version of Node does your friend use?" So there you have it. I have now read quote 11 to you. I hope you're feeling sleepy enough to go to bed. This function will call itself until the promise is resolved or we hit the timeout originally specified. So then we say that this is a function, the resolve function of a promise. This is a function, the reject function of a promise. Don't wear out the quote, man. The number of MS remaining before timing out, and it returns nothing. Nothing. All right, next, this is a simple wrapper around ensure loop. Read that function for comments. I don't need to comment that. And this returns a promise. Okay. Now I have identified that as not Rickroll, but that is roughly the same. I guess that's a screamer link. I don't know. I don't have sound, so I can't test that. Okay, so we have both those functions. Then we ensure this is running. Take 5 seconds doing it, that's fine. And then we're done. Okay, cool. Cool. Then package.json we added in supertest, and supertest is promised. Okay, great. Started using, the test now waits for the for the REST server to be up before continuing. This involves trying to access / added above until a timeout is hit or it is successful. And started using supertest instead of the Restify client to simplify the API expectations. Okay, I am going to push this. It's been a very long time since I pushed this, or long enough at least. Okay, cool. So next up, I actually do want to make use of that library that Spertman was telling me about, node promise retry. I have a feeling this is going to be a little bit easier to use. And then let me keep track of some of these other, I don't think I need this anymore. You can supply your own promise library. Wow, cool. Weedly just made the nerdiest joke. I like you, Void Dreamer, but you never return anything back. For those of you, I'll let you guys figure it out. For those of you who don't know coding, no, it won't make sense. All right, next up, I'm going to try to make use of this library. So we have promise retry function, number of retries, and when we have timeout. 100 milliseconds before starting the first retry. Oh, interesting. One day Adam will see the way of coroutines. I've used them before. I use them in Python a very little bit, but for me it's hard to figure out when I'm supposed to apply them best. But I think we're finally making it to where we need to be here. So I'm going to try this function. Let's try this out. So this is only needed by the test. So let's do npm install save dev promise retry. Then let's make use of it. So we get promise retry. We have a function that returns do something.catch retry. Retry number. Where do we pass in the options? Or you could just take in a number if you want. Oh, no. I see what this does. Okay, got it. Basically, every time you have any async code, aka every time in case of Node. Why is synchronous AJAX bad? Because JavaScript is single-threaded, so any synchronous API that causes any delay will cause the user to have to wait for everything because events won't even be kicked off in that time. So don't do it. Just don't do it. It's stretching time. Man, feels so good to stretch. All right, promise retry. Let's give it a whirl. So let us require promise retry equals require. I believe it's all lowercase now. Let's see. No, it is not. It's a good thing I looked because it is hyphenated. So now we have promise retry, and now we can test this out. Ensure REST server is running. Let's see how this goes. We call promise retry like this. We say retry number. We can say attempt number, whatever, sure. Okay, then we say return do something dot catch retry. Yeah, so we want to do the do something is this. Right. Well, it's something like this. It's not exactly that. We got to get this code. Yeah, okay, so let's try that out. We take this. So we have a promise. We say return promise.catch retry. No, we can't do that. Promise.catch retry. That. Yes, perfect. Okay, then we pass in options here. Well, let's just call it options. Promise retry option. And then we can get rid of this stuff. And what does this return? This returns its own promise. So let's return that. All right. Now we've got to specify what the options are. So the options are some combination of this stuff. Maximum number. I think we just say max timeout. Max timeout is timeout in MS. And that's it, right? Do we want anything else? Randomize? Randomize the timeouts. Don't care. Min timeout, don't care. Exponential factor, don't care. Retries, don't care. Yeah, because it can try a million times if it can do that all in 5 seconds. I don't mind that. And then this should be all the code that we need. Promise rest tree. Where did I type that? Aha. Chat's got my back. And actually 2 people I've never seen type before have my back. Well, that's points for those 2 people. Maybe I should make a typo like that to try to weed out the lurkers. I will have to read that after the stream. And then this is what while true, try yield function continue return. That is very neat. I agree. Did I type rest try anywhere else? No, I didn't. Have you ever made a script that detects a plain text link and converts it to an href? No, I haven't. Detecting a plain text link is sometimes kind of hard because like bot.land is a link. If you go to bot.land, it'll return you my website. But it's also a typo for someone who did something like this. I went to the store. I bought groceries. Is store.I a link? So sometimes I think it's hard to tell. Especially because there's so many top-level domains right now. IO and land. And, oh, what was I going to say? Oh, I forgot. Okay, well, let's do this. All right, so ensure REST server is running. This now has the promise, and then we just call promise retry on that. Yeah, let's check this out. In fact, let's do this. Let's stop the REST server from even running. There. Now there is no possible way this can succeed because we don't ever start the server. What groceries did you buy? You'll never know. It's a secret to everyone. Okay, so if this works, let's go back to our ensure rest servers running code. Yeah, here. So if this works, then we can get rid of this function entirely, which would be nice because I hate that function. About cauliflower. No, that was last week. The cauliflower is just leftover. All right, here we go. Is it gonna make an attempt? Uh-oh. Expected. Wait, what? That shouldn't have succeeded. Attempt number 1. Return promise.catch retry. The promise should have failed, right? Console.log rejecting the promise. And then here we say resolving the promise. But why did that happen? It just said attempt number 1. There's no way it can oh, this is why. Fine. This should have been port here. Yeah. So when I overwrote the code, if I do diff current, you'll actually see port is in my current code, but it's also in the code that I deleted. Where's the deleted code? Oh, I didn't. I just copy pasted it wrong. It's right there. No one really eats that. That's just white broccoli. Actually, I bet cauliflower is less healthy than broccoli. Yeah, Merplix, you'll just have to use math.pow. Hey, check it out, it worked. We did 3 attempts, and then it timed out. So now, if we comment this back in, then everything works totally fine. So let's let that run in the background while I go fix up the rest of this. So rest server connect attempt number. So that's what we'll do there. So now we got to change the comment for this too. This will ensure that the rest server is running by retrying the connection promise until either it succeeds or the timeout is hit. All right, and then let's write this down in my promise note that I have here. So I'm going to say this too. If you need to retry a promise and then have it time out after a certain number of attempts or a certain amount of elapsed time, then you can use this library. And the way I use it is like this. Let's just paste in some code. Wait, did that just syntax highlight it and then take it? Oh no, it was this that I was seeing. I'm like, I don't know how OneNote knew that that was code because it's never done that before. All right, so ensure the done callback is being called in this test. This still failed. It should be resolving this promise. Yeah, what weird. I did have this start up, right? Yeah, launch rest server, and I'm using the port. Strange. Strange indeed. Did it ever say that it's resolving the promise? Rejecting the promise. Oh, it only rejects it once though. Oh, I need to make a new promise every time because it's already been rejected. How did they say that in here? Promise retry. Function retry number. Do something. Oh, the do something is what I need here. So I need to say function is rest server running. So this is what I need to do. Yeah. Okay, then return promise. Okay, much better. So now our ensure function is just promise retry, which really we don't even need a function for this. Well, let's try this out. Okay, chat. So I was reading through chat. Okay. So this thing is what I'm not sure if we really need. It doesn't do very much. Like it specifies the options and then calls promise retry. Oh, check it out. Our test worked. Connect attempt to number 1. It was not there. So attempt number 2, it is there. So we can say here, the REST server has started. We were able to fetch /. And then this is rejecting the promise. So we don't need to actually say anything about that there. Could not connect to the REST server. Do you use REST web services in your game? Not yet, but I will. Okay, so returns a promise. How did this determine that it's a Boolean? Returns a promise that will be resolved if the connection to the REST server succeeds. So then it's this function here. This will ensure that it's running by retrying the connection promise until it either succeeds or the timeout is hit. I guess let's leave this in here. But now that we know that this works, so we just saw the success case and we've seen the failure case now many times, although I can make it rear its ugly head one more time. The other thing we can do is get rid of this now. So this was never needed. And now the code is at the very least neater. What service do I intend to use? I am just writing my own. All right. Well, I mean, I'm mostly writing my own. I'm using libraries with it, so if you want to know about the libraries, I can answer that. But as for something like, I guess there was like Dream Factory, I'm not using a service like that. All right, so this won't connect. We should see reconnect 1, number 2, and number 3, and then it'll just fail. Yep, that's great. That's what we wanted to happen. All right, so now when we say start REST server, or whatever it's called, then where is this thing? Yeah, here, launch REST server. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna check this in. Let's take a look. So this is what's partially important here. We've removed 7 more lines than we've added. But the more important thing than line numbers as a metric is readability. And I think that things have gotten much more readable. Yeah. So I'm happy with that. And then we had to add a new library for that. So started using whatever the name of that library is. This node promise retry in order to make the REST test code more maintainable. The old code was monstrous. How do you zoom in so fast? Oh, on Windows it's just Windows key plus. And it keeps track of what your zoom level was before. So I just leave it at about 350. That way I can point out things on the screen. Control plus scroll wheel, I think, is the Mac way of doing it. Okay, there we go. So that is much better. I'm definitely happier with this. So let's say use this, done. Now API adjustments. This is, okay, we can close out of all this other stuff. That part's done. We probably don't need any of this stuff open anymore, so let's just get rid of it all. Yeah. So here we go. Finally time to write the test. Let's go rename token to tokens and then fix it everywhere. So here we have token. I'm going to rename this to tokens because we should always be using plural. And then super user. I guess we say super users. Or maybe we post that want a super user token. What's the difference between create token and create super user token? Create token gets a user, generates a token for them, saves that token, and then responds. Whereas create super token just creates a token and responds. And they can be different APIs. I don't really care about that. So we'll just call it super users. So super users and tokens, that means we have to go into these things and save any of those. So this, we just say tokens, we hit save, and this we say super users, and we hit save. There, perfect. Okay, it says, so you're writing a web service to be available to whom? Is it for programmers that want to create an app that use info from the game? No, it's for the game servers to be able to access account information. So it's basically just a, it's a database layer. And as a user, you might be able to use it. I mean, you kind of use it. Like, okay, here's what I should say. When you connect to, oh, this won't even work. This might work, but I very highly doubt it'll work. No, it doesn't work. Okay, fine. So let's just run it this way. All right, so when you connect to Botland, this will eventually load. There we go. When you connect to Botland, right now you're just looking at the game. What you'll eventually be looking at is the title screen, and the game will be playing in the background, sure. And then on the title screen, you'll have choices for like manage account, join multiplayer. Well, when you go to manage account, let's say you create a bot, which is not really managing your account, I guess, but let's say you create a bot. It's going to have to call into this REST server into this API, create bot bay. So yeah, we need to do this stuff. Okay, so we renamed some APIs. Now we got to test if this works. Also, we don't need this running anymore. Man, I can hear myself like internally. My ear popped. Okay, let's restart this. Whoops, that's not how we restart things. Run without PM2. There we go. All right, so this is going to start. Now we should be able to call create token via the tokens API. That worked. And then get super token. That worked. Okay, good. So those things worked. We can cross these things out. There. All right, make sure we're returning the correct HTTP status codes. So this is something, I just took some notes on this yesterday. Let's go look at the REST notes. It was make use of HTTP status code. This article does a good job at covering this reference. So let's look at the reference here. Here we go. So 200 is okay. 201 is created. Response to a post that results in a creation should be combined with a location header. So I'm not going to use the location header. That's more for a public API. But let's take a look at if you create a token, let's say. Actually, a token's not something that you get again. Yeah, well, let's still return a 201 from this. How do we do that? We have res.send. And this is all coming from... Where's the response? Oh, I guess just Restify. Okay, yeah, so how do we use this? Restify.com. Server. Actually, let's just search for 200. Write head 200. Set header content type. Oh, dot status. Oh, that's what we can do. This is actually going to probably become a lot more tedious than I want it to be. So I could say res.status201.send. So now create token is going to return a 201. Let's see if that works. So create token right now returns, yeah, you can see it here, 200. Okay. So if I restart the server, now we should see that 200 become a 201 created. The request has been fulfilled and resulted in a new resource being created. But then it says undefined is not a function. So I screwed something up. Yeah, what did I screw up here? Can I not do things that way? Oh, I have to do .send 201. Oh, well, that's probably a better way of formatting this API anyway. Okay, it says, is that your note-taking process to use MS Notes? It is my note-taking process, and I don't know what MS Notes is, but this is OneNote, which I find very useful. So I have notes on, well, for all of this is my knowledge note. I have notes on like coding programs, operating systems, databases, Node, and then some old stuff that I'd had before. Why haven't you hover over this? Oh. Let's restart this. And now we should not only get 201, but we should get not an error. And good, we do. Okay, so that's working. Let's change all of our APIs to use the correct status codes. So /, this is just handle ping. This doesn't do anything, so this should just return 200. Let's explicitly say 200 in here. Next up, get user. Well, let's take a look at the other. So we have 200 for OK, responsive, successful, get, put, patch, or delete. Okay. So then created. 204, response to a successful request that won't be returning a body, like a delete request. Okay. Yeah, I don't have that yet. Not modified. No, I don't care. The request is malformed, such as if the body does not parse. Bad request. So we do have many of those. All right, let's take a look. We'll start with the create token. So if you have, so user ID is not a number, I guess that's considered a bad request. There's a method not allowed. Yeah, I think that's a 400 error. Okay, same thing here. Password not defined, bad request. Great. So basically everywhere we have res.send needs to be adjusted. So let's just go change all these. This is some kind of error, and I don't know if we can give them more information than this. Like this is you failed saving the database, or you couldn't generate a token, or there's some other thing that happened. We really need to go into this a little bit more. What should I say for this? I guess I could use a 500 error code. HTTP error codes. The 500 line is the server line. Server error. So we can just say 500. Yeah. Let's just return those for now. We'll later expand upon those. So then call into database wrapper. If you got a response. See, we should never use this function. This is stupid. So where does this come from? Creating a bot bay, and this comes from creating a user. This comes from getting a user though. So we don't know what the status code is necessarily. I guess I could pass it in success status code res.send success status code, and here we'll say this is 500. So then every place you call in to create database wrapper, we need the correct code. So this is in create bot bay, so we'd return that a resource was created. This is in what? Create user, so we return that a resource was created. And then this is in get user, so we just return 200. All right, let's see where else we have this. Did you come across that when learning about RESTful web services? Yeah, I did. That was actually in this article here. And I decided that I'm not going to be, where is it? Yeah, here. So I don't plan on doing this because this is not a public API. So I decided against it. All right, what do we have left here? This, I suppose. Did not specify a password. That is bad. What is that? It's 400, bad request. Then here we send them a generated token. This is in create a token. So this is 201, I guess. And this is a 500 error. Okay, I think we have now, oh, no, that's actually correct. We're almost good. This is a 400, I already forgot the number of it. 400, yeah, 400. This is a 400. This is what, getting a bot bay? Yeah, so that's 200. It's a 500. It's a 400, 400. Are we almost done? These are all the malformed requests. All right, there we go. We finally got through all of those. So now I guess we can mark this off. Make sure we're turning the correct HTTP status codes. How long have I been programming for? Quite a long time. It's not something I've ever specifically answered. So we're going to check this in, and then we're going to write the test. And hopefully in writing the test we come across some more things that we have to change. So the majority of this was just changing around the return value of the API. So conformed to some conventions in my REST server. One is that the API names are now pluralized, tokens and super tokens, and the correct HTTP status codes are returned. And there's one last thing to do here, and that's to comment the function that I modified, which is this: call into database wrapper, call into database wrapper. That's actually in here. And we just say that there is a param success status code, which is a number, the HTTP status code to use in the success case. This varies based on, well, I don't think I need to write that it varies. All right, that is that. Check that in. Are you still doing recap videos on YouTube? I'm interested in checking how you started developing that RESTful web service. Yeah, although the recap videos aren't going to go into a whole lot of detail. What was just pasted here? Yeah, so there's the latest recap video. But if you go to playlists, you'll find the Twitch development VODs. I'll paste that into chat. So the development VODs go up to day 54. Oh, I'm not even signed in as my correct account here. I signed under my personal account. Where are my videos? Let me take a quick look. So I have day 54, but I think day 55 might be uploaded, and I just don't have it. Day 55, yeah, here it is. So let's mark this as unlisted. Where's unlisted? There it is. So I'll mark this as unlisted, and I'll add it to the list. I don't remember which calendar day this was. I know it says uploaded on the 20th, but that was yesterday. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. It was Wednesday. It was the 16th. Yeah. It must have been. All right, so add to development VODs. All right, so there. You've got pretty much almost as much as I have. There's one more day, but I haven't uploaded it yet. So you can watch that if you want. And I pasted that in chat, like I said. Hey, Adam, since you're using Facebook's React, what's your opinion on Relay? I haven't used Relay, or maybe I have and I don't know what it is. Relay.js. Let's find out. Framework for organizing JavaScript applications into scoped modules that are tied to HTML node. Is this Facebook's? Relay lets you write application modules without needing to worry about how they link together. Does this even mention React? I don't know. You might need a link to it. Monadic bind. Day might be a useful command. Weedly, what would you expect that it would do? Oh, tell you what date a certain day was? Oh man. I don't want to maintain that. But I agree it could be useful. I don't know if anyone would use it, and I also would need to type in all that info. Alright, API adjustments are done. Write the tests. Okay, great. Let's write the test. So should be able to create a user. Part of this, oh, you just linked the relay library. Let's take a look. Building data-driven React applications. Apparently you can't scroll the web page. Oh, there we go. Oh, they just have like a million different code things to load here. And by a million, I mean 3. Name steeping time equals this dot props dot t. Hey, this is ES6. This is destructuring. I can't highlight any of this. Oh, I can. It's just, oh my god. Why did Facebook choose to do that? Look at this. Look at the difference between highlighted text and not highlighted text. Why? I can like hardly even tell when I'm zoomed in. Alright, that's weird. Let's see. Return key equals name em steeping time. And then what? There's a schema. Shouldn't this fail if I make 2 things have the same name? Well, I might be giving a warning. Interesting. I'll have to look into this. Basically, you send a GET with a schema, and you get a response with all the holes in the schema filled in with the data. I see. Have you ever seen the Pixit admin website? What is this? What am I looking at? Okay, so what is this? Is this a real page? Huh? Oh, I see monadic bind. Okay. Okay, so let's start to write the test. Here's part of what I learned on that site that I was reading through. One of the things that they said, and again, this is for a public API that you might be writing, but when you're going to, let me find this. When you're going to update a resource, you should return the entire thing. Yes, this. Updates and creation should return a resource representation. A put, post, or patch call may make modifications to fields of the underlying resource. To prevent a consumer API from having to hit the API again, just return the complete object. This is... I don't think I want to do this. I think I want to very strictly control what's returned by this thing. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't think I want to follow that. So I think I'm just going to write the test here. Should be able to create a user. So here's what we'll do. We'll create the user. So we're going to call create. We know for sure we're going to get user ID 1 back. So we should actually make sure that we get 1 back. We already are doing that. But then we should be able to get the user. The only way to get the user is to create a token, which means pretty much all these things are going to need to create a token. That's going to be a little tedious. Oh boy. Okay, well, let's write it. After that, we need to do So let's do dot then request dot post to tokens. Okay, so we're going to post to tokens. We're going to how do we do this? We got to modify the header. I'm not totally sure how to do this, so we'll look this up. Res.header contains an object. No, that's not how we'd call this then, huh? Is there like head? Yes, there is. Oh wait, no, that's an HTTP verb. How do we change the header? Oh, I guess it was just something like this. How does this, what? What's the difference between changing the body and changing the header? So if I try creating a token for this, it says username test. How does this even, what? Is this even used? I don't think this is used. Let me go take a look. Server create token. We get the user ID, we get the password. Yeah, we don't use the, yeah, we don't use this at all. So delete this and save. Okay, let's try this out now. So post to tokens dot send. We're gonna say username Adam. Is that what that? No, it's user ID and then password. So for right now, I know this sounds really stupid. Then we gotta do this. Then what we get back is a token. So we do dot then resp. We say to do make sure that token exists, which is resp.body.token, right? Yes. Okay. Well, we have Lodash, so I guess we can just make sure it exists. So assert underscore is string. So we can say this up here. Let token equals null. Did not get a token back from / tokens. All right. Now, if we did get a token, let's just console.log it. Got a token. Let's run this test. Now, what do we do? What do we do with the token that we get? We've got to call into get user, and now here we need to use our token. So we need to set BL token here. So let's try this. Let's go to users /1. We could say, let's just do that. We'll just hard code this. Const user ID equals 1. So everywhere we see the number 1, we're going to change this to user ID, and then this particular one we're going to change to this form of user ID. Reflex says, good night, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year, and good luck with Botland. Well, thank you. You too. Except for the good luck with Botland part. I wish you no good luck at the game. Alright, next up. What's going on here? There we go. So now we post to this, and then the other thing we need to do is set BL token equal to token, but this needs to be in the header. Which, by the way, something I'm wondering about. Did this work? Unhandled rejection error. Econ reset. Ooh. It's unfortunate that this does not give us where this came from. Like, this code used to say this stuff. I don't know, we're going to have to see. I'll just write some console.logs here for now. Requesting a token. And then down here we can say requesting the user information. Okay, so if we get a response from this, the response that we should get would be, well, we got to create a token first. So let's grab that token. Then let's go into get user. We specify the token here. and we hit send. And we get all of this. Wait, why do we get their token as well? That seems a little bit stupid, but so we can say dot expect ID, user ID, token, name, Adam, num logins. Do we need to say all of this? What happens if let's try this out. Desktop, Dell, test ms, app.js. What if we did this? So I take that same token that I had here, I pass that into user/1, send BL token as the token, then send user ID and password. All right, good. Then I get a whole bunch of stuff back. Let's just stringify it all. All right, what's this gonna do? Who knows, who knows, who knows? Close out of this. All right. Post is not allowed. Oh, that was supposed to be a get. So what's this using? Yeah, that was wrong. All right, let's try again. It still says post is not allowed. Oh, I forgot to save it. Okay. All right, you do not have an auth token in your header. That's what I was worried about. I don't know how to set this in the header. How do we do that? Setting header fields. Setting header fields is simple. Invoke set with a field name and value. BL token and a value. Easy peasy. And it's working. Cool. Aha. Now let's see if I can use expect with partial functions. So what if I say, or partial objects, I mean, what if I just say expect that the user ID is 1? It is checking everything. I wonder if we can expect just part of it. Expect. Oh, expect isn't in here because that's not the right library. This is expect. Okay, here we go. Using end, expect, okay. Expectations are run in the order of definition. Oh, so I can have it take in a function. And I can have multiple expectations based on that. Expect status body, field value, assert, that's for the header though. Pass a custom assertion function. It'll be given the response object to check. If it's okay, it should return falsy. Most commonly by not returning anything. If the check fails, throw an error or return a truthy value like a string. That'll be turned into an error. Oh, they've really thought about a lot with this API. That's pretty nice. Here, the string or error throwing options are both demonstrated. Yeah. Okay, cool. So let's see. Can we do two different kinds of expectations? Can we just say function res return false and then do another dot expect with, well, pretty much the same thing, but this time we'll actually verify something. We'll say, well, let's stringify res, I guess, and then try this out. So we don't need this. So now let's try this. What happens? Okay. So we can say body dot response dot user dot ID assert. Let's get assert. So assert that body dot no, that's not how you do this. How do you do this? Resp res dot body dot user dot ID is equal to 1. All right, yeah, let's test that out. And nothing happened. Why did nothing happen? Oh, because I stopped printing stuff. That's right. Yeah, now everything's working fine. Okay, so you can do partial expectations. I like this. I like this a lot. This is working how I want it to. So we can just make use of this now. So this needs to be dot set BL token. Get rid of this. Then we want to do a partial expectation. Expect assert dot equal resp.body.user.id. I guess we could say this: const user equals resp.body.user. Assert. Do we have util? We do. Util dot exists user. User does not exist. Assert that the user's ID is equal to 1. User ID. And then a whole bunch of other things that we need to assert about it, which is the token, the name. All right, so fine, the token is the token. The name is correct. We should probably hard code that up here too. And then everywhere that we see Adam in here, we change it to username. Good. All right, cool. So now we can get rid of this. And actually, after that, we're pretty much done. Yeah. Let's run that. Now, I have a feeling this is going to fail somewhere. But let's take a look at the test and see how readable this is. We're requesting a post to users with the username set to Adam. So this is going to create a user called Adam. So we expect that the ID that we get back is going to be user ID 1. After that, we try to get a token for that user. So now we post to tokens with the user ID and a password, which for now is just set to the username. If that returns, then we make sure that the token exists. Okay, so what's happening here? Requesting a token, requesting the user information. I wonder why this failed. It says connection reset. I think that means this timed out. What if I just said that here? This dot timeout 10,000. Is it timing out? That'd be really weird. I need to set the timeout for all of these so that it's much higher. Let's find out. Because I don't know why that's happening. But then we continue on. So we got the token, and then now that we have the token, we can finally request the user's information. So we pass in the token. We check to make sure, well, we pass in there. Wait, why do we pass this in? This is not right. This isn't right at all. We don't need this. We only need to say, let me take a look at Postman. Get user. Yeah, we don't need this at all. We don't need to send anything. It just keeps saying econ reset though. Weird. Oh, hey, Watcher. How's it going? Huh. So I don't know why this is failing. It says requesting the user information, and then for some reason it just doesn't do anything. It says econ reset. The only way it would be reset is if the server's not up any longer. Oh, you know how I would verify that? I do PM2 logs. Oh, this was stupid of me. See you, Weedley. Aha, so we should get some information now. Alright, there we go. Creating a user. Response is 1. Checking their credentials. Stopping. Oh, this apparently worked. Did it? Requesting user information. Oh, whoa, what was that? Undefined is not a function? Do I not have assert in here? I'm not sure actually where this is coming from. It'd be nice if it gave me some more error information. Cave Presence talked about tech and mopeds with people 5 times my age for 2 hours straight. Christmas time. Alright. catch you, Wouter. And if I don't see you, then happy birthday. And Merry Christmas. So it says undefined is not a function. I think we do this. I think we say got the user, and then we stringify that. Whoa, resp. Let's do that, and then let's try to figure out what doesn't exist. Let's try a couple of things. Let's do assert util.exists and assert.equal. Something here doesn't exist, and I don't know what it is. Also, am I even taking in done? I am. Okay, so is the timeout necessary? Like, why did this stop? We should see more information print out over here. And thank you for the follows. You guys will get whispers sometime the next minute or so, maybe up to 3 minutes, and there will be a link in that whisper. It'll be from BotLad. That is one of my bots. That link will let you control the lights in my room. So if you guys see my lights randomly change to like green and red, then that is my viewers, not me. Okay, yeah, so this should start up. It is currently processing. We'll see a command prompt like come out of nowhere. There it is. Okay, so it's starting, it's booted up, great. Checking user one's credentials, stopping app. And now it said econ reset. So I guess what? I do need the timeout? Should be able to create a user actually succeeded. That's not right. Something's broken. We need to say here console.log cleaning up after the test. Actually, we can say that here if we want. Connects.promise.resolve. Is your bot whisper whitelisted? No, it needs to be whitelisted by individual users, I believe, and individual users also need whispers enabled. IC Relic says, what language is this and what IDE is that? The language is JavaScript, it's ECMAScript 6, and the IDE is Sublime Text Editor, which is not really an IDE. It's mostly just a text editor. I had no possibility to do so, so I'm waiting for it. I can give you another one, Talroll. I'll write myself a note. I'll do it when people aren't following so much. Give Talroll a token. Actually, let me write this in this thing. I hope the bot is sending out commands. I think it is because people were changing my lights earlier. Yeah, it made one for Tupperbox and for the Borg dude. So those are the last two to get them. It only tries every 45 seconds, so the new followers will have to wait some multiple of 45 seconds. Any thoughts on WebStorm? I used, what's it called? PHP Storm, I think. So I have thoughts on that, I guess, but other than that, no, not really. Spamming says, I just followed because JavaScript. Why JavaScript? That kind of harkens back to more, like, kind of some personal reasons. Like, I just wanted to use Node.js and figure out what it was all about. And then once the prototype was written for this game, I continued in JavaScript. So if you want to find out what the game is about, you can go watch this YouTube video. I recorded it, I think, 4 days ago. So it's relatively recent, and I haven't really been working on the game so much as I have been the back end for the game. Oh, and there, the lights have finally changed. So you can see, let's see here. Yeah, that was Tupperbox. And it's just a very slightly more red color now. I am not totally sure what happened here. It says that the test has finished, but that's impossible because I never got any information about this. And this I don't ever want to print out. Error apps. Arguments.length, PM2 started, first app. That we can stringify. Disconnecting, that doesn't even make any sense to put there. I'll code a bot which changes the light every 45 seconds. You can't do that. I mean, you're not able to. You could make a bot, sure, but it wouldn't be able to control my lights. Unless you mean you're going to make a new account every 45 seconds and keep following me. In which case, I highly advise you don't do that. I'll just give you another token at some point in the future. Okay, yeah. So let's figure out what's going on. It says get users user ID. The user ID should be set to 1. We set the token equal to the token, and then we should get a response. So I would expect this to get hit. They got the user part here. I'm not sure why it wouldn't be. All right, here we go. It should connect at some point. We were able to fetch / requesting a token, requesting the user information, cleaning up after the test. Yeah, weird. What is going on? Requesting the user information. Call request.get. I must be missing something here. If I try getting one, yeah, that works. Yeah, what? And I set BL token in the header? Okay, let's do this. Let's try this out. Here's what I'll do. I'll put this into here. Let's do just this stuff. Actually, I already have this written out. Okay, let's cut out all the part that is not the same. So request get /user /user ID set BL token. So all that stuff is the same. Then we have an expect here. So how about we try this here. We call this resp. And then we say that this is var. Everything else should work. Util.exist shouldn't work. That part won't work because we don't have util here. But that's fine. Let's try the other parts that will work. This should succeed. If it says undefined is not a function, that'd be great because then I'd have a way to debug this easier. The fact this isn't even working. What's going on here? Node app. It's not even doing anything. What is happening? What? What's going on? Get, send, expect. We don't need this here. Oh, weird. How did this not do anything? Is my server frozen? Local host 8080. No, it's working fine. Weird. What's chat talking about? Pretty neat feature. Let's write a bot to control me. Tupperbox says, yeah, I don't get the token thingy. The site should give an error if the token's already used, by the way. No, I know about that. What do you mean by I don't get the token thingy? Does that part doesn't make sense to me. Also, I don't understand why this isn't working. Is it even doing anything? Get user. The only way to know this is, can I pop this out? Let's see. Actually, it doesn't matter. Let's just do this. Get CD. Then we'll load up a new one. Whoops. Let's just do this over here, I guess. So cd/d over to here, node app. Is this triggering something new? No, it's not. It's not even hitting this for some reason. Why is this failing? What if I just got rid of all of this? I don't know what's going wrong here. Oh, weird. Alright, I've screwed something up. Oh, the send shouldn't be there. Fine. But then... Alright, what if we didn't even set this? Okay, that's at least finishing this time. So that's good. And it should be triggering this API over here. It is not. Huh. /user/1. Okay, let's put a .then here and see what's happening. .then. Then, and then the same thing with catch. Okay. Yeah, what's going on here? It says hi and then. The expect is not getting hit at all? I guess there's no response? Huh, strange. Grenandia says, sometimes seems the light react with your mood. Oh, Tupperbox says, I don't get that I can only use a token once. Well, that's kind of the point. I mean, if you could use it more than once, then I'd be living inside a pink room the whole time, or a red room, or a blue room. So by stopping people from reusing them, the lights eventually revert back to white for me, so that I can keep my sanity. All right, let's see. So then is getting hit here. I wonder if there's a response to this. If there is, that would mean that expect is only on certain commands. I'm not actually sure what to take from that. Let's try this out. Yeah, then does have a response. What weird. Why does this work the way that it does? Get expect. Maybe this is... Oh no, I don't know what's going on here. Is it because if we have expect, then we need an end function? What's going on? I don't need this open, or probably not that either. There is super test as promised. This is, I think, what's interacting with this in kind of a strange way. But I'm not positive yet. Does this even allow me to use end anymore? I wouldn't expect it to. But then what about expect? Request get expect return done. Oh, that's how things used to be. Now it's get expect then do a function. Return request at post kittens. Huh. Maybe... No, I don't know. That's very strange. So it sounds like if I just put this inside of then, everything would be totally fine. So let's try running that, I suppose. Very weird. So now if this works totally fine, it's because expect couldn't be used. And the curiosity in me wants me to go delve into this farther, figure out why is it that I need then and I can't use expect, despite that it seems like even the documentation says that I should be able to use it. I'm not sure about that. So it should connect to the server. Good. Then we get a connection reset. This actually didn't work still. Requesting the user information, and I bet it said the same thing too. Econ reset. No, I'm not sure. That's strange because this isn't even being hit. Oh, what does that even mean? What does it mean? Console.log. Done sending the request for user information. Oh, you know what I should do? Here's what I should do. I should just put a .catch here with an error and then print out the error. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. Whoa. Oh, see, there go the lights. Except for that's a glitch. That shouldn't have happened. They reset back to pink every once in a while. I don't know why they do that. Seems that in expect you specify the HTTP response code. No, there are, well, I appreciate that, Meepsor, but there are plenty of different ways to call expect, and they have these ways. Expect either a status, and then there's, I guess, a callback function. Expect a status, and then you can have body, expect just a body, expect a field and a value, and expect You can pass in a function. So all of these ways should work. I think it's weird that it wasn't working that way. But what I think is probably happening is just this. Let's just do throw error. Well, let's, I guess, also say console.log got an error in catch. Error, and then if error.message, no, I don't know. Let's just do that. And then let's stringify the error. I don't... where could this be failing? Util, do I use util anywhere else? I'm pretty sure I have to. Otherwise, why would I have done this? Yeah, util.exist. Yep, I do use it. Okay, so that shouldn't be what fails. Assert.equal, I have assert in here. Console.log, of course all of that should be fine. User, yeah. Because previously it was saying that it couldn't find a certain function. Something was undefined. Maybe it was expect. Maybe I was not passing things around correctly. Unexpected token on 343. Wait, what? Oh, parenthesis. Talro says, can you give me a link to set up lights? Yeah, sure. Yeah. There, it's been sent to you. Okay. Now this should rerun. Grab some water. Okay, so what I expect is for this to get hit, and for there to be some helpful information in the error telling me what happened. So let's see what happens here. Got an error in catch. Econ reset. The only way I could see that happening, though, is if this cleaning up after the test started running. Wait, it did, apparently. Oh. Oh, because I'm not returning this promise. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Okay. Oh, that was a grave mistake. Oh man, okay. Well, whatever, I figured it out. I can't believe I'm that stupid. Alright. Tower roll, that's not red. Oh, well, there's orange ones in the back. Usually it's redder in here when people make it red. I guess I'm a Sith now. Alright, I think this will work. I think this will pass. We'll get the user information. If something fails now, it's because I just coded some of the test logic wrong. But I bet I can make this expect now, and everything would work totally fine. In fact, I'm going to try that. Check it out. It passed. Okay, so what do we have here? Assert, util exists. Yeah, we don't need these things anymore. So got the user, don't care. Good. Then we change this to expect. We'll rerun the test, but we know that it's passing and that everything worked fine. So great, we can create a user. And it only takes, how many lines of code? It only takes 43 lines of code to specify that. That's actually not that bad. Because what we do to create a user is we do this. First, we create the user. I'll show you what the manual steps are so that you can get an appreciation for what's going on in an automated way. We hit send here. So I'm connecting to this URL and I'm passing in the username of Adam. And I get a user ID of 5 back. So then in order to do anything, I need an authorization token. So I pass in user ID 5 and I get a token back. Okay, cool. Then finally I go to the get user API and I want to get user number 5 and my auth token is this. So I hit send and I see that yes, here's my user ID 5 and here's Adam. If I passed a weird auth token, like I just randomly put in 3s and I hit send, it would say invalid token. If the token expired, it would say that the token expired. So I got to test all of those things too. That'll actually be kind of hard. How do I test expired tokens with this? My undefined is not a function. Did I type something wrong? What happened? 333. That's here. Dot catch. Catch is not a function. What? Yeah, wait, what? 333 line or column 27. 27 is pointing to this. Yeah, that's catch. Huh. Why did all of this fail? That's another thing I'm wondering about now. Wait, this did print high. No, never mind, that worked. Yeah, I don't follow this then. Why did this fail? What if I just took this out? And then I ran this. What happens here? Yeah, it says undefined is not a function. So if I do have a then this works. But if I don't have a then this doesn't work? I think that's a problem with their implementation. Right? If it returns a promise, it returns a... Oh, no. I see what happens. Okay. God. Okay. I got it. I got it entirely. You need it then here. So if you're going to have an expect and then you're going to do something else, then you should make it expect and then do a then. But if you're not going to have a second step, then you just make this a then. So I need to write this down somewhere. This is a very specific thing though. So super test as promised. I guess I'll just write this down here for now. If you're going to, so the promise part is added as a dot then, not as a dot catch, but dot then returns a promise which has dot catch. What all of this means is that if you're going to do an expect and then a then that's fine. But if you're just going to do an expect, then change it to a then. This sentence is made a lot more confusing by the fact that then is an English word and not just a function. What all this means is that if you're going to do an expect and then a then that's fine. But if you're going to just do an expect, then change it to a then. Yeah, and I'll hammer that into my own notes later. Clicked red, turned orange. I think, honestly, I think that probably is red. Let me use my own. Oh no, I can't use my own settings because that'll change the lights in the other room too. And my wife would probably wonder why all of her lights are red. Let me make my own token and try that out. Let's find out. So I will set light number 2. Actually, which one is light number 2? Yeah, that one. People somehow got it pretty red in here before. Maybe they made it. How did they do that? Huh. I don't know. Maybe there's some random color that looks more like red. Oh well. I'll set it back to white and minimum. Excuse me. Hey, Lou Long. Alright, so that part's done. So we've got a basic test. I'm pretty happy with this. We can get rid of that. Error and catch. We don't even need the catch here. So really, this code is not too bad. But this is just one test. We got to run some other tests. I'm not even going to do this totally yet. I think having the framework is good so that when we finally settle on an API, we can use it. But for now, I think this might be fine. I'll just write a quick comment here. Create the user, then create a token, then get the user using that token. Oh yeah, no, Talroll, I'm glad you like it. If you want to find out more about the lights, you can read that. I think this just goes over a basic... Yeah, it's just the flow. You follow me. A bot that I have running on my computer checks for new followers every 45 seconds. If it detects one, it sends a personalized link to the new follower that gives them 45 seconds worth of control over my lights. That link is hosted on a web server that I pay for. The front end communicates to the PHP script. Yeah. PHP server opens a socket to my computer and sends any commands to a node server that I have running. node server communicates via my LAN to the Philips Hue bridge. Yep. Nice. All right. So this is what we're going to comment on here. And we figured out the quirks of all these libraries. I think this was worthwhile. Yeah. So we wrote the first real REST test. This test creates a user, then creates an auth token for that user, then uses the token to fetch the user's data. Yeah. Okay, cool. Mark that as done. We need more of these tests though at some point. Try someone else's token, try an invalid token, etc., etc. Actually, those might be ones that are worth running for right now. Like, let's get an invalid token and then try using that token to get the wrong user's data. Oh, we'll need to write this, I think, a little bit more in depth later. Whoops. Okay, let's put this here. So these are the REST tests. Excuse me. So we're going to say try sending invalid arguments to APIs, e.g. invalid passwords or user IDs. Then what else do we want to write here? Try using an invalid token. Try, I don't like how control enter is working right now. Try using an expired token, e.g. malformed. Try using the wrong person's token. Try using a super user token. Any test that requires, yeah, cool. So these are the tests that we still have to write. Next, testing this on Debian. How would I go about doing this? I know what I could do. Okay. Let's do this. Let's launch my VM. This is my local VM. We'll turn this on and then we'll connect to it. Yeah. Right, let me think about this. Then I'm going to have to get the Git repository. I wonder if there's a better way to do that. Well, let's try this. Eventually this will let us connect. We got to wait for this thing to finish booting up, which is like you can kind of see over here. It's still doing something. Once it goes to a black screen, I think it's done. Although we'll know it's done because it'll just tell us over here that we connected. And let me in. There we go. You can receive events for followers. You don't need to pull it. Interesting. Yeah, I probably could do that. I should probably change that at some point. But part of the reason that I'm pulling it, and I don't really need to do this either way, I guess, is because it's not, there are a couple things. One is that someone might follow and then not be in the chat. And so something needs to know when they are owed a token and then they join chat. I know there are events for joining chat too. And the second part is, oh yeah, I want to space things out because I don't want two people getting control over my lights too soon, because then they'll be like competing with each other. All right, so now we're here. Let's go into code, which is a lowercase directory, and let's make botland here. Hey again, folk. All right, so we go to Bitbucket. We turn off my keyboard camera because I'm eventually going to need to type in my password. We go to botland. I really don't want to do this actually. Let me think about this. How did I even connect to this machine? Yeah, okay. I guess this is fine. Hey, Danthus. Alright, so let's do git clone. We probably don't even have git. Oh, we do. Isn't that nice? Two people follow within 45 seconds. Then that group all gets tokens. No, that's the opposite of what you want. No, what I'm saying is it. So, yeah, the polling is really unnecessary, I think. So my bottom line is, yeah, I agree with you on that. What happens is every 45 seconds, it checks, are there any followers who are new? So let's say it finds 5 of them. It just adds them to an owed list. Like, these people are owed tokens. Then it will also take exactly one person off of there. Okay, there we go. So this finished. Now we should have Botland code on this. All right, good. So let's npm install here. npm doesn't exist. npm use? Where did I? Yeah, okay, that's it. All right, so let's connect over here too. That way I've got 2 different connections. cd code, cd botland. Actually, I could just use screen for that. I don't know why I just did that. All right, fine, let's use screen. All right, so screen. I don't have a screen, so let's make a new one. So let's make an htop. And over here, I'm going to do npm install. Yeah, then I'm going to make a new bash. And I'm going to go into the test and then npm install here too. Now what does htop show me? I don't know what this was set up to use as far as CPU goes. I mean, I have a pretty good idea of what's about to happen. I think it's going to end up using enough RAM to the point where it just crashes one of those npm processes. I'm not positive about that though. Oh no, looks like it's going back down. Is the console just a tiny bit transparent? Yes, it is. And it goes even more transparent when I click away from the window. So you can see through it even more now. So we need to wait for this to finish, which we'll know when the CPU usage goes down. The reason I'm monitoring this instead of just looking at the output from the process, which actually it's probably going to fail because it needs no JIP, is I wanted to see how high memory goes. Hey, Digite. I think it's going pretty well. I think I have learned that DevOps is not as fun for me as dev is. Oh, here we go. But it's necessary. I got to do it for this project. Oh, weird. What did this even do? Why did it stop using my CPU? Oh, it's going back up now. Okay, this might take a long time. I don't know what I gave this. I don't know if there's a way to increase it on the fly. If we look at settings, where is CPU? System, processor. No. That's too bad. I gave it 1 core. Which is why this thing is so slow. We could probably change this if we turned off the VM, but I'm not going to do that. Oh well. What's the difference from DevOps versus ops or versus dev? So the operations side of things is more like, are servers running? Are they communicating well? Are they secure? I don't know. Maybe there's some tooling around that too. How do you set up a new server? How do you instance it? And the dev side of things is more, let's code a game feature. And I've got to do both. I don't think... I think I know what it is. It's that the DevOps side of things, it's not that it's like it's not that I don't like it, it's that I'm not good at it. I don't think that's to say that I'm like the best at being a developer either, but at least I'm a little better at that. Alright, so I probably should have just done these things separately. Oh good, the test one's finished. Do I have node gip on this machine? No. So npm install -g node gip. Does that stand for something? What is the GYP for? I just want to see what it stands for. Chromium. They capitalize it here. Huh. I wonder what it means. Maybe it doesn't mean anything. They're just trying to trick helpless developers like myself into going and searching for it. So I think this one's going to fail. Because I think it needs node gip. Dantha says, yeah, I'm having a problem coming up with how to go about designing an architecture for an AngularJS application powered by a REST API on AWS so that it'll be easily scalable. So I don't know what level you're trying to design that architecture at, but that's a lot of what I'm trying to go through too. I'm not using AWS though, and I'm not using Angular, but a lot of the concepts are similar. As far as the API itself, I mean, just make sure you don't have any sort of state. I know you said restless, but, or sorry, rest, not restless, which means it's stateless. But I think you'll have a load balancer somewhere, and I'm pretty sure AWS has their elastic, what do they call it? Elastic Load Balancer, ELB. Is that what it's called? I think so. So if you use that, I think you're kind of just granted a lot. Generate your projects. Oh, that's my guess would have been. But yeah, part of it is starting up machines as you need them, and I haven't gotten to that exactly yet. Gonna need to do it soon. Not soon, but next 8 months definitely. All right, this is taking way too long. I really should have just turned off this machine when I had the chance. Now it's too late. All right, let's see. What's our command going to be? It's going to be gulp rest test. I just want to make sure, does this work? Oh, I need PM2 as well. Yeah, PM2 command not found. npm install -g PM2. I should keep track of what global installs I need for Botland. It's too bad I don't have something like that right now. But I only need, well, I wrote this somewhere up here, right? Just don't know what services or how to hook it all up in AWS. Yeah, I can't help with AWS stuff. I haven't really used it. Where is Azure? Here we go. So install dependencies. The other thing I'm going to need here is install PM2, npm-g install PM2. Yeah, no, I know Digitay. I have a ton of players trying to sign in. I hope that happens. I hope there are lots of people trying to sign in. See, there are two problems. One is not having to scale, and the other is having to scale too high. So if I don't have to scale, because Botland has, like 3 players, that's a big problem. That's probably the bigger problem of the two. Yeah, I would say that's a bigger problem. What I expect to happen, though, is as pre-beta goes on, I'll keep testing this out. Maybe there will eventually be 2 different servers, who knows. And then I'll get more and more features. Then eventually beta will be out, and I'll try to cap it as much as I can. So maybe there will be only 100 slots, and then maybe 200, and then 400, and who knows. Do you build Node.js on your own on server? No, I don't. This is just going through a whole lot of nonsense. Okay, I installed a couple of things that I needed. So now I'm just waiting for this to finish. It's MemWatch next that has to build. What's this thing now? Yeah. Whew. It is definitely limited, but at least this has a swap file. Otherwise, this would have just crashed. But yeah, CPU's just pegged. All right, fine. Well, let's close this thing. What next? So just test all this in Debian, check all this in. I guess that part's already kind of done. Maybe lint it. Then prepare for pre-beta accounts by adding a password field. Ideally, I would salt and hash them as well. Re-get token automatically when it says your token is expired. The client should wrap all calls in a re-auth API. Yeah, I actually just wrote that this morning. I wrote this to-do item. I didn't write the code. Need to figure out how creating users in bays will work. The only way to create a bay is to have something validate it. Do you have too much hardware? Something Essential Server could do is not necessarily something it should do. I wrote another note about this actually. Let me make sure I've got it captured somewhere. Yeah, this. By the way, I wanted to show you guys something. I've had this on my list for a long time. Let me show you something that I did at the very beginning. This was my to-do list when I started the game. Week 1, the week of setting up. So Labor Day was, I guess, the 7th. And I started on the 8th, right? Let me see. September 7th. Yeah, that's exactly true. So I started on the 8th. That was a Tuesday. And that week, I worked Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. So set up Twitch. That was actually on my list of things to do. Set up all this other stuff. Get all the frameworks. Get very basic UI flow working. And I still have the recap video from that. Botland recap number 1. If you guys want to see what this roadmap led to, I'll show you the video. Here we go. There it is. Look at how happy I was wearing a red shirt. But now I'm dressed in blue. The world is a cold place. But yeah, this is it. This is what the game looked like back then. Then week 2 was basic server flow. Come up with a roadmap for this week. Week 3 was like single player and multiplayer basics. 4 was the arena basics. Yeah. Just crazy. Anyway, I'm deleting this. So, delete. There. I'll delete this file too. Alright, did this thing finally finish? It's still working at things? I guess that wasn't a long enough tangent. Fine, I'm just going to move on to the next thing. I'm just going to assume that this works on Debian and until proven otherwise, and it can just take however long it needs. So, a pre-beta account, I don't know if I want to do this yet. I think I want to do the re-get token automatically when I can. Oh, but the problem is that how it re-gets it, it would need your password again. So a lot of this is, it doesn't matter how I code passwords if I don't have SSL, because it won't be secure. So I wonder how much of this I was optimistic back then. I'm still optimistic about all this stuff. It's just DevOps. DevOps, man. Are you taking any holiday off work for Christmas time? Yeah, I'm taking a day off this week. I just don't know when exactly. It'll probably be Friday. You should run the npm install command with the verbose option flagged on the last one so you can see what it's doing. So the thing is, these things have... Oh, I think it finished. These things have never failed. Here we go. All right, now we can run the test. So let's go into test and let's do... Oh, I already have this written down. I got rid of it. All right, gulp rest test. Gulp not found. Do I need to do this? Probably. Oh, here it goes, spinning more up right now. How does Linux figure out when it can get rid of what's in the swap file? I guess it treats it like any other memory, but it's got a... Adam, you have a lot of time to dedicate to building Botland. Take some time off if you want. None of us are going anywhere, and it'll be good. Yeah, that's actually reassuring. I know I've let things get to me a little bit more than I should have in the last couple weeks. Like, there have been more periods of frustration. Normally, I try to take it in stride because it's like, oh, it's an hour here and there, and an hour a day isn't bad. It's when it's been like 4 hours of, why isn't this working still? That's when things get to be a little too much. And that's what indicates to me that I probably need to take vacation, and that's why I'm going to take vacation this week. I was wondering about how things will work in the long term with that, as far as taking vacation goes. Like, I'm not bound to anyone's schedule really, other than my own. And that's what I like about not having investors in this game. I could just say, okay, the game's not coming out till 2025, and I would bother people still, but I could do it. I'm not planning on doing that, which is why I've been very, what's the word? I guess dedicated to this schedule that I have. So, yeah. Let's see. This should end up starting. Whoa, what? What? I got a logo when I tried running my test. Oh, unknown database. I also need MySQL. Wait, what? No, how did that happen? The gulp file should say that it needs, not gulp file, the package.json should say that I need MySQL. Yeah, it does. Wait, so how did this fail? Unknown database, Botland REST test database. Somehow a YouTube link is on my... What? What is this YouTube link? Oh, it was the recap number 1. All right. So what do I want to test? MySQL-u root-p. How did this fail? Show databases. So the root user exists. For some reason this couldn't create. What happened here? Deleting the Botland REST test database. Pool was destroyed, unknown database. That shouldn't have ever been a problem. Granted, I'm not dealing with the latest code. That's something I need to push still. So let's push that now. Alright, so there's the newest code. Now we quit out of this, go up a directory, git pull. I type that in. Okay, now we got the latest code. So now let's try rerunning this. I wonder if this is something to do with just the first run. So one of the things that this test does, if I go to REST test main, there is something, setup database. Yeah, here we go. So delete database should be set up so that it doesn't need to exist. We try connecting. If this fails, then we go down into this error case. Could not make a connects object. This means the database was probably already deleted. So that's what we should have run into. What did we run into? Wait, what just happened? REST test is not in your gulp file. Oh, I'm not in cd test. Okay, let's scroll up and see what happened here. So we got deleting the Botland REST test DB database. Error pool was destroyed. That's probably coming from this, the dot finally in here. But the only way for that to work is if it connected to the database. And oh, I know what's happening. Oh, this is always going to fail. Oh. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on my screen right now, but it's going to fail because I never specify the connection options. The way that I run this on Windows, wait, no, I do. Excuse me. Okay, let's see how I run this on Windows. So we go over to here, we go into, actually the gulp file, and we set a localhost root password. Oh, this should all be set then. Weird. I was going to say maybe it's not connecting to the right database. What is happening here? Well, now at least I know I'm running with the newest code. Yeah. Cannot find module promise retry. Did I not install that correctly? I must not have. Promise retry. Let's take a look. It's there as a dev dependency. How does it not exist here? cd node modules. Promise retry doesn't exist. Oh, I didn't do npm install after this. That's the problem. And then gulp rest test. Okay, I'll go grab some water while this is working. I'll be right back. So what's going wrong here? It's trying to connect as root, password's password, localhost. Strange. Bad database. All right, let's try to get some more information about this. Let's go into source and do rest test. No, where did I put this? Oh, it's up one. All right. So we have a function called delete database. Yeah. Okay, so let's do this. Console.log making a connects. Then down here we can say calling delete. Nope, that's not how you do things. Alt N? How do you? No, I don't remember Vim. All right, whatever. We'll just type it out. Then we can say here console.log in the finally clause. Okay, and then I want to take another look at this. Where is gulp? There we go. How could this have failed the way that it did? It said bad DB error, unknown database. That would mean that we somehow connected. If we look at delete database, that means it connects, somehow connected, but there's no database to delete. So then this fails. So how is that possible? And it even says deleting the blank database, right? Deleting the botlan rest test database. Yeah, interesting. Huh. Making it connects. Yeah, wow. It somehow worked. Okay, let's go into Node and we'll just try this manually. Somehow this is happening. We're about to find out how. So let's require connects. Okay, good. Remember that when I'd been setting up MySQL for Linux server, I had to change something in settings due to it was different than default on Windows. Yeah, I'll hopefully figure out what's going wrong here. So the connection options are something that I set in a caller here. Okay, we're going to make use of this. So let's do this. All right, and then connection options are these. So there we go. Let's manually fill these in for now. So this is localhost, root, password, botlan rest test db. Okay, so what happens when we try doing this? Unexpected identifier. Is it let? Let x equals 5? Yes, it is let. Okay, let's change that to var. Aha. So that's what I'd expect. Does that not get caught for some reason? Like, is that surface to just a regular error? Got an error. Huh, it isn't. What? So on Windows, this is an exception, and on Linux, it's just red text? Is that what I'm getting from this? Oh, or is it just run and like process.next tick or something like that. Oh, weird. All right, let's go look at Connects.js again. I wonder why that's happening. So what other options can we pass to this thing? Client, connection. Weird. So this is not actually an error? Or is it just interpreting all of my code line by line? Would that make sense? Try connects equals connects. No, it wouldn't. This couldn't possibly be the case, right? Now let's paste all this in. Oh, no, wrong. Okay. Cancel out of that. Let's try just this stuff. This should not run anything. Yeah, missing catcher finally after try. Yeah, okay. So if I paste everything, and then finally this will run everything. It just doesn't count as an exception. Yeah, Talroll, what you're suggesting I actually could do. I could say create database if it doesn't exist, then delete it so that I'll always have deleted a database. I'll know that for sure. Then create it again since I'll know that it was deleted. But what I'm trying to do is save that step by attempting to delete it. And if it wasn't there, then I know for sure I'm at a clean slate. I wonder why this is a problem on Windows, but it's not a problem on... Okay, let's try this on Windows. Let's see what happens. So I go into botland test node. I can put all this stuff in here, I guess, like var connects, require connects. And when I do this, and let's make a totally random database name, random. That was so random. All right, that. No, it doesn't produce an error even on here. What's going on then? Gotta admit, I'm pretty confused here. Let's say for I equals 0, I is less than 10, I plus plus console.log test. Even on Windows, this doesn't print anything. Yeah, what? So how did this code ever work? Oh, maybe it was because this part would fail? Oh, and then it would try connects.destroy, but the connects wouldn't exist. So now what? I have... apparently have a connects object. Then that database exists in MySQL. I think I just misinterpreted this. I think it's this part that sometimes throws an exception. Yeah, it must be, because I have a then and a finally here. No, that doesn't make any sense. Never mind. It would have to have been this. Strange. Okay, well, let's try it all out. So after connecting, let's try deleting the script. And then we can do connects.destroy. And we're not going to return a promise from this. Make card says try adding if exists to drop database at line 76. Yeah, I actually could do that. That would be a better way of doing this, huh? Then drop database would never fail. Why didn't I think of that? All right. I will try that out in just a sec. I just want to see what happens when I do this. Invalid REPL. Where is that coming from? Let's make sure I've totally cleared that out. No, it's still saying this invalid. Huh. What did I screw up then? Dot finally connects destroy. Let me try this from scratch. Yeah, what? What's invalid about this? Dot raw delete. Oh. I think, I don't know, whatever. Line 18. I don't see anything wrong with line 18. It's printing that there was an invalid thing after just the then. I wonder if this has to do with how I spaced out these commands. Let's try just joining all this. What happens then? It's not even printing everything. What's going on here? Sometimes. Okay, let's get out of there. Try this one more time. Oh. Huh. Interesting. So I got to get rid of my comment that I had. What is going on here? All right, there we go. All right, it says database name is not defined. So that is the Windows way of doing things. Now on Linux, when we do exactly the same thing, what happens here? Oh, we get the same thing. Database name is not defined. So what does this mean? Source rest test? No. Rest test slash. I don't think I know what the difference is here that's causing this one to fail only on Linux. Because when it does fail, we just put this in the background for a sec. It tries calling into the delete database script. Then I have console.logs in every possible place it can go. Oh, except that delete database has another catch on the caller side, right? Then, and this is return setup database. Yeah, so this would just be piped up right to the caller, which would be Mocha. People are saying connects wrong case. So connects is required as a capitalized connects, so that part's fine. And is new missed? I don't think you use new for connects. Yeah, they just require it and then call it directly. So no, there's no new needed. And yeah, the weird thing is this is the same code running on both Windows and Linux. Okay, fine. Let's make the database and see if that works. I want to try approaching this from the angle of something's broken. Let's find out what's broken, and not necessarily let's come up with a fix just yet. Because I could fix this by working around it entirely, but then I won't have understood the bug. So when we say show databases here, we'll see that we don't have, okay, yeah, we don't have that database. So now let's create the database. So we have create database. Where do we do this? Oh, it's a connects thing. But it's running raw. Setup database must do this then, right? Oh, we call into the database initialize script. So init database, here we go. All right, so just create database. And what's the name of this thing? The name is botland rest SDB. So create database botland rest SDB. Good. Now our database exists. Now we close this. We run our test again, and we see if this will work. How can you run Linux test in Windows? So I do that with VirtualBox. This lets me run Linux virtual machines on my machine. So I'm virtualizing Linux, that's why. Love the streams, by the way, long-time lurker. Oh, well, thank you. He's connecting to a virtual machine. Oh, yeah. Oh, yep. Okay, got it. Cool. Thanks. So we'll see. Maybe this will work this time. And it did not. Cannot find module connects. What? Did I forget to... Wait a second. That wouldn't even make any sense. How else would this thing have connected? Wait a second. Rest test. Edit anyway. Delete database. So here's this. Did I call into connects the wrong way at any point? Because, oh, I had, oops. Yeah, okay. Node does run on Raspberry Pi, yeah. You might not find all of the libraries already compiled. It's a certain version of Debian that doesn't necessarily have built. But a lot of the more common ones will run on it. Okay, let's see. What was the error that I was running into here? I apparently don't have the error. Oh, here it is. But then it said connects is not defined, right? Where was that? I don't see that error anymore. All right, we need to do this. This is exactly why we need to do this in different things. So let's do this. Let's quit out of this. Not write whatever we were gonna write. Gulp rest test. There. And now we'll go up to here in order to figure out what we should modify. So we'll do that. Great, perfect. All right, so as far as connects not being there, let's take a look. We have package.json. This does specify connects. So if we go into node modules, yeah, connects is there. Okay, there was never a problem with that. That was a red herring. The Brit says controlling your lights is awesome, by the way. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Aha. So in the finally clause, all right, well, at least it's not complaining about making connects at this point. I guess part of what I don't understand is in delete database, well, let me load this up. So in delete database, we have, it'll say deleting the database, then making it connects, then calling the delete database script. And that's what we see here, right? Making it connects, calling drop database. Yeah, good. Okay, then after that is where things go haywire. So it does not say that it successfully deleted it, but it does say that it's in the finally clause. It doesn't say anything about could not make a connects object either, because it could. So yeah, all we do is destroy this thing. But on Windows, what's happening here? Also, what about the, hang on a sec. Let's name this one MySQL. Show databases. It did delete the database, and then it says something about connects failing. So actually what we should do is create database botlan rest test database. This is the test runner. So test runner. All right. So give us a little bit more information. I'm just trying to get the tests working on Debian. I just wanted to make sure, can I launch my REST test from Debian? That way, I guess the reason is really to test my server, not to make sure the tests run, but to make sure my server runs on it. And for that, I actually could do this much simpler. But the test should work on here. And for them to not work, well, I wouldn't understand why. So it says successfully deleted the database. In finally clause, cleaning up, disconnecting. Cannot find module connects. Why might that be? I require connects there. Then Oh, I know where this could be coming from. Possibly. Let me check my own machine for a sec. Do I have connects in here? No, I don't. But I have it on the central server. I know what's happening. I need this stuff for this to run. I'm stupid. So, is that the problem this whole time? Let's try this. Let's go back to here. Go up a directory to the central server and npm install here. All right, I think the problem is that the central server didn't have connects that whole time. So this is not a difference of running on Windows and Linux. I think there is no difference. I just didn't have the right packages. But then we'll have to test what happens when the database doesn't exist. For now, let's recreate it. That way it definitely exists. Wait for this thing to finish. Sorry, I was reading chat for a second there. Let me try this again now. Test runner. On Windows, this is definitely working. I tested this. Well, okay, let me say it this way. When I wrote it, it was definitely working because I made sure to test when the database existed, when it didn't exist, and then I checked it in after that. It might have broken since then. That is possible, but I kind of doubt that's the case. In all the cases I've been running so far, it's had to delete the database. So let's at least get that case working. I feel like this should be fine now. Yeah, okay, now it's working. Okay, great. So at the very least, we got that. Now it says script not found. Oh, in order for that to work, I need to have built the server, which I never did. Okay, fine. But now the database shouldn't exist. So let's do this. Show databases. The database is there. Oh, actually, no, that's fine. Let's delete it, though. So drop database. Botland rest test db, and now we should have, we'll have the same problem running the test because the central server hasn't been created, which is why I'm going to go over to here and start to create it. We do gulp server watch, and then we modify a central server file. So cd source vim main.js. Can we just do this? Does that count as a... Oh, we could just touch it, actually. Okay, yeah, let's get rid of that. And let's see what the test is doing. Huh, no. This is failing. Okay, so let's see what happens on Windows then. Weird. I would not have expected this to happen. Alright, mysql-u root-p. And so we're in MySQL, show databases. Drop database botland rest test db. Alright, database has been destroyed. Let's exit and run the test. Next, let's go back over to here and rerun touch main.js. This is all that it should take in order to create a dist folder here. But this will only work if unknown option direct.presets. What? Okay. Unhandle the error event. Man, I have a lot more problems in this code than I thought, apparently. Presets. Where is this thing being used? It's in the shared gulp file, right? Which has a whole bunch of stuff it's trying to make use of. But none of that should be in the shared folder. Like, we shouldn't have node modules in here. Good and good. Yeah, we don't. So that means it all must have been here. It's possible that some of that was missing. This is going to fail again. I'm not even sure why I ran this a second time. Let's go back to here and do npm install. Is there anything that was missing from here? It exists in both dependencies and dev dependencies. Source maps is only a requirement in, let's see, package.json. Source maps. Yes, it is only a dev dependency. Right? Because source maps is only used by the gulp file. I guess all of these would be, yeah, it's a dev dependency. Yeah. Why using Debian on VirtualBox on Windows host and not a real install of Debian? Because I do my development on Windows, but I'm doing some testing on Linux. So I don't think this actually installed anything new. And this isn't even doing anything at this point. Oh, it only doesn't do anything until we try touching a file. So if I go into the central server and say touch main.js, that crashes this. So now this is probably going to fail. But why? And so part of the thing I was wondering about is I don't see a dist folder here. I don't know if I need to have that or if I can. Let's try it out. Let's just delete it and see what happens. Oh no, not that one. Okay, let's delete this one and see what happens. So I have deleted the dist folder. Let's see if it comes back when I modify main.js. So there's the Sublime version of touching a file. Now did that just crash my watch? No, there's dist. So no, that works. Huh. Okay, so let's go back to Debian. And yeah, it might be working. I don't see a dist folder. Is this doing anything? Nope. Alright, let's just modify one of these things. Main.js, let's just say hi here. And now is that doing something? Ah, okay, so CPU is now being used. Well, only for a second. Probably because it crashed. Yes, it did. Weird. Unknown option direct.presets. I don't even know where that's coming from. Direct.presets. I'm not making use of that. It must be some default from a library. Or I have code I'm unfamiliar with in here. Direct, no. Shared gulp file. And the central server's gulp file. Nope, and the test gulp file. Nope. So I don't see it anywhere there. My code doesn't see it. Oh, you know this? No. I am making use of the correct version of Battlefy. Yeah, I don't know what's going wrong. Alright, how about this? Let's see if we can even start the central server. Oh, we can't because it's not building. Alright, let's write down the issue. So problem, can't test plain text. So can't test REST server on Debian. So the first problem is can't even build the REST server on Debian. I get an error about, what is it? No. Where'd the error go? Here. Okay, so unknown option, direct.presets. Let's take a look and see if there's any help on this. Direct.presets. Oh. I wonder. Oh, so there's another issue that they referenced in here. And E3 says, what am I using to manage my terminals? It's a program called Conimu, which I just linked into chat. Babel 6 was released with a new plugin API. No, I'm aware of this. So this is coming from React Transform. So, oh, that means, oh man, this is a stupid issue. So this means that I needed to install a client in order to build the server because of the shared gulp file. Oh, if that's the case, that's really stupid. I think this is because I hadn't installed the client, which shouldn't have been needed anyway in order to watch the server, unless I passed the wrong thing in as an argument. I don't know. All right, well, let's wait for that to finish. I don't think there are that many. Let's take a look. Client, package, JSON. Oh no, there's tons of stuff. Okay. Well, it should check the root directory to see if they're installed there. Otherwise, we're going to run into just more waiting here because of how long this is going to take. What's going on here? Just rerun htop. There we go. Yeah, CPU at max. Well, given that I started the machine almost an hour ago, that means that we've been working on this task for almost an hour, because I don't think I switched gears anywhere in the middle of this. Well, if this fixes things, well, actually, there could still be a problem. There may be a problem with... Did I test this out? Oh yeah, the test is failing even on mine, huh? Weird. Do I have... Alright, fine. Let's make title MySQL. MySQL-u root-p. Type in my password wrong. Show databases. I should not have a botland database. I don't. And then this fails. So there is a real bug with trying to run the test when the database doesn't exist. Okay, so just change to drop the database only if it exists. Then there shouldn't be a problem. And yeah, NE3, I really like it. Danthus says, okay, so generally the drivers are included in the links. Oh, I see. Responding to Danthus. Alright, so there are a couple things we're waiting on right now. This thing to finish, and then this thing to finish. This is going to fail. I didn't do anything to try to fix this. I think this is a real problem. Yeah. But it says pool was destroyed. I think we can fix this. Rest test main. So in delete database, let's see what happens if we go into MySQL and we say drop database, and then we just make up a whole bunch of random stuff. And then we say drop database if exists. Aha, okay, great. So let's do that again. So drop database if exists, and then try running this test. Let's take a look over here. This finally got done installing. All right, so we go back into the central server and run gulp server watch. All right. This should load up. Also, this part, again, should not take as long as it does. It's got to require so many modules. Someday I should just wipe out my entire build system and redo it all. Maybe that'll be my Christmas gift to myself. I'm kidding. That's a joke, guys. I don't want to stab myself in the eye on Christmas, so we're not going to doing that. Okay, so that's started. Now what we need to do is modify a file. So let's go back into main and just delete that line. Go back up to here, and now... Oh, no, it crashed. Okay, so I don't know why that failed. Next, we can see everything's still failing. Wow, this didn't fix either one. So this did not fix it, and this did not fix this. Naughty list kid. So I didn't fix either problem here. Ain't that just the pits? The pits. So we had drop database if exists. What is happening exactly here? Let's put a dot catch here. Let's figure out what's going wrong. Function error. That's not how we do things. Console.log could not drop the database. Error. All right, let's run that. Something be holding the database open and so it's failing to drop. I don't think so, because if I go over to my MySQL thing here, I don't even have a database for it. So I have a botland database, but the thing it's trying to drop is a botland REST test database, and that doesn't exist. So I don't think it's that. I think actually no, I don't even know. Oh, that apparently worked. Could not drop the database. Pool was destroyed. Oh, this is the connects problem. How could that be happening? Wait, where does delete database come from? Here. In setup database. So we call setup first. Setup calls into delete database with the connection options. So if we're to say that the pool was destroyed, okay, let's go look at the Connects.js codebase. Find out why it would say that. Pool was destroyed. Wait, did I type that wrong? No, pool was destroyed. What? Why would it not be in here? Oh, unless they use some pooling library. Which they might. Is there any sort of pool? Pool 2. Alright, fine. It's not coming from Connects. This is a connection pooling issue. But that would mean that I had to be making Connects before this. Or... no. Okay, I don't know. Is there another Connects that's being created? Let's search case sensitive Connects. Connects.promise. Making a new Connects in here, but this is after we've already deleted the database, so that can't be it. Connects.promise. Huh. I wonder. So they expose promise as just the Bluebird promise, I believe. Connects.promise. Oh man, I gotta go through another page of this. All right, let's search for connects.promise. Connects.promise. No, not this. All right, 9 pages. There's probably a better way to search for this. There it is. Connect.promise equals require promise. So this is in no way constructing a connects. So then the first place that I try making a connects is here. What if I just stringify this? All right, what's happening? The connection pool has been destroyed. We destroy the connection pool here, of course, but that's after we've caught. And it's a problem dropping the database because somewhere between here and here it's getting destroyed, which probably just means it was never created correctly. I wonder if there's a way to verify that. Connects.js. Let's take a look at pooling. The L was cut off, so I searched for poo. Connection pooling, standardized. All right, initializing library should normally only happen once in your application as it creates a connection pool for the current database. You should use the instance returned from the initialize call throughout your library. So that's not something that's happening right now. But this is the first place where it happens. In fact, the test even passes here. Oh, because it didn't have to delete a database? Well, okay. Let's drop the database. 9 rows. Oh, because I'm not dropping vol and rest test db. 8 rows. So we no longer have the database. Now let's run into our test runner. Let's do title test runner. Did you see the red error message from pool 2? Oh yeah, it does say pool 2. Yeah, I saw this. But this is a case where the test actually passes in the end. So that's not even a problem. In fact, yeah, this is only, it seems like this is only sometimes a problem. Like up here, this was a problem. Pool was destroyed. Man, I am not paying attention to anything apparently. This worked then too. I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore. Cannot make a connects object. We can always make a connects object though. Here it's undefined. That doesn't even make sense. Nope. I don't know. What did I even change? What's different? Package.json. Okay, well that was, I'm going to check this in. This was just a minor bug. I accidentally specified a package twice in package.json. That's not a problem with any sort of runtime thing because you can only install a package once. So here's all I've changed. I put in a catch function which said could not drop the database, which I guess is actually still being said here. Oh, wait. So this is not really an issue. The problem is that I wasn't catching it before. I expect it to happen somewhere else. So then, no, but I still can't build the central server. So I think this is needed. Could not drop the database because the pool was destroyed. Oh, I think I know why this is happening. Okay, it's destroying the pool because it's not even making a proper connects object. There's nothing to connect to. There is no pool. It's not that it was destroyed, I think. Or it created one, realized there was no connection, and then destroyed it itself so that you didn't do anything on a database that didn't exist. Okay, this is the issue. So this is a valid fix. And then this should work on Linux. The problem is the central server doesn't work on Linux. So how do we fix that? That's this issue. Unknown option direct.presets. Whew. I don't know about that. So central gulp file. Shared gulp file. So we have server watching here. This is what's calling this stuff. Direct.presets. I wonder if it's something like this. Babel. ES 2015. Okay, well, let's take a look. Node modules. We don't have ES 2015 in there, but that's fine because it should go up to here and then find, yes, Babel preset ES 2015. Okay. Maybe we install it in the central server? That doesn't make any sense. Alright, so let's write down. The problem was that Connects was destroying its pool because there was no database to connect to. Which I think that was a problem. The solution was just to patch after attempting to delete the database. All right, so this, my hunch is that some Babel thing is not installed in the correct location. Still installing it. All right, I guess we could check this in. Right, let's try this out one more time, I think. So this is when the database did not exist. We can get rid of this line right here. So it says database successfully created. That part's fine. The part that's not fine is this stuff. We should probably console.error this, although it's not really an error. Some of the time it just won't exist. I don't think this assertion is even true anymore. I think you can try to connect to a database that doesn't exist. I don't think it throws an error. In fact, I think that's what's causing all of these problems. But why did I had this code written out. Darn it, I gotta write it out again. All right, so connection options. Let's go down to where this is defined, which is there. Yeah, so where's delete database called? Aha, okay. So let's take this object, put this in as connection options, fill in all of the information here, which I'd already done. Local host, database users, root, password is password, and database name is botland. No. This DB does not exist. Then we search for colons here and change all of these into strings. Next, when we connect, actually let's change this to, get rid of this line, put all this back, except for that last one. So this connection, what happens when we do this? We run node and then just try this out. No, that won't work. We gotta do var connects equals require connects. So get out of this. Try this again. Yeah, that alone fails. That's the problem then. So then if you try doing anything on it, of course it's gonna screw up. Connects users dot select dot then. So let's just do that. Oh man, what did I screw up? No. No. Wait, what's wrong here? Is there something else I'm missing? It's expecting something. Oh, another, no, I don't know. I don't know what's going wrong. Is this even making a SQL? Yeah, it is. Okay. So dot then function, just an empty function. There we go. Pool is destroyed. Okay, yep, that's a problem. All right, I was stupid. All right, figured out problem number one. Done. Let's go write down what's causing that. Delete database. So this is not true. I need to say that if the database doesn't exist, then you'll get two errors right off the bat. Error number one is this. Then you'll see two errors right off the bat. Let's comment these here. This, or is this the same error twice? Yeah, it's the same error twice. You'll see this error printed twice. However, the connects object would be undefined though, right? That's what we determined. If not, util.exist connects console.log, the connects object doesn't exist. Maybe that was the issue this whole time. Why did I not find this in testing this earlier? I know for sure I tested this. Oh, what does this mean? So then connects, okay, wait, we got to reload that. Let's rerun this code. So connects is undefined at this point. Connects, no, it is defined. What? I'm not using this correctly. We have our 8 database rows. Let's run the test. Okay, well, anyway. I guess I'll still write this in, and if we find out that it's true or it's false, then we'll fix it. Also, can we now all of a sudden run this thing? Gulp server watch. So this is about to start. This is from the case where there is no database. Alright, so we get that, and then it does not say the connects doesn't exist. What would it have printed? The connects object doesn't exist. It does exist. So stringifying certain things could make it say undefined even though it's not undefined. See, that's another thing that I find kind of strange. So apparently, if I do something like this, function person, there, yeah. Now JSON.stringify new person. What does this do? Is there any way to get this to print undefined when it's not supposed to be undefined? Promise? Aha! Unless promise doesn't exist. Aha! Okay, so never trust JSON stringify to tell you whether something's defined or not. This thing is defined, it just can't be stringified. So yeah, however, the connects object will exist, but attempting to call anything on it will return an error about the pool being destroyed. Probably because internally connects realizes that there's nothing to connect to, so it destroys its pool to pool. All right, so that was number one. Number two is this issue, which when we open up main.js and we add in some stupid line in here and then save this and go back to bash up here, yes, this thing crashes and it says unknown option direct.presets. So I still don't know what's causing this. And it's saying unknown option. So let's take a look at option manager merge options. This is coming from Babel core lib. All right, let's navigate to this. It's coming from node modules, gulp Babel, node modules, gulp Babel here. All right, then the node modules in here, Babel core doesn't even exist for me. So this must be coming from a different gulp Babel, node modules, Babel core lib. Oh wait, no, what is this one? Gulp Babel, node modules, Babel core lib. No, what? I don't see this thing though. Gulp Babel. Alright, let's just copy this path. What is going on here? So botland, node modules, gulp Babel, node modules, Babel core doesn't exist. So then if this is running the wrong code, then that's what that means, because it apparently exists in here and I don't have that, so I guess it's the wrong version. Yep, there it is. Who knows how that got there? Babel core, what is that doing? What is this? What is gulp Babel's version? 5.3. What is it on my machine? 5.2.1. How did that happen? This is a different version. How did that happen? What's going on? Alright, well this means that something has the wrong package, Jason. Babel core. No, it's gulp Babel. That's wrong. This is 5.2.1. So what, the central server has a different one? Or something else has a different one? Find stir package. No. Babel gulp Babel package.json. Oh, and then ignore find stir /v node modules. We don't care about any node modules thing. Now we just wait for this to finish. It should have already told us something very quickly here. Did I search for something wrong? Gulp Babel in package JSON. Find stir/v node modules. Well, let's do this, I guess. This, and let's get rid of this for now too. I don't, wait, this is clearly working at the very least. However, it is searching node modules folders. I don't want it to do that. Oh, well, that's it, so fine. Okay, and somehow we determine that, what, on Linux, this is some crazy new version, 5.3. So where are we getting 5.3 from? Where is that? Here. 5.3 point. Doesn't even exist here. How did this thing get installed? What put this library on my machine? Nothing even says 5.3. Oh, Gulp Babel at latest. What's doing this? Game server node modules Gulp Babel. That would install it in a different location, which is why I wanted to ignore the node modules folder out of this thing entirely. So find stir/v node modules. Is that not how you do this? No, that is how you do this. So it should find this. Oh, it worked. Interesting. So ignoring this, because that's a copy of this one, the client wants to install 6.1.0. And the shared one wants to install 5.2.1. I don't know how it decided to pick something in between, because that doesn't make any sense. So we reinstall, I guess. Gulp Babel is 5.3. So let's delete it or install something else. 5.2.1. So what if I did npm install here? Gulp Babel at 5.2.1. I wonder, would this all of a sudden start working? And how did this thing get on my hard drive? It turns out Babel or Gulp Babel installed 5.3.0. I don't know where this came from. And that's an issue in itself. So I'm going to manually install 5.2.1 and see if that fixes things. And now we just got to wait for this thing to finish. But we know it's going to take forever because Gulp Babel contains 4 other different things, and I didn't give this VM a whole lot of power. So it's maxing itself out on just this task. Well, that's how things go, and that's how things go. Okay, so let's check it out. We go into node modules, we go into Babel core. No, we don't. We go into Gulp Babel. And then we take a look at the package JSON. Aha, we have the correct version now. So now we go into the central server. And we're about to go completely insane if this thing doesn't work. We do Gulp server watch. This should kick this off. Come on. Then we are going to go over to here and do vim main and say that this is extra stupid. But before we save that, okay, that's running. So you ready? Here's what is the real test. It still failed. Okay, well, do I have this at least? Node modules Gulp Babel. Wait. That would mean it didn't uninstall something. This thing is toying with me. It knows it's faster than I am. Babel core. Alright, watch this. Here's Here's what we do. Gulp Babel rm-rf gulp Babel. Begone, foul beast. Now I reinstall it, which is going to take just as much time as it did before. Where's the installation process? Here. There's no way I should have that folder. I hadn't manually deleted the Babel core folder from inside of there. These are the kinds of things, though, that I shouldn't have had to do. I wonder, I must have screwed up my installation order. All right, you know what? While that's working, let's check in the thing that I know I definitely just fixed. So what did I say here? Catch, could not drop the database. And I guess I write a quick reason for why this happened. This will get hit if the database doesn't exist, because we'll be trying to use a Connects pool that was destroyed. Okay, great. So let's check that in. Fixed a bug where attempting to run the REST test when the database didn't exist would cause everything to crash. This was because, oops, creating a Connects would work even if there was nothing to connect to, but then I guess the pool2 object that Connects was using would be destroyed. All right, what do we have over here? This thing finished building. Let's go take a look before I run this and get hopeful about it. We go into Gulp Babel. We take a look at node modules. Babel core is there. What? Why is this not on my machine then? I wonder what happens if we just delete that. All right, let's just delete it. rm-rf Babel core. There, done. Next. cd ... Go into the central server. Gulp server watch. Get ready to save a file. Tupperbox says, I wanted to go to sleep 2 hours ago. It's 2 a.m. Why don't you go to sleep? I'm probably not ever going to get this thing to work. So rest easy knowing I'm still struggling. Oh, wait, I take that back. I think it just worked. Well, rest easy knowing that I stopped struggling. We should see a dist folder here in any second. All right. Let's see, did this crash? It didn't crash. So somehow, yep, there's a dist folder. Wow, look at that. Never in my wildest dreams. So we should also get a shared folder in here eventually. Oh man, how did this happen? How was I ever supposed to come to the conclusion that a Babel core folder would just appear out of nowhere? Why doesn't this happen on Windows? Is this like a sick, twisted trick? Linux users are like, yeah, he's using Windows. That's probably my fault. I just like blaming it on other people. That way I'm the victim. Okay, so now we just need a game and central server folder in here, and then we're done. We're ready to test the test. And won't that be a glorious day? Come on, produce it. Produce it. What is this thing doing? My CPU is, again, maxed. It has like one file to make in there. Make the folder. Make the folder. Okay, is this thing at least finished? Yeah, it's almost done. There it is, game and central server. Okay, we got everything. Everything is set up. So what does this mean? This means that we need to do git diff from the root directory. Well, maybe not from the root. We added console.logs. Okay, so now we do git reset dash dash hard, git pull, turn off my camera, do this over here. Already up to date. Oh, I forgot to push. Push. All right, and just like that, everybody. Yeah. All right. There's our poll. You ready? You ready? We're finally gonna test this thing. Oh, it's gonna be so great when this works. Why is the screen not working? Okay, test runner. Yes. So let's go into MySQL before this thing finishes and do show databases. What do we have here? Yeah, nothing. Great. So the test runner has no database to work off of, but thanks to that carefully crafted catch statement with a carefully crafted console.log in it, we'll rest easy tonight. Just like Tupper Box. This is gonna work. I can feel it. I'm like Knuckles on Pumpkin Hill. Oh. What's the name of the program that you use now? I'm not sure if you're talking about the console program that I'm using, which is Kanimu, but I also use Sublime Text. Okay, this is just taking a long time, but I still have that feeling it's going to work. I don't know why it's taking so long. I don't know if it's even working anymore. Okay, it's doing something. Okay, I don't think it should take this long, but still hopeful. Okay. Well, it definitely shouldn't take it this long. Let me run this back a step. If I were to run this, once the database exists, which it does now, this should have no problems. Aha! Oh, check it out. Okay. Database successfully created. Test failed. Timeout of 10,000 milliseconds exceeded. Okay. It created the database. Let's rerun that. Yeah, let's do drop database spotland. Yeah. I'm going to rerun that test without changing anything, actually, because one of the things I want to see here is I know the before case right over here. Ensure. Wait, am I Sure, rest test server is running. Why is this taking super long? Okay, that worked fine. So same thing, that should eventually work. It said make sure you're returning ensure the done callback is being called in this test. It's not being called, but I don't think that needs to be the case. If you're using the promise version of Mocha promises. Mocha before all promise. There was, okay, fine, I'll just go over here. I think they mentioned it right on there. Working with promises. Instead of using done, you may return a promise. Oh, so it doesn't know which one I'm using, which makes sense because there was a timeout and it's a halting problem. Useful if the APIs return promises to callbacks. Okay, good. Yeah. So this just needs to be increased. I'll just increase the timeout. Like, it clearly does not work on very slow machines. And I wonder if I should write something that will bundle all of the files. Because I think the reason it's not working is because it's maxing out its memory trying to just transpile my files. I do think Babel has been more of a hassle than it's been worth, I think. I've run into so many issues as a result of this stuff happening. Can't even connect. Okay, I'm curious. I'm gonna try something. Let's do this. I'm gonna close out of this. This is gonna be like the last thing I do. Let's just power off the machine. Power off. Good. Now we'll make it beefier. We'll just take this beef meter and just increase it. There. Now we'll increase the amount of RAM. There. Take that machine. Okay, now let's start this up again. Okay, so now, whoop, don't know how that happened. Now we do Debian 1. This thing should start up pretty quickly now that it's got 4 cores available to it. That actually was fast. Oh, it's not done yet? Oh yeah, okay, never mind. So let's do this. What's this little heart for? Oh, that's not a heart. I thought it was a heart. It looks like a heart. I mean, come on, if I colored that pink. No, it's made of too many different colors. I'd have to open GIMP. There, it's a pink heart. Alright, here we go. Screen, great. CD, botland, doesn't exist. CD code, CD botland. Test, gulp, nope, gulp rest test. Oh, I wonder if this has to do with some weird, no, I don't know. All right. Here it comes. Here's the real thing. We're going to run htop over here. Look at that. Nice. Okay, so now this shouldn't fail. Now everything should work totally fine. I wonder what's happening in my host operating system now. How much memory am I using? Not too bad. There's still some breathing room. Okay, so this is when things should work. Okay, we have plenty of memory. And then that's it. If this works, then I guess we're good, and I guess I file these notes sometime. I still don't know how it got a Babel core in there. This actually wasn't the problem. The problem is that on Linux and possibly on Windows, for all I know, Babel core has or is installed with gulp Babel. Oh, I think I know what's causing this. I think the real issue is what order I install in, since the client uses a different version from the server. Perhaps the newer version doesn't contain Babel core. That doesn't make any sense though. I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to look into this. Also, it still failed. There's no winning. There's just no winning. Let's delete it. I don't care. Let's just change the timeout. Let's just set this to 200. Why is R not working? Why is it taking that long though? I'm just gonna make it 4,000. 40,000, I mean. Alright, rest test main. We go into the 10,000 timeout limit. We set this to 20,000, I guess. And then make sure that the server starts within 10,000 seconds. Wait, what timeout had failed? It was the 10,000 second or millisecond timeout that failed, right? Yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna say increase the timeouts. Then we're calling it quits. Increase the timeouts in the rest test. On Linux, these were being hit consistently. Wait, oh, is this the issue? No, everything worked. Okay, great. Test completed. That's what I think of you. Tess. Alright, fine. There. Problem solved. Get reset -- hard. Somehow the test just doesn't work when you don't have a high timeout, despite giving it a ton of power. Okay, so what did we accomplish today? Let's take a look. It's just going to show me a big dialogue with the red word nothing. Today, oh, we got one test written. All right. So test all this on Debian. I guess it worked. We got to file those notes. File notes from yesterday about Gulp, Babel, and Babel core. If I ever get direct.presets as an error, that's why. Oh, now it passed without even the increased timeout. Okay, well, what are you gonna do? Out of curiosity, can I run all the other tests? Run, command not found. What was it supposed to do? Gulp test. This is probably gonna take even longer to build. Alright, well, we finished this stuff up, so I guess close this, and close this. Then I have a bunch of notes to read tonight. I'm not going to get around to all that. There's too much to do. What about these things? I think this is all done. So, in case anyone's wondering, there's actually a game behind all of this, although I broke so much stuff that I don't even think I can show you anymore. Yeah, this will never work. This, I've got to figure that out too. I got a lot of work to do. Okay, well anyway, let me show you the game then running on my own machine. Actually, I don't even need to do that. I recorded the video for this very purpose, so I guess I'm going to show you a video. So, hey, here's a video, everybody. If you like listening to my voice, then boy, are you in luck, because guess who's starring in this video? Me! Yeah, so this tells you what the game is about. Like I said, I promise you that I'm making a game and that it doesn't look like that right now because of everything that I've been doing. But if these tests work, even on Linux, then we're set. Either way, I'm logging off after this. Cannot find module. What did I just say? I'm logging off. The normal arena tests don't seem to work on Debian. And why is that? I said I'm logging off. I'm logging off. I gotta go. It's been too long. Just great. Game doesn't work properly. The game actually doesn't work. And yeah, Orange Ray, I know. These days haven't been the greatest. They've been... It's just a lot of silly stuff happening. And also a lot of unfamiliar territory. I really gotta just find the positives in this stuff. I know there's a lot of nice things. I'm learning things. I will eventually have this game and look back and think of all the hard work I did to get there. And that's the good part. So let's deploy this. Here are my melee bots. They're gonna go wreck some blue team. Yeah. Alright, I'm heading out. Everyone have a good night. I'll be back tomorrow. And then either Wednesday or Friday, I'm going to be offline. Probably Friday. I think that makes the most sense. Did I get a new buff done? No, I didn't. Alright, I'm leaving. So bye, everyone.